The year is 2047. 25 long years have passed since the mysterious and dangerous portals called the Gates of Hell began to open. The world has changed dramatically. Humanity has almost completely died out, leaving behind only empty and abandoned ruins. Only one single man managed to survive amidst this unpredictable chaos. He stood holding in his hand the bloody head of a terrible monster. He slowly raised it up, as if trying to comprehend what was happening around him. Then he looked into the distance, where dark and unclear silhouettes were visible. Someone approached cautiously, stepping across the cracked and ruined ground. You could notice that he only had 3 fingers on his hand. It was an old man with a tired but attentive and determined look. He stopped and looked confidently at his unknown opponent. They stood in silence, sizing each other up like ancient enemies. A few seconds later, a swift and brutal attack followed. The survivor plunged his weapon into the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. He dropped to one knee and pointed the monster's head at the old man. He looked at her calmly, without expressing any emotions. The old man picked up a bottle of wine and took one deep sip. Suddenly, someone's loud voice was heard, echoing throughout the dark and gloomy room. There were rumors of a man who hunted only high-class demons. Who would have thought that they would turn out to be true and real? What does all this mean? Is everything said earlier really true and real? It takes too long to explain. Everything will become clear soon. You need to wait. So that task is real, the monster's head screamed with rage. After the disappearance of humanity, the world is in complete and merciless chaos. There are a lot of angry and screaming heads in the room that can't stop. 2 silhouettes of a man enter this large room without any purpose. Whoever collects 666,666 heads of the highest class demons will be able to change the world. Will be able to shake the timeline and turn back time to change the course of history. The old man brought the last head and is ready to turn back time for his goal. Other heads shouted different words in his direction, full of indignation. He carries the last head, passing next to the others, and they do not believe in him and say that the old man will not succeed. But he just wanted to see his daughter, whom he had not seen for many long years. He pierces the head of the sinister demon with his sword, showing no weakness. This is why he endured this hellhole for many years, waiting for revenge. The phases of what he was going to do with them remained unknown, but dangerous. The head with the sword in its head spoke the last words, trying to intimidate him. Those who opened the portals and turned this world into a hellhole did not understand the consequences. And who came up with this stupid condition to collect such a number of heads to change everything? Even they are not omniscient, said the old man, and prepared himself for regression, knowing the price of his decisions. Standing up confidently and collecting his thoughts, the old man said his last words, full of determination. To hell with phases, and the regression began. Everything around sparkled, filling the space with energy. A purple portal opened into a distant and mysterious past, full of mysteries. He will kill anyone who gets in his way without any regrets. His body began to burn and sparkle with different lights, filling with incredible power. And gradually his body began to regress into the past, returning to his youth. He appeared in his old house, already young as before, and was amazed. He looked at his young hand and was shocked, not believing his eyes. I sat on my bed and tried to comprehend everything that had just happened. My head was in disarray. But suddenly his gaze became worried. He felt that something was wrong. He quickly jumped out of bed and ran to the door, unable to stay in place. He stopped near the door and began to approach more slowly, trying to calm down. He walked into his daughter Somin's room, thinking about the future. At this time, she was fast asleep, not suspecting anything about the impending danger. And the hero was suddenly overcome with memories of when there was chaos and destruction in the world. In this chaos, he tried to hold his daughter over the abyss so that she would not fall. The daughter, with tears in her eyes, was terribly afraid of falling, clinging to him. At that moment, she was holding his broken arm, and the other was completely immobilized. He begged to let his daughter live in exchange for himself, not prepared to die. But the hand couldn't withstand it and broke off, causing the daughter to fall into the abyss. At the moment of the fall, she looked down, feeling horror. The father shouted the last words to her, hoping that she would hear them. And a big monster appeared who wanted to swallow the poor girl, devouring her. He slammed his jaw shut, and all that was visible was his daughter's hand sticking out, holding her father's severed hand. But that was in the past. Now he holds her hand, feeling relieved. The father cries, realizing that his daughter is alive again and is nearby, not believing his happiness. She woke up from the sounds of whimpering and did not understand what was happening, feeling a strange anxiety. Dad stood up abruptly and walked out the door so as not to disturb her, hiding his emotions. Having calmed down, the father stands behind the door and understands that everything is fine, finally. Falling to his knees, he said thank God, blessing fate for this moment. Thank God, he repeats and repeats, happy to see his daughter again. His father's confident gaze and understanding that this happiness will not last long do not leave him. A green portal opens in the sky, from which demons fly out, threatening all living things. The father climbed into his old refrigerator to at least have something to eat in this dark world. But instead of food, he finds only water, takes a sip, and enjoys the old taste, which soothes him. After which he drinks it to the very end and throws the empty bottle into the sink. He lived alone for 25 years. asking himself if he could last in this hellhole, protecting his daughter Soman without giving up. Looks at the door leading to Soman's room and sets a goal to protect her from all threats, after which he goes into her room and watches her sleep soundly, not suspecting anything evil. And with a confident look he said to himself, I must protect her, no matter what. Even if he dies, he will do everything to protect his daughter. Her life is more important than anything. He looks at his hand as it begins to glow with purple fire, feeling the power. Realizing that his powers have not left his body, but remain along with memories from the future, he is ready to fight. He felt the presence of some spirit next to him, which was familiar to him. I looked at the photograph standing on the shelf nearby, remembering happy moments. It was his happy wife with a little daughter in her arms, his beloved family. This spirit turned out to be his wife, standing right behind him, like a protector. Behind him was the spirit of his wife, and he did not understand why his strength had returned to him, unable to explain it. I started getting dressed and wondering if this was related to the crossing of timelines, and what it meant. Or a regressor's trick, he says, standing in his cloak, feeling strange. October 11th, and in 3 days the gates of hell will open again. But already 3 days before the opening, there were people who knew about it. The 8 battle stars, the chosen saviors of humanity, who have progressed incredibly quickly, are becoming stronger. Given what he remembers from the last 25 years of his life, he will be able to take advantage of many of the achievements and rewards that were only available to them. The beautiful night city has no idea what will happen to it when the gates open. It's October 8th and he's standing opposite the ramp down an empty dark street, ready for action. October 8th, 3 days before the opening of the gates of hell, when everything can change. He looks down the long, dark descent and feels unsure before going down. He said with a confident look, I will take everything from here, without fear of anything. He comes in and sees many closed counters full of abandoned goods. He walks around looking for a specific room to take something that might be useful to him. He stopped abruptly, and his gaze fell on what he needed. He understood it immediately. It was a room, he realized. That was the one he needed to find what he was looking for. He began to calmly and carefully enter, opened the door. It was quite dusty there. It looked extremely abandoned. How strange and unusual, said the guy with a confident and calm look. Nobody was supposed to come here today. How could someone show up so late at night for absolutely no reason? It sounds as if he was not expecting a visitor at all, which is what brought him here so late in the evening. He came to acquire something extremely valuable and important for himself. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, the demon Yaksha appears and grabs the hero with his huge hand. He grabs it and hits it against the wall, so hard that it cracks under the weight of the blow. The hero, with an angry look and complete lack of understanding of what is happening, tries to break free, but the hand squeezes him very tightly. The strong impact on the wall raised dust around and nothing could be seen. The hero looks at Yaksha with a confident, angry, and aggressive gaze. Yaksha comes closer to him in order to ask something. Yaksha lifts him higher and looks him straight in the eyes. He asks the hero, pinned against the wall, "Who the hell are you?" The hero answered him that he wanted to pass the prophet's test, because he knew that they were taking place right here. Yaksha asks who could have told him about this place, because it is secret and few people know about it. "Stop, this is impossible," they said from above, that the selection process is still ongoing and has not yet been completed. That's right, that's why he's here, because everything is going according to plan. He wanted to get the place of the chosen one. That's why he came early, without any unnecessary thoughts. "There he is, the son of a bitch," said Yaksha, sharp fangs visible from his mouth and drooling. Yaksha began to laugh madly and maliciously, loudly, as if everyone around him didn't care. "So it turns out that you are the one everyone is talking about so loudly and so much." He thought that they would not know anything, but Yaksha said that he knew everything. Everything hidden became clear. They know everything. They know that he shook the timeline, upsetting the balance. Yaksha waved his finger and asserted that he had hit the target well, not expecting such consequences. Did he really think that thanks to regression he could do whatever he wanted and remain unpunished? This place is a chessboard created by the higher phases to implement their plans. The hero rejected his attack, pompously telling him to remove his stinking hand without feeling any fear. Yaksha began to scream loudly from the unbearable pain that his father had inflicted on him in the past. He wanted to cut off its claw, but it seemed his body was not yet ready for such decisive action. Yaksha, in unbearable pain and with blades sticking out of his hand, insults the hero in every possible way, hoping to intimidate him. He is mistaken in his words spoken to the hero, considering him weak. It was the phases that made the regression possible. It was part of their clever plan. He thought such creatures cared about them. "Enough chatter," shouted Yaksha, and again tries to hit the hero, without losing confidence. The surprised Yaksha does not understand how he dodged another attack without even noticing. At that moment, the Yaksha receives a powerful blow to the face and falls to his knees, unable to maintain his balance. The hero asks him with a grin. The head is only needed for decoration. The Yaksha clearly does not yet understand what it means to be a regressor and what he is capable of. This means that he has fulfilled the most difficult condition for becoming a regressor, and is now ready for these tests. From his hand, a huge number of top-class shit-eaters pour out, ready to attack. The Yaksha race feeds on the fears of other beings, but now he himself is frightened, not knowing what to do. With frightened eyes, the Yaksha said that at this rate he would become weak and lose strength. And so he weakened, turning into a small, harmless imp who could not harm anyone. The hero looks at the weakened Yaksha with a grin, feeling no pity. He has to tell him two things, and holds up two fingers in preparation for the conversation. First, until the gates of hell are opened, representatives of his race will not be able to kill people. This will be the main rule. Secondly, the reason why the hero was looking for Yaksha is because of a certain bundle that he owns, and that can help him. And the hero also told the Yaksha not to even think about trying to kill him when the gates of hell open. The second-rank Yaksha, Curio. The demon is surprised and does not understand how the hero knows his full name, but this does not stop him from reacting. It turns out that the hero and the Yaksha are very close. The demon is even more confused, not understanding the essence of what is happening. Yaksha is in complete shock and confusion from everything that was said earlier, not knowing how to react. This demon's little hoof is covered in cold sweat from fear and anxiety. The hero wants the Yaksha to become his servant or assistant, to carry out his orders. He gives him a serious look and lets him know that this is how it will be. Nothing can be changed. Yaksha is very afraid and he breaks out in a cold sweat, not understanding what will happen next. To hell with it, said the completely weakened demon, deciding that there was no point in resisting anymore. He took out a small bag full of some strange objects and threw it above himself, not knowing what was inside. A strange blue pollen comes out of the bag and fills the air. The weakened Yaksha holds him above himself with 3 blades sticking out of his hand, not understanding what to do. The thoughtful hero waits for the Yaksha to show the contents, without rushing. The hero takes out a scroll from there and examines it carefully, slowly. He thoughtfully reads everything that is written on it, trying to understand the hidden meaning. He found what he originally came here for, and now he has no intention of stopping. A strong steel magic shield with high durability, ready to protect him. The Sunstar Sword is a sword that can increase its power depending on the wielder's abilities. Emerald Magic Staff. The emerald ball inside allows you to visualize your magical power. Yaksha doesn't understand what he's looking at for so long, he doesn't even have a way to get the heads. He won't be able to buy anything. The hero chose one scroll that suited his conditions, realizing that this was his chance. Yaksha looked at the hero with a sad look, not wanting to give up the scroll. He asked the Yaksha to gift him this chosen scroll, expecting him to agree. Standing together in a dark room, looking at each other, ready for any outcome. Yes, he's completely lost his mind. How can he give it to him if he can't even read? He can't read. It seems that you can get it as a gift from a Yaksha if you have friendly relations. In the presence of friendly relations, the Yaksha confirmed, hoping for the best. And the hero stabs the Yaksha with iron, leaving them in his hand, showing his dominance. He hits the poor demon in the face with all his might, showing no mercy. Why should he give him anything if he doesn't deserve it? The hero took up the blades, thereby causing pain to the Yaksha without holding back. And with one movement he pulls 2 of the 3 blades from the demon's hand, ignoring his screams. What is he doing? The Yaksha cried out in pain, but the hero did it for him, showing his strength. The hero threw the money at the demon's feet, and he began to look at it, kneeling, not understanding what it was. Yaksha did not know what kind of money it was and asked, and in response received that it was a large sum of money, and if he became his friend, he would give more. In response to this, the Yaksha threw the money away, having no interest in it. The demon angrily refused them, spitting in the hero's direction, not believing in the value of these papers. Yaksha claimed that these pieces of paper would lose their value in 3 days, thinking that the hero was wrong. But the hero denies this, and says that they will be useful to him, even if it is not so obvious now. 2 years later, this money will save his life during a pitch-black night when everything will depend on it. The hero knows better what will be valuable and what will not, and he is confident in his rightness. Yaksha stands in a stupor with a blade sticking out of his shoulder, not understanding what is happening. The demon, with fear in his eyes and cold sweat all over his face, cannot believe what is happening. In the human world, money is everything, but in the demon world, it's just useless pieces of paper. Yaksha doubts his words, but he will have to take his word for it, although it is not easy for him. Pulling the 3rd blade from the little demon's hand, blood splashed upward. He knows that only 2 years later the Yaksha will bite his elbows because of his refusal. Only then it will be too late. The evil demon yells at the hero and says that he is damn evil, even worse than the Naga snakes. He knows this perfectly well without it, realizing that now he will have to face the consequences. Yaksha stands with fear and cold sweat on his face, feeling that something is going to happen. A mysterious purple portal appeared, and no one knew what it could mean. What the Yaksha was going to do with this portal, he didn't know. But he felt something unusual. Taking out a notebook with a sad face from there, he will write down every event that happens. This will be his ticket to the test of the prophets, which will change his destiny forever. Yaksha is incredibly tired, and walks forward with a sad expression on his face, hoping with all his heart that the hero really knows what he is doing. With a surprised and slightly wary face, Yaksha carefully watches the hero's unexpected actions. The hero stood completely motionless and pointed with an outstretched finger at the strange bundle, from which at the same time blue magical symbols were flying out. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened a fragile glass portal that led straight into another alien dimension. Saying that it's time to meet the phases, the hero and Yaksha set off into the unknown. Stepping cautiously beyond the portal's edge, they find themselves in another, completely unfamiliar dimension. With frightened, wide-open eyes, the hero takes a step and crosses the mysterious portal. Yaksha, trembling with fear and confusion, screams, afraid to even think about passing through the frightening portal. But the hero's confident and determined gaze seemed to insist on the opposite and persuade him to move forward. They instantly found themselves in another world, where one huge eye looked at them attentively and silently. The hero raises his head and looks intently at the sky, where he sees two blue lights burning with a strange flame. They followed a winding road that would certainly lead them to the desired and predetermined place. Yaksha walks slowly behind the hero, and in his frightened eyes one can read fear of the unknown future. The demon constantly looks over his shoulder, afraid to suddenly see something terrible and inexplicable. He looks forward, into the pitch darkness and bottomless emptiness, then turns away again. With fear, cold sweat, and tension, the demon turns back, expecting danger. The hero, turning back, was surprised to see the demon walking right behind him, he thought. Why is he even following him? It would be better to let him go his own way, and he will just watch him die. The demon, stopping in place, suddenly wanted to ask the hero an important question. He assumed that all of this was true, and that this was the reason why the hero knew about the test of the prophets, as well as the ancient language of the runes, as if these were memories from his past life. Right now he is trying to stealthily steal the sacred privilege meant only for the prophet. But what about the real prophet, who was originally supposed to be here? That is, he simply wants to brazenly steal the privilege from his own comrade. The hero, stopping in place, slowly turned around and began to answer Yaksha's questions. Chui Huisu's ghostly howl echoed through the space, as if calling to someone from the depths. He was an incomparable existence, one of the 8 battle stars known throughout the universe, the master of hundreds of dead monsters resurrected from the ashes. He was considered virtually immortal and was on par with the strongest of all the stars, the mighty Alakam. But for ordinary people he became just another piece of trash that had to be gotten rid of. After all, he was a cruel psychopath who abused people as if they were toys. To resurrect his monsters, he required human parts, and he mercilessly experimented on still living people. And he also got to the hero, conducting terrible experiments on him. With wild eyes distorted with pleasure and a creepy smile, Chui Huisu watched his victims. Not at all what a bastard the hero was, thought the demon watching him. No matter how strong he was in his past life, he is just an ordinary person now, and needs to be careful. If only he knew whose peace he was now disturbing with his actions. He disturbed the one who had been torturing his soul and body for many years in the most sophisticated ways. Like an unexpected guest, they finally reach the necessary and important place. The hero looks up confidently, with a certain courage, at someone who is watching them. The demon was immediately asked what this man was doing here, in such a sacred place. After all, entry is permitted only to the prophet, and he is not at all the prophet he initially chose. The fact that he did not choose it from the very beginning was his biggest and most fatal mistake. A large red eye hanging from the sky looked angrily and incineratingly at the hero and Yaksha. The demon shouted, pointing a trembling finger at the hero, declaring that he was a regressor. So that's who actually turned and changed the game board in this challenge. But the hero is still not suitable for the role of a prophet. Why shouldn't the tamer of the 7 snakes check him out himself? Because he is much better than Chui Huisu. The tamer, without wasting time, looked into the hero's deep memories. The hero was shocked at that moment, remembering that very terrible and fateful day, the day he struggled to hold on to his little daughter. She screamed at her father, overcome with fear, begging him not to let her fall. One of his arms, which his daughter was holding onto, was completely broken, and the other could not move at all. He begged, asked the higher powers that she not fall from his hand, but she still broke down, and this happened because her father's hands simply came off. He remembered her frightened look at the moment when she began to fall into the abyss. He remembered how she fell straight into the open mouth of the monstrous monster. He shouted his last words to her, trying to reach her through the noise of the fall. He remembered how the monster's jaws snapped shut, and the only thing visible was her hand, still holding her father's severed hand. At that moment, while he was still holding her, a ghostly spirit touched him. With a sad, sorrowful look, he watched as his daughter slowly disappeared into the monster's mouth. He couldn't come to terms with the fact that he had just lost his daughter. But these were only memories that the tamer of the 7 snakes was now looking into. With a cold and focused mind, the hero pushed these memories away from himself. He dropped to one knee, as if preparing for a fight. With lightning speed and amazing accuracy, he launched an attack on the tamer of the 7 snakes. With one single precise blow of the blade, he hit the tamer right in the eye. Yaksha stood with his eyes bulging and his mouth open, completely shocked by the hero's actions. The tamer, stunned by the blow, tried to say something towards the hero. A strange white energy flowed from the tamer's punctured eye. The hero jumped back sharply, avoiding a possible counterattack. White smoke surrounded the kneeling hero, giving the scene an ominous appearance. No matter how high he was among other beings, he did not know everything. Perhaps this is his reward for his selflessness in hell. Someone's hand with long, sharp nails snapped its fingers loudly. A deep purple fire flared up around the hero and Yaksha. The self-confident hero did not take his eyes off the one standing in front of him. The tamer's yellow snake eyes stared intently at the hero. He asked where the hero got this power from. Chui Huisu, the prophet he had originally chosen, voluntarily handed it over to the hero. Huge white snakes began to slowly crawl around the hero and Yaksha. The regressor turned out to be a devoted slave of the tamer of the 7 snakes himself, but the hero earned the right to be heard by the Lord of Snakes. The man who had managed to slay countless demons was actually standing before him. If he could achieve this, he may have witnessed the sun and the moon. The Lord is deeply touched that the hero overcame such a difficult test and came to him personally. But to his great regret, he had already made his choice, and the prophet had been chosen. The hero interrupted him, saying that this was not true. He added that the bishop, it seems, does not fully know all the conditions of regression. This means that the hero is the only one who survived, and the one chosen by the Lord died. All the other chosen prophets had long since died. Only he remained. The hero did not come to beg for his blessing. He came to give the ruler a chance to win. If the Lord does not choose him, it is okay, he will help another higher being. And if someone else is chosen as the prophet, then the hero will start by killing him. The ruler became angry at the hero's words, taking them as a threat. It seemed to him that the hero was brazenly threatening a higher being. The Lord threatened that he could kill the hero right here and now. If the hero dared to threaten the ruler, then what chances could he have? But the hero calmly declared that only with him could the ruler truly win. According to the rules of the game, higher beings cannot kill the hero. Although he didn't know much that day when the gates of hell first opened, he became the only survivor. He guarantees that he won't let you down now, just like he did then. The Lord fell into deep thought over the hero's proposal and began to waver between choosing Chui Huisu and the new possible chosen one. He was very pleased with the hero's proposal that the ruler choose him for this important role. The hero made a pitiful face and looked at the Chui Huisu, trying to evoke sympathy from him. Chui Huisu did not understand where he was and how he ended up here. He couldn't understand how the hero knew his name. It confused him. At that moment, a giant foot steps on Chui Huisu with great force, crushing him in an instant. The Lord will change the prophet's choice. The hero watched this spectacle with surprised eyes. Suddenly the giant leg disappears, returning back to the portal from where it came, crushing the Chui Huisu. The Lord of the 7 Snakes recognized the hero, appointing him as the new prophet. A pentagram formed around the hero, which serves as confirmation of his purpose. And from that moment on, the hero becomes the prophet of snakes. His fate has changed forever. He was very happy with the choice of the ruler. Because he chose him as a prophet, it meant a lot to him. The hero, together with the ruler, found himself in the room of the triad of poisonous doors, a place of great significance. The only door that the Lord can open is the copper one, but the hero can take from it whatever he wants. So this hell that they go through is just a carnival test for these guys. He is only at the very beginning, and all possible means must be used to achieve the goal. Yor opened the copper room, and a mystical golden glow came from within. Yaksha, who was standing behind, was in deep shock at what was happening. His knees were shaking just from the sight of it. But they continued talking as if nothing had happened. Yaksha looked at the silver door and was speechless. He was amazed by what he saw. He saw something that almost made him fall backwards, losing consciousness from the shock. The door opened, but nothing could be seen behind it. Darkness swallowed up the space. Kiryo was so tired that he immediately fell asleep, falling to the ground. The hero called the demon, and he instantly woke up, pulling himself out of sleep. He told him to follow him, and he, in a sleepy voice, agreed. This was the bazaar where the hero and the Yaksha began their journey together. A portal opened from the room of poisonous doors, and the hero and the Yaksha found themselves in a noisy bazaar. Yaksha wanted to ask what the hero was doing in that room for so long, but he held back. He chose the item he needed, which would definitely help him in the future. The legendary headdress of the monarch Leoric, the most arrogant and majestic king in history. Yaksha himself wondered what equipment he would choose. But this thing turned out to be completely useless for a person. Why exactly this one? Covered in sweat, the Yaksha became very frightened, feeling that something was wrong. The hero looked at the demon with an angry and furious gaze, making it clear that he was ready for action. Yaksha said that the hero had chosen a really good item, and that he had excellent taste. The hero asked to get his bag. But he doesn't have any heads. Why take out the bag? This question tormented the Yaksha. It turned out that the hero had 100,000 heads that he could use. Yaksha was amazed by such a number of heads, because just recently he had none at all. The Lord of the 7 Snakes gave him all these heads so that the hero could buy something. Usually, if Yor gives something, then he will demand 3 times more from the hero. The Yaksha knew this. Yaksha asked how the hero was going to pay for all these heads. Yor was worried that the hero might become a target for other prophets since he was a regressor, and so he gave him these heads. However, he put forward his own condition. The hero must perform a feat equivalent to the feat of the regressor. A bundle with a legendary rank red seal appeared in the hero's hands. The hero began to read it, and realized that this was a task that he had to complete. The hidden legendary quest of the Lord of the Seven Snakes has been added to his mission. The hero asked the demon why he was stuck, because he told him to get the bag. He quickly reached into the bag, asking the hero what he needed to find for him. The hero asked to find a sword equal in price to the number of his heads. The demon found a pair of rare swords, both of which were within the right price range. Too many letters and long stories don't mean anything good. They just mean that a curse will come with the sword. He chose the more expensive sword and gave up his heads, knowing that it was the right choice. He will take some kind of scabbard or sword belt as change. The yaksha just happened to have one, and he will give it to the hero free of charge. Selling an item with a long description is a real pain in the ass, but it had to be done. Plus, we are friends, and friends like to give discounts. It was a gesture of friendship. The hero with the evaporating sword asked the yaksha what time it was. It's 3 p.m., but why are all the stalls still closed? There is a barrier around the area. Good job, Curio. Now I won't be late. What a relief. The hero felt joy. Where is the hero rushing to? The yaksha thought. Since he bought the sword, he is definitely planning something. Is the hero really going to hunt the prophets? Or is there something else he is planning? It turned out that he needed to pick up his daughter from school, and this was unexpected. Yaksha was surprised that the hero had a daughter. Her lessons were just ending, and the hero hurried, shouting that they would see each other again. Both days before the opening of the gates of hell, the hero spent time with his daughter. I walked with her through the sunny daytime city, enjoying the moment. I played different video games on the console with my daughter. Time flew by. It was a small island of peace before the destructive chaos that was to come. She asked if today was the day her father had told her about. Will the supplies she bought with her pocket money be enough to get her through the day? She really believed her father's words about the secret day. And for her, it was an important moment. After all, he was her only and most beloved father, and she trusted him. The hero looked at his daughter joyfully and smiling, feeling a warm feeling. The hero and his daughter, Somin, held hands and walked together. They went to the Daejeon City Cemetery, a place with special significance. People stood at the graves of their relatives, friends, and acquaintances, sadly remembering those who had passed away. The cemetery was large, with a deep descent to the lower graves. It was awe-inspiring. The hero met his old colleague and friend Myung-hun. It's been a while since we've seen each other, Myung-hun, and the hero hasn't changed at all. He looked as if he was ready to return to duty tomorrow. Myung-hun asked the hero how his daughter was doing, inquiring about her condition. She slept in the car. She was very tired since they were on the outskirts of Seoul, and Myung-hun apologized for not visiting. There is a reason why I chose this place and not the center of Seoul, the hero explained. The hero didn't know how to tell his comrade what was about to happen, but he decided to tell anyway, and Myung-hun was worried. He realized that something serious would happen. The hero began to tell the story with the most serious face possible, so that Myung-hun would believe these words. While telling Myung-hun that the world would soon end, whether he would believe it or not, he choked on water and started coughing. He, naturally, did not believe it, and could not understand why the hero chose this particular place for such a joke. He, too, wished that it was just a joke, and that the chaos he saw had not happened. Myung-hun became wary when he saw that the hero had a serious face and wasn't trying to joke. Suddenly, the gates of hell opened and the world turned upside down again. Everything became much more terrible. What is this? What is going on here? Myung-hun asked the hero. Call the emergency services quickly. Cries for help were heard all around. Everything was covered in horror. Myung-hun said that they needed to leave as soon as possible, because something terrible was happening. But I was in shock when I looked at my friend. He took out his sword, and a red aura appeared around it, which was absolutely unusual. The comrade got scared and ran away from him, not knowing what to do. The hero said that he would kill anyone who stood in his way, no matter who it was. On the other side, green monsters with bats in their hands were running towards the people, and everything was only getting worse. There were cries for help, and the hero waited for the monsters to come closer. Myung-hun tried to persuade the hero to leave, not knowing what he was capable of. The monsters were getting closer and closer, but the hero stood still, waiting for them. The hero offered Myung-hun to survive this time for both of them. It was their chance. The monsters were already a meter away from the hero, and Myung-hun thought that this was the end for him. But with one sharp swing, the hero cut down several monsters, causing an aura of power to explode around them. Myung-hun didn't understand how this was possible, because he had never seen such powerful and terrifying skills from a hero before. The hero asked in a reserved manner to go to the car where his daughter Somin was sleeping peacefully and pick her up. He gave a clear and confident command to Myung-hun to do what he told him to do. Myung-hun was so stunned that he broke out in a cold sweat and had a heavy lump in his throat. But despite the shock, he collected his thoughts, saluted, and resolutely began to carry out the order. He immediately ran towards the car where the hero's daughter was safely located, promising to return as soon as possible. The poor girl was suddenly attacked by a terrible monster. She was in tears and did not understand what was happening. The hero, showing incredible dexterity and determination, cut down the monstrous monster with one clear and precise movement, saving his daughter. Standing with a sword in his hands, the hero stared at the sky while people around him ran in panic in different directions. A mysterious portal in the form of a huge green eye opened in the sky, which closely watched the hero. From this ominous portal, hundreds of thousands of monsters with huge bats began to jump out, thirsty for battle. The people around were in complete shock from the terrifying number of monsters that fell from the portal, and the hero with cold calm prepared for the attack. Since he had become the chosen protege of the Lord, he needed to know many things, and now he could command the life force. If he ever decides to save someone, he should be prepared to give up other people's souls in exchange. It would be better if the hero became an egoist, because that is the path of the chosen protege of the Lord of Snakes. No matter what he did, it was impossible for him to avoid being branded a hypocrite. Perhaps the ruler had already forgotten, but the hero still wanted to borrow his power in this life. I appeal to you, great powers, by right of the strongest in these lands. The hero, with his eyes closed, called on the defenders of his homeland to come and help. He opened his wild, powerful eyes, calling the spirits to life. An ominous red aura began to rise from every grave in the ancient cemetery. This entire aura rushed towards the hero, absorbing into him, giving him more and more strength. The hero, imbued with this powerful energy, with a cold and angry look, was ready for the decisive attack. His second-level spirit eyes activated and turned bright white. The hero was ready to summon second-level souls. Their number exceeded all his limits. With full determination, he prepared himself to summon the spirits, standing in a confident stance. He called upon all the souls he could, and they appeared, stretching out behind him in the shadows. A black energy strip flew rapidly towards the spirits, and with each touch they became much stronger. A band of energy enveloped each spirit, and they became many times more powerful than they were before. A huge number of spirits, ready to follow any order, knelt before the hero. Monsters with weapons began to attack people, some with heavy bats, others with axes. At the same time, Myung-hun, with desperate determination, pulls out the hero's sleeping daughter and protects her from the enraged monsters. And only how can Somin sleep peacefully when real hell is raging around him? Myung-hun, with a surprised expression on his face, with Somin on his back, looked up at the sky in shock. He was completely shocked by how many horrible monsters started falling from the portal. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, one of the monsters jumped with a club straight at Myung-hun and Somin. But at that moment, as if by magic, the hero appears nearby and cuts down the monster literally at the last second. Myung-hun was relieved by the sudden appearance of a hero who saved him from certain death. The hero's old friend was at a loss to understand what was happening and who these unusual people were. The hero handed the sword to Myung-hun and suggested that he recall his forgotten kendo skills. He promised his teacher that he would never take up the sword again, but now, for the sake of saving people, he will have to do it. He sincerely begged his teacher to forgive him for this, because he had to use the blade of hell. Myung-hun, still perplexed, asked the hero what the name of this mighty sword was. Loud cries for help and alarming calls from the police could be heard all around. The child cried loudly, not knowing what to do, because his mother could not reach him. The man standing in the way did not allow her to go to her son, because a painful death awaited her there. A scary goblin stood next to the child, ready to hit him with his club. But suddenly Myung-hun appears nearby and cuts the goblin with the sword that the hero gave him. The child, overjoyed at being saved, thanked Myung-hun, who told him to run to his mother. The hero and his sleeping daughter on his back watched with interest as Myung-hun fought the crowd of goblins. His strength could not yet be fully demonstrated, so he entrusted his sword to Myung-hun. Therefore, the hero will direct evil spirits ready to fight for him. Myung-hun fought back with all his might against the goblins who kept attacking him again and again. With a furious cry, he swung the hero's sword again, and with great force he pierced the head of another vile goblin. It seemed that this was the last goblin standing in the way of Myung-hun. Finally, Myung-hun could take a little break from the grueling battle with the goblins. However, he soon realized that this was not the end, and he would not have time to rest. Sitting on the floor, Myung-hun looked up and was shocked by what he saw. The hero, waiting for this moment, was ready for any threat that might appear. A giant goblin warrior with bright red eyes and a huge sword. The goblin warrior swung his mighty sword to fight Myung-hun. Myung-hun struggles to hold back the goblin's blow with the sword the hero gave him. However, his strength was not enough to withstand the power and weight of the huge goblin's blow. Myung-hun miraculously survived while trying to hold off the giant goblin's attack. But he was thrown back into the wall, as the goblin added his blow with a force that proved irresistible. The goblin looked bloodthirstily in Myung-hun's direction, and muttered something under his breath. The goblin warrior's gaze fell on something else. He turned around and walked in the direction his sinister gaze was directed. Myung-hun's bones were intact, and he was ready to continue the battle with this terrible goblin. The hero thought the goblin was heading towards his memorial, the site chosen by the goblins themselves to build a memorial tower, which they wanted to use as their base. To do such horrible things to the memorial tower is simply a crime. These creatures could not be tolerated. Myung-hun, still in shock from what was happening, asked the hero how he knew such important information. The hero replied that this was not the first time, and that he had to be prepared for anything. Myung-hun was deeply shocked by the hero's words and could not believe that all this was happening before his eyes. God, how come he didn't figure it out right away? He probably can't understand what's going on anymore. Myung-hun suggested that they solve everything quickly, since their problems were not over. In order to prevent these monsters from multiplying, they must kill their leader. The leader, the giant goblin who tried to kill Myung-hun. This fearsome goblin warrior, with his powerful magic, was far from an easy opponent. But what about Somin? The hero hoped that she would not interfere this time, and he would call upon the spirits for help. Myung-hun didn't understand what kind of spirits the hero could summon. But first he had to deal with the goblins. The hero confirmed that Myung-hun will be surprised more than once in the future. The goblin warrior stood in anticipation, preparing for the decisive battle with the hero and Myung-hun. The giant goblin sensed the approach of the enemies and began to watch them closely. Suddenly, with lightning speed, the hero throws a dagger towards the giant. The hero hit the goblin in the eye, and he growled furiously in pain. The hero quickly approached, preparing to deliver a second blow to the giant goblin. The giant goblin, clutching his sore eye, watched the hero's actions. As the hero flew up, the goblin desperately took out his huge sword and swung it. And despite the pain, he fought with one hand, holding his wound. The hero dodged the goblin's mighty blow by literally jumping over his sword. He pulled out the scarlet stingers and threw them at the giant, hoping to hit the target. The poisonous stings instantly penetrated the goblin's body, spreading their poison through his blood. This clever maneuver proved decisive, as the poison began to slowly eat away at the goblin's strength. The hero gave the command to Myung-hun, who instantly accepted it, attacking the enemy. Myung-hun, with a huge swing of the hero's sword, jumped into the air, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The sword was almost touching the giant's neck, and Myung-hun used all his strength. But for some unknown reason, he was unable to cut the goblin's proud neck. Due to the furious anger and unbearable pain from the poison, the goblin twisted his face, showing sharp teeth and a terrible grimace. He screamed incomprehensibly in rage, trying to cut his neck with terrible cruelty. From the looks of it, the goblin warrior had incredibly strong and iron neck muscles. The darts that the hero threw turned out to be very useful, because they significantly weakened the giant goblin. Myung-hun began asking with genuine surprise where he got them, because at that market he wanted to buy a nose hair plucker. While they were chatting pleasantly and exchanging thoughts, the goblin warrior tried to make a crushing blow to the hero and Myung-hun, but they deftly dodged his huge sword, bending down with incredible flexibility. The hero took out 3 more poison darts to strike the goblin again with precision and determination. Suddenly, throwing them at a wild speed, the hero immediately runs away, fearing another crushing blow. The hero hit the goblin with the stings of the scarlet wasps, and he screamed in unbearable pain, losing consciousness. The poison spread through the giant's blood again, but this time the pain was much stronger and more burning. He fell, screaming in unbearable pain, as the number of darts increased and the pain became unbearable. This time, Myung-hun will finish the job by beheading the goblin warrior with exceptional skill. The goblin, lying on the floor, realized that these were his last seconds of life, full of horror and despair. And Myung-hun, without wasting any time, cuts off the goblin warrior's head with one quick and sure movement. The muscles on the goblin's neck were so strong and elastic that Myung-hun's arm hurt, but his biceps were much cooler. They must not let their guard down. They set off in search of their leader, determined to win. The hero looked at the majestic statue standing before them on a high hill. The hero stood, thoughtfully looking at the statue, wondering what to do with it in this critical situation. He thought that the statue standing in front of them was their leader, and that this should be the final decision. The hero abruptly turned his gaze, hearing some mysterious sounds coming from somewhere nearby. The hero looked at his comrade, and behind him stood the goblin leader, the embodiment of nightmare and horror. Myung-hun, not seeing the leader, asked the hero if he had found their leader, with impatience in his voice. Everything around was ablaze with a bright fire, and suddenly an invisible spirit flew towards the Myung-hun. The spirit stood up to protect Myung-hun, sacrificing itself to reflect a powerful magical blow. The leader's blow destroyed the hero's spirit, protecting Myung-hun from death with incredible bravery. As the hero thought, they are too fragile, and their strength will not last long. They will not be able to endure for long. Myung-hun ran with furious cries to strike at the leader, leaving him no chance. He came closer and closer, and the goblin leader activated his magical barrier with a furious rage. The leader with the crazy eyes uses his magic against the hero and Myung-hun, showing no mercy. The barrier created by the leader pushes Myung-hun aside with incredible force. He pushed the hero hard and he fell, dropping his sword, losing his position in this mortal combat. The shield around the leader was not the most powerful, but for this stage of the battle it was quite rare and dangerous. You'll have to break this barrier using a little more force than usual. Myung-hun doesn't know where to get this extra strength, but he doesn't intend to give up. The hero has one way that should work, and he believes that this is his chance. Myung-hun needs to let the sword do all the work for him while it can. He didn't quite understand what the hero said, and how the sword would do all the work for him. But his trust in his friend was boundless. This cursed object, possessed by an evil spirit, could change the course of the battle. The hero took Myung-hun by the shoulder to say something and convince him of the importance of this step. The main thing is to not let go of the sword, and it will do all the work for both of them. The second-level spirit eye was active, and Myung-hun felt something change in his hands. The leader stood in shock as he watched Myung-hun possess the cursed spirit in the sword. Not believing his eyes, the leader began to shout something in his own language, calling on his army, ready for the last decisive battle. The second of the three spirits the hero had summoned fought the goblins with relentless fury. The leader pointed his hand towards the hero and the possessed Myung-hun and ordered the goblins to attack them immediately. Suddenly, all the goblins standing nearby quickly rushed to attack them, full of anger and fury. They came closer and closer to the hero and Myung-hun, who was standing with his back turned, becoming more and more dangerous with each step. The hero looked at the goblins with a confident, determined gaze, preparing for the final battle. He drew his silver demon hunter blade, preparing for the finishing blow. The hero suddenly threw this silver blade into the crowd of goblins, and it flew like a deadly arrow. The blade moved closer and faster towards the head of one of the goblins, dooming him to certain death. Almost touching the goblin's head, the blade explodes, causing everything around it to burst into flames. All the goblins around began to burn, and their bodies were vaporized by the powerful explosion of the blade. The hero can no longer buy time from Myung-hun. It is his time to fight the leader. Possessed by the curse, Myung-hun turned towards the goblins, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. The cursed spirit inside the Myung-hun let out a terrible hellish roar, as a harbinger of imminent death. His legs were completely saturated with the dark energy emanating from the sword, turning him into a killing machine. A spirit thirsty for blood, the possessed Myung-hun leaps into the air at full speed, rushing towards the leader. The leader looked at Myung-hun, his heart beating faster, because he was getting closer and closer to him. The possessed Myung-hun, with a wild roar, quickly approached the leader, not thinking about his own safety. The leader decides to activate his magic shield to protect himself, hoping that it will withstand the blow. Myung-hun cut through his magic with brutal force, moving closer and closer to the leader, preparing for the fatal blow. Myung-hun's eyes sparkled with obsession from the executioner's curse. He was ready to end it. The possessed Myung-hun, making a final dash, came right up to the leader, preparing to finish the battle. With one sharp movement, Myung-hun cuts through the leader's magical shield, destroying his defense with a crunch. The leader was very surprised that someone was able to break through his barrier. He did not expect such an outcome. The sword entered the shield, and it began to crack like old wood under a powerful blow. Mad, gifted with the incredible power of the executioner's curse, Myung-hun came face to face with the leader. And with one powerful blow he pierces the goblin leader, thrusting the hero's sword into his body with indescribable force. Myung-hun stood with the sword in his hand, located in the body of the goblin leader, feeling victory in his heart. The hero stood and watched the portal in the form of an eye in the sky, realizing that their task was completed. The eye accepted defeat and decided to close itself until the next moment to go into the shadows. The spirit summoned by the hero finishes off the remaining goblins with his sword, destroying the remnants of the leader's army. The spirit stood over the corpse of the last goblin while the hero stood to the side, watching what was happening. The hero watched as the goblin's eye-shaped portal slowly closed, realizing the battle was over. All participants who fought in the battle with the goblins were given a reward, and a special reward will be given to the one who made the final blow to the leader. Myung-hun didn't understand where the chests came from, but the hero explained that it was because the leader was defeated. It was time for the hero and Myung-hun to receive their reward, and they opened the chests with anticipation. The chests contained the goblin leader's necklace and a skull-shaped trophy symbolizing their victory. A rarer reward was the goblin leader's magical bracelet, which was incredibly valuable. Myung-hun appreciated the magic bracelet, but there was something else in the chest that caught his attention. The heart of the goblin lord is a wizard, but if you are incompetent in magic, then he will be useless, which is quite true for the hero and Myung-hun. When the next gates of hell open, you need to catch the middleman, and then sell this trinket at a high price. The heart can only be used by the recipient. A function has been added to search for subjects predisposed to magic. The hero didn't know about this function, because he was always busy hunting demons and meeting Soman, and he began searching. But it's strange. Neither the hero nor Myung-hun has any talent for magic, and they were both at a loss. The target is found, the magical potential is being checked, and a blue beam appears from the heart as a sign. The beam quickly began to move towards the hero, attracting his attention. The hero noticed the rapidly moving beam, realizing that something unusual was happening. The beam reached its target. It turned out to be the hero's daughter, Soman, and this was completely unexpected. The hero was very surprised, because he did not expect that Soman could have a predisposition to magic. Soman's level of magical potential was legendary, which struck the hero to the depths of his soul. She is not just talented. The hero was surprised that Soman had a legendary rank, and even with the addition of the highest. It was definitely surprising. But would Soman have to get his hands dirty with blood too? The hero doesn't necessarily have to make Soman a great magician. But it seems like there's no choice, since even adults have a hard time fighting monsters. Even if the world turns into hell, children should live happily. Their happiness is the most important thing. Soman began to wake up, opening one eye and wondering what was happening. The hero's daughter began to finally recover from the sleeping pill that her father had given her, with bewilderment and surprise. She was very surprised to wake up on the floor, seeing her father and her uncle, as if she had fallen into a strange dream. Myung-hoon told Somin that she had grown a lot and changed a lot since the last time they met, and he offered her an old airplane from when she was a child. Somin got angry at Myung-hoon's words and began to confidently prove that she was no longer a child. Somin woke up not knowing what had been happening all this time. Somin's eyes were full of shock and surprise at the sight around her. She stood and watched as everything around her burned and the corpses of people and goblins lay around. Didn't the hero say that they would go through all obstacles together, no matter what? Did he really tell Somin everything so that he could do everything himself again? The hero apologized, but he understood that he did the right thing, because he wanted to protect his little daughter. Suddenly, the steps of a small child were seen and heard nearby. Out of fear, he began to tug at Somin's sleeve, asking her to pay attention to him. Somin asked the boy what he wanted. He asked for sincere help. The child's eyes full of grief and tears, he spoke about his mother. The boy pointed at his mother, who lay dead with a sword in her back. He cried very loudly from grief, having lost his own mother, his only close soulmate. Somin hugged him tightly, trying to support him in difficult times, comforting the crying boy. Myung-hoon said that his daughter is just like her father. But the hero denied this, and said that Somin got her courage from her mother. The hero called himself a weakling because of his fear, trying to protect his own child by locking her in a cage. Myung-hoon supported the hero, saying that it was his duty as a father to protect his daughter. The hero smiled at the support of his old comrade. Somin suggested that his father take the poor boy with him. The father refused because soon special shelters would appear, and he would be safer there. But the boy had no surviving relatives. The hero categorically refuses to take the poor child with him. But being left alone is the worst thing. The daughter knows this from personal experience when her father abandoned her after her mother went to heaven. The father is at a loss as to what to do with the lonely boy. Suddenly a magical portal opens, from which the Lord of the Seven Snakes emerges. The guy who controls death wanted a quiet life. It even sounds lame. The hero did not expect to see Yor at that moment. The daughter did not understand who it was. But the hero is a good fellow. He got rid of the goblin leader, and they would have rebuilt the citadel before nightfall. Father didn't understand what this conversation was about. Wasn't it beneficial for Yoru? The hero was acting actively. Of course, yes. But the narrow-minded elite protested. They don't like that the hero used the dead before the carnival began. The hero didn't understand what was wrong with using the powers he had available, and asked them to go to hell. They are right. It is not right to act until the figures are placed, because it is against the rules. After all, he controlled the souls of patriots, appealing to their sense of duty. Big deal. If it works, it means the hero is using everything to win. Yor knew he would say that. Therefore, the Lord came to propose a compromise. A life for a life. Since he used spirits, he will have to pay for it. The rules require an equal exchange, but here they are also miscalculated, so you can limit yourself to one life. The Lord of the Seven Snakes pointed to a poor boy who had just lost his own mother. Yor, pointing his finger at the child crying with grief, said that the hero didn't need him anyway. The Lord suggested killing him now so that he would not become a burden to the hero later. The father did not understand how one could talk so easily about killing a weak child. Somin began to yell at Yor in a rage, saying how could they do this to a child, an innocent child, and swinging with all his might, he hits Yor in the face, not knowing the consequences. Who is he to decide who should stay alive and who shouldn't, you little snake in the grass? The ruler, not feeling the girl's blow, was outraged by such impudence on her part. And with his magic, Yor throws the main character's daughter aside, so far and hard that it slams her into the wall at wild speed. Somin groans from unbearable pain, spitting blood. The father, trying to avenge his daughter, quickly moves towards Yor. But the ruler pushes him away as well, as a sign of disrespect for the great help. The hero's brother decides to stand up for both victims, attacking Yor with a sword. But the ruler, defending himself, throws back Myung-hoon just as hard as he did father and daughter. Having thrown everyone aside, Yor is left alone with the poor boy. Yoru likes the hero, but if his spawn crosses the line, it needs to be re-educated. The Lord of the Seven Snakes considers taking 2 lives instead of 1. Yor gave the hero a choice, the life of his daughter and brother, or the life of the boy he sees for the first time. Only the father can decide. The hero furiously shouts at the ruler, calling him all sorts of names. Suddenly the heart of a goblin wizard falls out of the protagonist's pocket. The Lord, noticing the goblin's heart, begins to watch it closely. Suddenly, light energy began to emanate from the heart. The aura of the goblin wizard's heart began to seep through Somin. Ho ho! The Lord shouted madly, saying that this was already much more interesting. He knew about Somin's predisposition from the very beginning, and deliberately arranged this whole circus. The father apologized to his daughter, wanting to save at least her, but he could not do otherwise. The daughter asked not to apologize to her for anything, and in the future too he will never make the wrong choice. A gentle soul soothes us, Somin. The soul helps to awaken Somin. Somin lay with her eyes closed, preparing for the magical awakening. The daughter woke up with eyes of different colors, imbued with magic. The daughter's father was shocked at how quickly Somin mastered the body of a goblin wizard. Her body, completely covered in a magical aura, rose up. Her hands began to rise in different directions, pulling magic towards herself, preparing to attack the Lord of the Seven Snakes. She began to create a sphere imbued with dark magic. With a mad scream, the protagonist's daughter blames everything on this damned scoundrel, and he launches a long purple beam, full of magic, at the Lord of the Seven Snakes. Yor expected an attack from Somin and was ready to repel it with his gift of magic. The Lord smirked at the senseless attack of the protagonist's daughter. A magical beam of enormous length was already in front of Yor's face, preparing to strike him. But suddenly the Lord named Yor raised his finger, pointing it at Somin's magic beam. And having soaked his finger with this ray, he freed Somin from energy. With a smirk and crazy eyes, the Lord mocked Somin, holding all of her energy in his hand. "This child is even more interesting than the father," said the Lord of the Seven Snakes. Somin told Yor not to move, trying to stop him from killing the child. But Yor had already sucked all the energy out of her, and she began to weaken, covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, Somin's eyes returned to their natural color, and she began to lose consciousness. Due to Yor disarming her, she fell onto the cold asphalt, hitting him. Mental magic requires a lot of mana. For a child who has just awakened his magical power, this is already too much. The ruler, taking pity on the protagonist's daughter, began to heal her. But without knowing this, the hero rushed to protect his daughter, even after he hit the ground hard. He doesn't care who he is. He will kill him if anything happens to his daughter. But the ruler informed the hero that he was only trying to help her, and would not harm her in the least. Yor began to use healing power on Somin in order to prevent her from dying completely. The ruler tried and tried, but the protagonist's daughter did not wake up. The hero should thank her. The higher beings liked this development of events, so they will let him get away with what happened. Her father was angry at Yor for inflicting so many injuries on her, but he understood that he was trying to help her. But from now on, he needs to remember, he must protect her not only from monsters, but also from the higher beings who have taken a fancy to her. At the hero's thought, Yor, as a patron, was going to sit with his hands folded. Suddenly, the Lord of the Seven Snakes threw a mysterious red ball towards the main character with his daughter in his arms. This orb was a reward for clearing the goblin stronghold, a crystal ball that can create a cave-like shelter. The higher beings planned to hand it over after the carnival, but the ruler intercepted it for the hero. It turns out the patron is not so bad. Yor will continue to watch the hero closely, and for the sake of the greatest victory of the powerful ruler, he should stay alive. The father with his daughter in his arms looked with displeasure and anxiety at the patron leaving for the bright light portal. Somin began to slowly open her eyes, already in a safe car, into which her caring and loving father had carried her. She didn't quite understand what had happened, because she only remembered how she heroically fought with the powerful Yor. Myung-hoon told Somin that she had overdone it a bit in that brutal battle, and had passed out. Somin remembered the little child. The father carefully took the boy named Hosen to a safe haven in Daejeon, where he would be much safer and calmer. Somin jumped up and began to furiously pull her father's hair, because she asked him to take her with her on this long journey. Military man Jin Soo-hyuk made the Daejeon bunkers the safest and most secure place in South Korea. His father entrusted him to Soo-hyuk from Daejeon. They have known each other for a long time, and he trusts him completely, without a second of doubt. If that shelter is so safe, then why do they decide to go to dense and crowded Seoul? After the first Hell Gate is closed in Seoul, the next so-called scary dungeons will open, posing a threat. If they want to prevent the coming disaster, they simply need the rewards for the so-called dungeon. Somin was not happy that her father would take a small child alone to such a dark and dangerous shelter. Myung-hoon called the hero a prophet, just like in the Holy Scriptures, chosen by God, without a moment's hesitation. The hero hid the fact that he was the chosen one, and Myung-hoon did not understand what to do next, being confused. Father said that there was no need to do anything special, just become stronger, because that would be right and reliable. After a long and difficult dialogue, they set off by car through the night city on a long and dangerous journey. It seems like it will be difficult to drive on the highway, but Myung-hoon is okay. He is a strong man, but brave Somin is riding with them. Suddenly, Myung-hoon stopped chatting abruptly, and his gaze immediately fell on someone flying from afar towards their car. It was a goblin with an arrow in his head who had smashed his back through the windshield of a car. Myung-hoon slammed on the brakes, throwing the goblin off the car, and the father began to worry about his daughter, asking if everything was okay with her. The hero got out of the car, and was surprised that there really were still those green, disgusting faces that hadn't disappeared. An arrow flew past the main character's face with lightning speed, almost touching his skin, dangerously. The arrow that flew past the hero accurately hit the eye of the goblin who wanted to attack their father. It was a young guy who defended himself from bloodthirsty monsters by shooting accurately and quickly with a bow. He apologized for his risky shooting, but terrible monsters suddenly ran at them, threatening their lives. The hero asked him to lower the bow and then begin to talk about himself without delay. There were bodies of dead goblins lying around that the young guy had killed, and his father asked him how he had managed to do it with just a bow. Myung-hoon was surprised by the young man's accuracy in hitting vital points at such a late hour. An ordinary civilian killed 5 monsters using only one bow, which is why the hero doesn't remember anything about him from his past life. The boy said his name with a trembling voice. His name was Jung Kyungin, and he was ready for new challenges. What is Kyunin doing in the middle of all this chaos? On TV, they clearly said to stay in their homes and not run. He needs to get to Seoul. His father is left in the hospital there, and he has no way to contact him. Now the hero understood why he had not met him in his past life. Even someone like Soman did not survive. Everything changed. His father told him to return home. Jung Kyung-in asked for a ride to Seoul, and he promised to pay generously for the help if possible. The hero's cold gaze did not believe that such a guy could pay with anything. He didn't look like someone who could do anything. He offered the protagonist a pink stone that appeared after he defeated all the monsters in his path. Mi Young-hun snatched the reward from the boy's hands and said that they don't indulge in all sorts of trinkets and stones that aren't valuable. The main character stopped his brother and asked the guy again if this stone really appeared after the fight with the monsters during that battle. The father looked at the stone and said that it should not have appeared so early, as it was possible, strange. He doubted it, asking the hero if it had definitely fallen out after the fight. Jung Kyung-in said that it had definitely fallen out of the goblin. The hero looked closely at the stone, because he had seen it in a past life, in a different context, more than once. It turned out to be a rune of agility. There are 2 ways to gain power during the carnival. Such a chance is extremely rare. The hero chose between developing a gift or pumping up statistical indicators, all of which are important and useful. A gift is a special talent that is present from birth, but lies dormant, and a statistical indicator is something that everyone can get if they work on its development and strengthening. Naturally, runes are in great demand, but the chances of getting even one of these from a monster are minimal. It's a rarity. The chance is never 0, so it's possible that it could drop from a goblin, but not right away, not that often. The hero thought about what it could be. The guy was not just lucky, it was too strange and unusual. Father Soman asked the young man where he learned to shoot a bow so accurately. His technique was impeccable. His father was a champion archer, and it was he who taught him how to shoot like that. But at the moment, he is bedridden due to one terrible incident. As the hero had expected, it was the son of Olympic champion Jung Tae-ho. In his past life, the hero, Jung Tae-ho, was a master of runes, possessing an extremely rare art that was given to him, and a girl named Anna Lian. Resistance groups around the world vied to recruit him, but Chong remained comatose for 7 years after one incident. Many tried to bring him back to normal, and Saint Era, one of the 8 battle stars, spent a huge amount of money to make a healing elixir for him. Saint Era eventually killed Jung Tae-ho for refusing to join their group. However, this time the hero will not allow the Olympic champion to die. Myung-hoon asked whether to continue driving to the hospital, to which the hero replied that before the hospital they needed to stop at one place. The guy interrupted the conversation, claiming that the hero and Myung-hoon promised to take him to his father, and if they were late, something bad could happen to him. The hero promised that nothing would happen to his father, because he had already experienced this moment. Given the current situation, a large-scale rescue operation was launched in Korea involving all available forces, including the army and firefighters. So even in the hospital it will be safer than on such roads. And now they really need to get their heads together. The boy didn't understand what they were talking about, and the hero explained that by collecting the required number of heads, they would be able to get an elixir for his father. The guy couldn't understand what kind of elixir it was and what was going on. The elixir, the price of which was 400,000 heads, was almost impossible to collect such a sum quickly. But Jung Kyung-in was lucky, because they were just going to the dungeon to get heads. Soman told the guy that her father was living a second time, so everything would work out if he followed his instructions. But the guy did not understand how one could live a second time. Kenan wondered where they could buy this elixir even if they collected the required number of heads. The hero told the guy that soon he would see and find out everything himself. The clock struck midnight, and something unknown was about to happen. Suddenly, on a dark road in the distance, an object similar to a meteorite falls from the sky, destroying everything within the radius of the fall. At this time, in the car, Soman and Kyungin began to look at what just happened, while Myung-hoon saw everything from the very beginning. This is exactly what the hero expected, because in his past life everything happened exactly the same way, and he was ready. Suddenly, someone's very familiar foot steps on the overturned car. It turned out to be the same little Yaksha, only now he had returned to his normal form. People around didn't understand who it was and what was going on. Yaksha said that he would now be brief and asked to listen to him carefully. From this moment on, all participants of the carnival, as well as its phase organizers, will choose prophets among them. People stopped listening to him and started running away, and someone interrupted him and started asking who he was and asking him to leave. Yaksha, with a wild roar, ordered all the frightened people to remain silent. With his roar, Yaksha cut a strip on the road, pushing away all the people and all the cars around. The smooth strip burning on the road was left by Yaksha, and in the distance one could see the demon himself standing on the car, without even moving. "Weren't people taught that interrupting is impolite?" Yaksha said, wiping his mouth after roaring. "All the necessary information will be implanted into their consciousness, so there is no point in a detailed explanation. But for the sake of formality, Yaksha will make a short announcement. The rules of the carnival are very simple, but suddenly Yaksha is interrupted by a car horn. He glared at the honking car, ready to punch it for being rude. Yaksha didn't understand what kind of stupid bastard was honking, and, interrupting his story about the rules of the carnival, continued. The hero gets out of the car, showing Yaksha that he is the same regressor who turned him into a little demon. The hero looked at Yaksha with an angry, contemptuous look, realizing his power. Yaksha did not expect to see Namgun here, and was very surprised by this. The hero told him to stop talking, and Myung-hun asked if this was the Yaksha that the hero had managed to tell about, but who looked stronger than the goblins. Yaksha angrily asked Myung-hun how he could dare compare him to goblins, and what kind of ill-mannered person he was. Yaksha grabbed the protagonist's shoulder with his long-nailed paw, and he asked his dear Namgung how he knew that the demon would be here, and asked him to spare his dignity, because there were too many people around. The hero will be brief. He asked to turn out his pockets, including the heart bag, which shocked Yaksha, because they had not yet signed a contract, and the hero already wants his heart bag. Yaksha would probably prefer to give the elixir to the hero, but it costs 400,000 heads, and the hero doesn't have even close to that amount. It seems that Yaksha's wounds have already healed, but the demon can't refuse, so it's impossible. Breaking the rules could put Yaksha in danger, considering that the carnival has already begun. Kyungin asked how the hero could communicate so easily with this monster, to which Myung-hun replied that his little brother was living a second time, and even if he did something that seemed strange to us, it was normal. Myung-hun and Kyungin stood and watched as Yaksha and the hero talked and agreed on something. After a short time, they apparently finished their conversation, and the hero began to return. Somin asked what they were talking about for so long, and the hero replied that they were just bargaining, and her father acquired some survival items. The hero began to look into the distance. His gaze was uncertain, devoid of emotion, as if he was trying to understand what was happening. These items will prove indispensable if they want to survive in the dungeons. Their importance cannot be overestimated. Suddenly, all the explanations that Yaksha had given about the carnival began to come into Kenin's head, and the boy felt deeply uneasy about what was happening. The hero explained that Yaksha, whom they had all just seen, had the ability to implant key information into the minds of those around him, and it was his duty to organize the grand opening. Is all this really happening? It turns out that a second life is also possible, and it's literally right before our eyes. Myung-hun asked his friend what would happen to the car, and whether they were going to leave it here, forgetting about its importance. The hero answered Myung-hun that no one would leave the car, because it was in it that Myung-hun himself would travel, and his participation in this journey was impossible without it. He asked if he could use the machine to get into the dungeon itself, knocking down all the goblins in his path like a powerful steamroller. The hero firmly replied that no, and that he had to go to Sinshan, since that was where the exit from the dungeon was, so once the hero finished his business, they would meet at that place. Myung-hun objected to the hero's suggestion, his face full of doubt. Sinshan will also be the scene of a major battle called the Time of Troubles, and he must be prepared for it. Myung-hun should have realized by now that there was a strictly limited number of monsters that emerged from the gates of hell, and even if the gates were quickly closed, these creatures would still descend upon the city, leaving destruction in their wake. Myung-hun couldn't believe it. He didn't know that even if they closed the gates of hell, people would still be in danger, and that's why he was heading there, to protect them. He has to protect those who need it, and he must be brave, because the fate of these people depends on his courage. He looked at his friend. His eyes were full of shock, but he already realized that the lives of many people depended on his actions, and he could not make a mistake. Full of determination and ready to fight, Myung-hun asked to entrust this matter to him, knowing that the hero had his own plans and he believed in his abilities. Of course, losses among the urban population are inevitable, but this is not a reason to miss the chance to earn a lot of goals at once, which can help in the future. The hero had to get this elixir, because it was a good opportunity to win the trust of the rune master Jung Taiho, who would provide his assistance. They will try to quickly clear the hellish dungeon and immediately join Myung-hun. Because he was already there, the hero gave the order to Somin and Jung Kyungin to follow him. A young archer, the son of a rune master, easily hits one of the monsters with a precise arrow, and his skill amazes everyone around him. Sighing, he continues to destroy his opponents, shooting from the bow that was given to him by his father, and his every movement was precise and confident. While Kyonin fought with his bow, Somin used her magic to strike down all of the enemies, demonstrating magical abilities of rare and legendary power. Kenin, seeing magic in action for the first time, was amazed by its power and might. His usual reality completely disappeared, giving way to a new perception of the world. Somin, looking at her father in surprise, asked why he didn't immediately tell them that zombies would be waiting for them in the dungeon, because it reminded her of scenes from the TV series, The Walking Dead. Kyunin couldn't understand how Somin could joke so calmly in such a serious situation. But she explained that in their time, zombies no longer scare anyone. They are more like a walking meme, and she has played so many zombie games that she doesn't even notice them anymore. Intrigued, Kenin asked what kind of games she meant, since he had no idea about them at all. Somin replied that she has a real talent for these games, and she can count on her fingers those who are better than her. And only one flame comes to mind, The dungeons they are in now are too easy for her. Her father, noticing her confidence, asked Soman not to overdo it like last time, since she had to be awakened during the battle. The hero stood behind the wall, carefully watching the next crowd of zombies, preparing to attack. The hero only had time to pronounce the guy's name when he immediately understood what was required of him, and began to act without delay. With 3 well-aimed shots from his bow, he pierced the heads of 3 zombies, and his accuracy was impressive. He clearly had a talent for shooting. The hero himself was surprised by such skill, because each arrow hit the target exactly, the zombie's head. He asked Kyonin if he had thought about taking up shooting professionally. Kyonin replied that he had no intention of becoming a master archer. He had only learned to shoot accurately after the goblins appeared, and now his targets seemed closer, and shooting became easier. The hero wondered if his gift could be something else, and asked Keenan if anything else had changed since the goblins appeared. He still felt that it was not just a coincidence. Kenan, feeling something unusual inside himself, replied that he would definitely feel when it changed, and would immediately inform the protagonist about it. Soman, looking at her father in surprise, noticed something and quickly grabbed him by the shoulder. A chest with a reward for successfully clearing the dungeon appeared in front of them, but there were a lot of zombies around, and it was difficult to approach it. Soman, without thinking about the consequences, rushed to the chest, hoping for luck, and not taking into account all the possible dangers. The father, seeing her actions, shouted loudly, asking her to stop because it was extremely dangerous. She ignored his screams and continued to move forward, using magic to destroy the zombies to clear a path to the chest. Damn, she didn't hear her father because of the roar of the explosion, and the hero at that moment began to remember what happened in this dungeon in his past life. There was a trap in this dungeon hidden in a mysterious chest, and now everything was starting to repeat itself. The hero, seeing that Soman was about to touch the chest, shouted at Kyonin to shoot it and deactivate the trap before she touched him. Kenan took aim with his bow without thinking and focused on his target, knowing that his accuracy was of the utmost importance now. Just before Somin was about to touch the chest, Kenan's arrow intercepted her movement and accurately hit the chest. After the arrow hit the chest, a powerful explosion occurred, deactivating the trap and creating a cloud of smoke. The hero immediately screamed for his daughter, because she was in the blast radius, and his heart was pounding wildly with anxiety. In the thick smoke that formed after the explosion, it was difficult to see anything, but someone's silhouette was visible. Soman's hair on her head began to resemble a nest, and in such a short moment she did not have time to understand what had happened at all. The father, seeing that his daughter was still alive, felt incredible relief and rushed to her to hug her, because everything could have ended like that time when she could not be saved. Her father began to explain to her that it was a trap, and only thanks to Kyonin's precise hit on the chest was she able to survive, so she should thank him. The boy was in complete shock, realizing that his father had not warned them about the trap right away, because someone could have died. Soman was upset to learn that it was just a dummy, but her father reassured her that there was still a valuable reward in there. On the floor, right under the hero's feet, lay a golden key, obviously from some door. Kenan couldn't figure out what the key was for, and the hero explained that it opened the door behind which the boss was hiding. The 3 of them stood in front of the huge door, preparing to meet the boss. The hero carefully touched the door with his palm, remembering what awaited them behind it, and realizing that the danger there was truly great. The hero said that behind this door was the king of ghouls, and Soman and Kenan stood in fear and horror, waiting to meet the king. There were so many traffic jams on the road, but Myung-hoon couldn't just leave his brother's car, despite all the obstacles. An announcement came from the Central Bureau asking all civilians to take refuge in the nearest equipped shelters. Myung-hoon looked out of the car and looked up at the sky, watching the chaos unfold. A huge hole opened in the sky, from which came the ominous sounds of wild monsters. Kenan, his father and daughter began to enter the lair of the Ghoul King, preparing for a terrible battle. The crowd of ghouls turned their attention to the 3 daredevils who decided to disturb their peace. The moment returned to the hero touching the door, warning Soman and Kyungin of the impending danger. They stood there, stunned and afraid, realizing that incredible danger awaited them. They had to fight not only the king of ghouls, but also 4 elite zombies, and until they dealt with them, the king would not fall. Soman pondered over the elite zombies and said that it was unlikely that they would fall in one hit, but Keenan interrupted her, assuring that if they worked together, they would be able to deal with them one by one. Father said that killing them one by one wouldn't work, because the king would endlessly resurrect his subjects, so they had to destroy them all at once. Otherwise they wouldn't even be able to scratch the Ghoul King himself. Soman, curiously, asked her father if he had bought anything from the yaksha when he stood there for a long time and chatted with him non-stop. Father, with a confident smile, replied that he had indeed acquired a rare pendant of the paladin Raoul, with the help of which they would be able to slow down the resurrection of these terrible elite zombies. However, suppressing the rebirth of all 4 zombies at the same time proved to be an incredibly difficult task, almost impossible. But despite all the difficulties, there was only one way to defeat both these elite zombies and the most terrible king of ghouls. The first line of defense was broken through by monsters, evil and inhuman monsters that furiously destroyed everything in their path. The second line was also under serious threat, but the military tried with desperate determination to hold back the advancing monsters. They urgently needed air support, otherwise they would not have time to cope with the influx, and the main question was whether there were any civilians left alive. Thermal imagers have long since recorded that there was not a single civilian in the hotspots. Everyone either died or took refuge in safe places. They knew very well that this was where the goblin invasion was starting, and if they didn't strike now, the situation would get out of control, with catastrophic consequences. The damage they could have suffered could well have exceeded that caused by the opening of the gates of hell that destroyed everything around them. Even if they are sure that there are no survivors, the media will definitely find a reason for a scandal and inflate the topic, claiming that the military is destroying the city without thinking about people. Apparently they were willing to sacrifice civilians just to save face in front of the world, and the soldier, furious, threw the phone on the floor. The captain was informed that a civilian vehicle was approaching them. He asked with anger and surprise how it was possible not to know what was happening, and gave the order to escort it to a safe place. There was only fear in the soldier's eyes when he saw who was sitting behind the wheel of this car. A man he could not even imagine. The car, like lightning, rushed at great speed, knocking down all the goblins that came in its way, as if they were simple bowling pins on the track. The soldier, in surprise, said that some psycho was driving, but it was Myung-hun, who furiously ran over all the goblins he met, as if he didn't notice them. Elsewhere, Somin, the hero, and Kyonin were intently formulating a plan to defeat the Ghoul King, while 4 elite zombies were already approaching, leaving them no time to think. The hero, with alarm, informed his daughter and the young man that the zombies were already approaching them, and immediately sent 3 of his spirits to meet the enemy. Somin, without wasting any time, prepared a powerful magical strike, preparing to deal a devastating blow to the elite zombies that were already moving towards them. With 2 magical beams, Somin accurately and precisely cut off the arms of one of the elite zombies, instantly weakening its resistance. Kennen barely managed to jump to the side, parrying the zombie's powerful blow, shouting that this was pure madness, and he could barely stay on his feet. He regretted more than once joining the hero and his squad, thinking that it would have been much safer to go to the hospital to see his father instead of fighting monsters. But despite his doubts, Kennen, with determination and strength, accurately struck the zombie, causing significant damage to it, as if proving to himself that he was not here in vain. At this time, the spirits summoned by the hero did not stand aside, actively taking part in the battle and making their contribution to the fight against the army of the Ghoul King. Spirits from both sides attacked the already downed elite zombie, not giving him the slightest chance of salvation. With great effort, they dropped him to the floor, leaving part of his rotten skull in their hands, and the zombie himself began to moan in unbearable pain. The hero immediately approached the fallen zombie and pointed the paladin Raoul's pendant at his head, preparing to deliver the final blow. He finished off the first elite zombie and, without wasting time, ordered to quickly deal with the rest, so as not to give them a chance to counterattack. Kyonin stood next to her, firing his powerful bow, while Somin used her rare and powerful magic, which sparkled in bright flashes in the dark air. The hero, with a serious expression on his face, pointed the rare paladin Raoul pendant at the remaining zombies, preparing to deal them a crushing blow. Behind the last 3 elite zombies, the king of the ghouls himself sat on a majestic throne, mockingly watching their unsuccessful attempts to destroy his servants. The king, with a contemptuous smile, began to point his finger and mutter something in his sinister language to his servants, as if he was watching with pleasure the helplessness of his enemies. Kyonin was taken aback when he noticed that the Ghoul King had started muttering something, since before that he had only been sitting quietly on his throne, watching the battle. Somin was able to understand the words of the king. He was saying, "Return to life." The hero was surprised when he realized that his daughter understood the king's speech. He assumed that this could be due to her connection with the spirit of Sua. He mused that if her mother's soul had interfered with the awakening process, it could explain her magical powers, although he himself had never encountered such a thing in his past life. The father asked his daughter to listen carefully to everything the Ghoul King would say during the battle, so that he could pass on these words if necessary, and she agreed. The first zombie that lost its head began to experience strange changes. Its severed limbs began to grow back, and its head began to regenerate in parts. Soon the zombie came to life, opening its mouth and making a terrible growling sound, expressing the pain of its return. The rest of the zombies also began to regenerate their limbs, as if coming back to life and becoming more and more dangerous. One of the king's servants made a swift blow at the main character, but he reacted in time and dodged. The hero began to doubt whether they could handle the situation relying only on the pendant as the situation became more and more critical. The father came up with a new plan that he had never used in his past life, but now it was the only way out of the current situation. The hero ordered his daughter to charge the pendant with her magic, hoping that it would be able to repel a powerful blow to all 4 zombies at once. The father explained to everyone that the plan was to concentrate the power of the pendant and use it in one powerful blow that would destroy the zombies. But at the most decisive moment, one of the zombies came too close and made a swing at the main character. The zombie struck and the hero fell to the ground, causing their original plan to fail completely. Zombies began to gather around the lying father, and the spirits he had summoned tried to hold them back, but the zombies were too strong. The daughter screamed in despair to her father, not knowing how exactly she could get into the Paladin Raoul's pendant to change the course of the battle. Kenan wasted no time in taking aim at the two zombies, hoping to at least delay them for a while. He fired, piercing two zombies with one arrow, opening up the opportunity for his father to pick up the pendant and for Soman to make her attack. The pendant was raised, and now all that was left was to hope that Soman would hit the target and finish the attack. But one of the surviving zombies managed to hit the father on the hand, and the pendant slipped out of his hands, breaking into pieces. The fragments of the pendant scattered across the floor and all seemed lost. The plan collapsed. The two zombies easily destroyed the spirits summoned by their father, crushing them with one hand as if they were toys. The Ghoul King, watching what was happening, mocked them, expressing his displeasure that their plan did not work. Soman watched, full of anxiety, as her defenseless father was surrounded by zombies, ready to tear him to pieces. The father was on his knees, and around him stood zombies, some without arms, others without legs, and each of them was approaching his terrible task. He picked up two pieces of the pendant and confidently told his daughter that this was not the end, and they could win. With a wild look in his eyes, he added that this was just the beginning of the battle, and they would definitely emerge victorious. One of the ghouls, unable to contain his rage, rushed towards the hero with a wild roar, deciding to finish him off. The rest of the zombies followed the first one. Their goal was clear: to destroy the main character. But the hero, unexpectedly for everyone, grabbed the fragments of the pendant and squeezed them between his fingers. The shards were so sharp that they cut him and blood began to flow from his fingers. The hero stood up abruptly and, without wasting time, threw the shards at two zombies, hoping to distract them and buy time for his daughter. The mutants came close, and it seemed that the hero had no escape route. One of the zombies thrust the last fragment into the hero's head with great force, holding him in his hands. Despite everything, the hero ordered his daughter to charge a strong magical blow directly at the mutants, hoping that this would help win. Salmon, gathering all her magical power, made a powerful blow with both hands, directing it straight at the ghouls. Using the power of the shards the hero had planted into the zombies, Soman destroyed everyone who stood in their way, while simultaneously repelling the blow. The Lord of the Ghouls, seeing the defeat of his servants, muttered something inarticulate, expressing his displeasure and rage. After the zombies were destroyed, the hero began to slowly approach the king, preparing for the final victory. But suddenly one of the zombies seemed to miraculously survive, and the hero, not noticing him, continued to move towards the king. And then a spirit emerged from the hero, ready to attack everything that threatened his life. Before the zombie could strike the father, the protagonist's fighting spirit decapitated the mutant, stopping the threat. The Lord of the Ghouls, in response to the defeat of his servants, began to shout and express dissatisfaction. His screams were cut off by silence as the hero's fighting spirit pierced his head, sending him to the land of the dead. The hero came closer, feeling victorious, preparing to triumph over what they had experienced in this battle. But suddenly strange movements began to occur in the King of Ghouls' chest, and this attracted the hero's attention. Sharp ribs shot out from his chest, tearing through his dead skin, creating a new horror. The hero was too close, and the ribs cut through him, causing a fatal wound. The ribs penetrated straight into his chest, and blood began to flow from the wound, threatening his life. Kunin was shocked by what he saw, and Soman screamed in horror to her father, unable to bear the fear of loss. In another part of the city, the military stopped a civilian car, and imagined their surprise when one of them recognized the passenger as Myung-hoon's old colleague. Hojun asked Myung-hoon in surprise what he was doing in such a dangerous place, to which he replied that he was also glad to see him, since they had not seen each other for a long time. Myung-hoon added that he is a hero who appears at the right moment when the world needs him. Myung-hoon reported that the captain would also be here soon after completing his mission. Hojun didn't immediately understand which captain they were talking about, but soon remembered Captain Nam. Until the captain arrives, they will need to hold their position to avoid losing control of the situation. The military had no right to provide Myung-hoon with weapons, but they did not know that he did not need them at all. Myung-hoon said that he had something more interesting, and suddenly a sword began to materialize out of thin air. The soldiers were stunned to see a sword appear out of nowhere, and were also surprised that Myung-hoon was going to fight with a sword, since even bullets couldn't penetrate these monsters. Myung-hoon asked the military man if he knew anything about the gates of hell and Yaksha, referring to all the information that was implanted into people's heads. According to this information, firearms are useless in fighting monsters. In this battle, the real weapons are swords, bats, and other similar means, and Myung-hoon handed over an ogre tonfa to his comrade. He noted that Hojun was doing well, so he decided to entrust him with these weapons, especially since they were quite expensive, and Myung-hoon bought them with the reward, adding that they should be protected like his bride. Myung-hoon looked confidently at his old comrade, who was ready to fight. Hojun, in turn, doubted the weapon that Myung-hoon gave him, not being confident in its effectiveness. However, there was no choice. And the soldier, throwing down his machine gun, picked up new batons, preparing for battle. They stood back to back, ready to tear apart the monsters, protecting each other. At that moment, the main character was pierced by the sharp rib of the Ghoul King, and he felt terrible pain. Kunin ordered Somin not to approach her father, as such a sight should not be seen by a daughter. Kenan was sure that only he could help, and his eyes began to glow with a bright light. The young man's eyes began to glow golden. This was his secret gift of vision, allowing him to see hidden things. At this time, the Emperor of all ghouls stood up, revived after being struck, and destroyed the spirit summoned by the hero. Kyonin fired an arrow filled with powerful magical energy, and it pierced the zombie king's chest. The hero did not immediately understand what had happened, because Kenan had shot him, but his weak spot was not his head, but his chest. Somin couldn't understand the sudden change in Kyonin's behavior when he ordered her to hit the Ghoul King's hands. Somin gathered all her magical power and directed it at the zombie king, trying to destroy him. At that moment, Kyonin fired again, piercing the Ghoul King's shoulder, and it seemed like the attack wasn't accidental. The protagonist was puzzled by Kenan's plan, because he could not understand why he was aiming at the hands and not at the head, because with his experience it was impossible to miss. Kyonin asked Somin not to attack the king's head anymore, since he was trying to achieve something else. Somin attacked the Ghoul King again, hoping that this attack would prove decisive. But to her regret, the Ghoul Lord completely repelled her attack, which made her surprised. Somin was stunned that the Ghoul King was able to repel her magical attack. After Somin's attack was repelled, the king jumped towards her with incredible speed, preparing to launch his own attack. The moment the king tried to attack Somin, Kyonin released a drawn arrow, accurately hitting his chest. The arrow hit the king's chest exactly in the center, causing him unbearable pain. The dead body of the Lord of the Dead fell to the ground, steam coming out of it from the numerous hits. His body was dismembered, his torso separated from his legs, and his ribcage was completely broken. Kenan destroyed the Ghoul King with regular arrows, and the hero didn't have time to properly use the pendant. The hero asked Kyonin how he managed to do this, but he didn't know how to explain, because he simply saw the vulnerable spots on the king's body glowing. Successive hits on these locations brought the hero's runes as a reward. Kenan explained that not all monsters glow, and he calls it a vision, adding that he is now 100% sure of its effect. He said that if the target glows, it means it needs to be attacked, and killing the Ghoul King brought them unusual runes. Somin asked her father if everything was okay. The hero wondered whether this was a result of the guy's abilities or just luck, and if it was abilities then, he could obtain a lot of runes by combining them with the skills of the rune master Jung Taiho. This guy turned out to be very useful. Somin was surprised to see the treasure chest, and asked her father if it was real this time. The chest began to emit blue and light blue lights, and everyone became curious about what was inside. The chest with the reward was given to the team, and the hero, seeing the contents, called it a real jackpot. They received the silver of the Ghoul King, equivalent to 1,500 heads, as well as gold, equivalent to 15,000 heads. The loot could be exchanged for heads with intermediaries. In Kyonin's hands was another reward, the Ghoul King's gloves, a magical reward that could be exchanged with other reward recipients. The full name of the gloves is the Ghoul King's Aura Gloves. Their rank is the highest magic. These gloves enhance concentration, but their smell is quite unpleasant. The hero clarified that concentration not only improves the accuracy of attacks, but also helps in many other aspects, from creating items to using magic. But the smell can be dealt with if you put in a little effort. If these gloves were really that good, Kyonin decided to put at least one on his hand to try them out. But as soon as he felt the persistent and disgusting smell coming from the glove, he almost threw up. The hero added that the smell would disappear only in 3 years. The main reward awaits them a little further, so they need to be patient and wait a little. The main character found the old keys of the Ghoul King, each of which is intended to open the treasury of this very king. Each of them had its own key. Somin couldn't figure out what these keys were, but when they used this scroll in the treasury, the dungeon would open up before them. After descending into the dungeon, they will be separated, and the hero warned that this should not surprise them. Somin will be forced to choose one of the doors, and if she enters the chosen one, she will not be able to return. Kenan asked which room would be best to choose, but the hero, since he had not gone through this in his past life, did not know what to do. All he knew was that the man who had once cleared this place had received the Kundal Crown, an item meant for necromancers that they would most likely have no use for. Kenan was surprised that the hero did not know which room was better, because he was living for the second time, but still remained in the dark about many things. This is their first dungeon, and the hero asked them not to get hung up on the choice, because Myung-hun is already waiting for them, and they need to hurry. The protagonist chose his room, closed his eyes, and began the teleportation process. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely new place, and not a single emotion was reflected on his face. The place was vast and far more interesting than the gates of yore, for it was the king's treasury, and everything in it seemed real. The hero searched for the necessary treasure for a long time, because the room was incredibly large and full of various objects. But suddenly he stopped, and his gaze fell on one of the rooms to his left. As the hero had expected, each door had a name written on it, but no description. He noticed Mornyu's thorned blade. The hero saw the spiked blade of Mornyu in a past life. These were twin blades used by a Japanese demon hunter named Shinomiya. He continued moving and noticed a room on the floor above. Inside, he saw what he was looking for and hurried to the door. Approaching the door, he realized that this was the very room he needed and decided to open it. Looking at the inscription, he remembered something from his past life, and the hero grinned. Previously, there were only rumors about this place, and the hero could not even imagine how to get it. But it turned out that everything was much simpler than he thought. He turned the lock and began to open the heavy door to this huge treasure trove. Standing in front of the desired object, the hero noticed how the entire room began to sparkle with purple light. In the center of the room, there was a stand on which the Book of Balance was placed. The Book of Balance is a high-ranking magical book written by a strange mage named Balance when he was still young. Somin and Kyunin sat on the floor and watched the portal quickly open. Somin happily welcomed her father's return, and Kyunin congratulated her on it. Her father asked if she had made the right choice, and Kyunin replied that it was difficult to make out anything because the information was too vague, and he was not sure if he had chosen the best option. Somin showed the bracelet she chose from the treasure room. When she sleeps with the magic healing effect activated, her magic power will increase little by little. Kyunin showed the item he chose just like Somin did in the treasure room. It was a blue sword with a rounded end and beautiful engravings. The hero wondered why Kyunin chose a sword instead of a bow. It was unlikely that there was one at all, but Kyunin simply thought the sword's name was awesome. The hero asked if Kyunin knew how to use a sword. Kyunin admitted that he didn't know how, but the sword looked so cool that it was all he needed. The protagonist, looking at Kyunin with an expression of displeasure on his face, could not understand why he chose something he did not need. During this time, Hojun fought the monsters using the weapons Myung-hun gave him. Not far from Hojun, Myung-hun himself fought, cutting down every goblin. They stood back to back, surrounded by goblins, waiting for another attack. Hojun told Myung-hun that the tonfa was a really cool thing and was very useful in fighting those green creatures. The soldier reminded them that there were only 2 of them, and the monsters were endless. And Myung-hun asked where their platoon's endurance champion had gone. He smirked and wondered how Myung-hun could still crack jokes in such a dire situation. Hojun, seeing how quickly the horde was approaching, had no desire to joke. There were hundreds of toothy goblins there, ready to tear them apart. The troops were at their limit and needed to retreat as the death toll continued to rise. What will happen to Sinchon? It would be better if Hojun tried to kill at least one more monster. Suddenly, a blade with liquid on the end flew towards them at high speed. While Hojun was scolding Myung-hun for the idea of retreating, the blade was rapidly approaching, closer and closer. Already right in front of his face, Hojun managed to notice the blade, and another moment, and it would have been in his head. But Myung-hun, reacting at the last moment, managed to push his fellow soldier away, receiving a blow from the blade right in the back. Damn, it was a blade with paralyzing poison. Now Myung-hun's muscles were paralyzed and he could barely move. They needed to retreat quickly, heal Myung-hun and continue fighting. But Myung-hun interrupted them and said that he was fine, just a slight tingling. But this is goblin poison. They don't know what it contains, so Myung-hun needs to be examined urgently. If they retreat, Sinchon will fall and the goblins will destroy all of Seoul. Myung-hun ordered the fight to continue without him, assuring him that he believed in his comrades more than anyone else. He insisted on fighting not as a soldier, because the orders no longer made sense. They had to stop the goblins. Myung-hun ordered him to fight not as a soldier, but as Hojun, saying that he had to prove what he was capable of. Hojun gathered all his will into a fist, grabbed the clubs and prepared to go into battle, not paying attention to the pain. The goblins were shocked to see Hojun, despite everything, rise from his knees and continue fighting. His eyes burned with fury and anger. He was ready to avenge Myung-hun and save the city from the monsters. On television, civilians were asked what they saw at that moment. One of them said that he saw a man who was so fierce that it was hard to call him a man. He tore goblins with his bare hands, like ordinary sheets of paper. And he was not alone. Next to him was a man with a giant sword. The civilian was asked if he thought that these could be the very prophets they talk about. Just yesterday, at a press conference, British actor Alec Truman stated that prophets are coming who are destined to save the world. But this man would not call them saviors, but rather destroyers, acting of their own free will, without any restrictions. Hojun stood among the goblin bodies with wild eyes, ready to tear and destroy anyone who came his way. 2 goblins attacked the soldier, one grabbed him, and the second plunged his sword straight into his stomach. Suddenly, another soldier ran up from the other side, ready to save his comrade. The goblins were shocked to see this military man, because they thought he was already dead. It was Hojun, who was twice the size of the goblin, standing in front of him, expressing rage and a desire for revenge. In front of the goblin that Hojun was about to destroy, someone else appeared, much larger. It was a giant goblin that was taller than Hojun himself. It was hard to understand what the giant goblin said, but he ordered his fellow to hurry up and get away as quickly as possible. Myung-hun, watching this whole scene, realized that this was a new leader. Although not so great, but Hojun would not be able to cope with him alone. Lying down, Myung-hun turned his gaze to the machine and began to develop a plan on how to defeat this giant. The giant goblin looked at Hojun with an evil eye, full of desire to destroy him for all his actions. Hojun, under the influence of adrenaline, suddenly realized how huge this goblin was. As Hojun stood there watching the giant goblin, it wasted no time in making its first strike. However, Hojun managed to block the blow with his clubs, preventing the giant from hitting him. For Hojun, it was just a weak blow that didn't make him expend much strength, only increasing the pain a little. Hojun, not appreciating the goblin's blow, offered him to feel the force of his blow. With all his might, Hojun struck the goblin in the chest, causing it to let out a wild roar and fly away. The goblin was furious, not understanding how a person could be so strong. Kang Hojun, who naturally controlled his breathing, used this ability to minimize the oxygen supply to his brain, optimizing his strength. The adult human brain absorbs about 20% of the oxygen supplied through the respiratory system and requires significant amounts of glucose to function. This was Kang Hojun's ogre mode, and the giant goblin was amazed by these abilities. Hojun stood right in front of the kneeling goblin, preparing to deliver the final decisive blow. Suddenly, from the other side, a small goblin was running quickly. He plunged the blade straight into Hojun's back, and Hojun didn't expect such a turn of events. It was the same goblin that the giant monster ordered to retreat. The little goblin muttered something to his big friend, not realizing how much his actions could affect the outcome of the battle. The little goblin was so attached to the giant monster that he could not leave him in danger. The giant monster was touched by the little goblin's words, but knew he had to act. But Hojun, without wasting any time, killed the baby right before the giant goblin's eyes. With furious eyes and a wild desire to avenge his little friend, the giant goblin rose from the floor. He hit Hojun in the face with such force that he fell to the ground, almost losing consciousness. Hojun, having passed out for a bit, found himself on the ground, struck by the severe pain caused by the blow from the giant goblin. The giant goblin decides to finish off the brave soldier, jumping on him with incredible force, ready to destroy him in an instant. Landing on Hojun, the big guy feels his heavy body crushing the soldier, causing him unbearable pain. Hojun, unable to bear the excruciating pain, spits out blood, realizing that this giant has dealt him a fatal blow. The only major flaw in ogre mode is that due to the limited blood supply to the brain, it cannot be effective in combat for long, and Hojun only has a minute left. Suddenly Myung-hun appears, sitting behind his brother's car, flying at high speed, without letting go of the gas pedal, in order to save his comrade in time. He had been rushing towards Hojun all this time, knowing that only he could save him at this critical moment. Myung-hun knocks the giant goblin off the road and the car is blown to pieces. His brother will be very upset. But the main thing is that his friend is alive. Myung-hun wastes no time in running out of the car and heading towards Hojun, asking if he is okay. Suddenly there is an explosion behind him. How can this be? He just knocked down the goblin, and it had already managed to recover. Myung-hun walks forward with fury in his eyes as the remains of the car burn behind him. Tears of grief and loss begin to flow from Myung-hun's eyes as he mourns the loss of his goblin friend. Kang Hojun, barely able to speak, mumbles something about why the giant was crying, unable to understand what was going on. He tries to get up after the giant jumped on him, and at the same time tries to say something despite the terrible pain. He drops to one knee and speaks about how civilians and soldiers are dying because of creatures like this goblin, and that something needs to be done. He stands up fully, determined to deliver the final killing blow to the giant, his rage and determination knowing no bounds. Hojun only had 6 seconds left to live, and in that time he had to destroy the giant goblin. Otherwise, everything would be lost. With a maddened cry, Hojun rushed towards the giant goblin, determined to deliver the final fatal blow. Just before the collision, the giant swings his arm, preparing to parry the blow and respond to Hojun. Kang Hojun swings back, preparing for the final battle where they will exchange blows to decide the fate of this fight. He only had 1 to 2 seconds left to live, and Myung-hun, shouting, supported him at this decisive moment. The last second, and their blows almost coincide. Each of them is ready to deliver a fatal blow. Fate is decided in a millimeter. The giant goblin falls to the ground, seemingly no longer breathing. Kang Hojun made it, but he paid for this victory with his life. But the heroic act had its price, and Hojun, exhausted and weakened, falls to the ground, unable to continue fighting any longer. Myung-hun laughs. Although he is completely exhausted, he doesn't even have the strength to stand up, and he feels like he will soon fall too. Apparently this is how they will die. But at the same time they did everything they could, and this gives them some comfort. They say heroes die young, but Myung-hun felt that despite his death, he had lived a worthy life, full of heroic deeds. Suddenly, Myung-hun hears a strange sound, and it makes him very surprised and worried. Suddenly, all the goblins nearby began to freeze and turn into ice statues, as if petrified. It was the protagonist who came to the rescue and saved Myung-hun and Hojun. He thanked them for their worthy battle, and took on the remaining work of cleaning up the battlefield. The protagonist gave the order to his fellow soldiers to rest, and he himself began the complete destruction of the remaining goblins. He quickly rushed towards the frozen goblins, and it looked like a real meat grinder was about to begin. Somin also joined the battle using her magic, and soon all the goblins that weren't frozen yet were destroyed. It seemed like they had dealt with all the goblins, and compared to their leader, these were much easier to destroy. Myung-hoon first asked how the three of them got here without a car, since they saw one of the goblins hit it. The protagonist began to answer Myung-hoon's question, but he was unable to concentrate on the answers, and was absorbed in what was happening. Apparently they came to Sinchon Station, and the place was supposed to be overrun with goblins, but they were all destroyed. Myung-hoon didn't expect anything less from his bro, and as he gave him a thumbs up, he was immensely proud of his friend. Kenan asked when they would finally go to the hero's father, since they had already destroyed the goblins and cleared the dungeon. But Uncle Namgung said that with the reward from the dungeon, they would be able to buy the elixir, although they definitely didn't have 400,000 heads for that. The protagonist never claimed that they would collect 400,000 heads, and this was a misunderstanding. Soman asked her father what reward he had chosen in the dungeon, since he had not shown his choice until now. He showed the magical Book of Balance, a book written by a strange wizard named Balance in his youth. So, in this book you need to put some item in order to get something else. It sounds like gambling roulette, and perhaps the hero likes to take risks. The main character decided to test how the book works and inserted a broken pendant into it. The Book of Balance absorbed the item, beginning to check its material and rank. The book began to shake when the hero placed Paladin Raoul's pendant into it, and soon the test of its uniqueness began. Myung-hoon stood with the sword in his hands, completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening to this object. The protagonist took the sword from Myung-hoon and thrust it into the balance book, testing how it would react. The hero watched with an expression of contempt, unable to believe what was happening to his sword. This sword is no longer possessed, but it seems that due to its epic rank, it can choose a new owner by absorbing the blood of its bearer. Myung-hoon said that this sword has now become ideal for the hero, since he uses necromancy. But until now, the hero did not have a suitable weapon. But now Myung-hoon has no weapon to fight with, since the hero took his sword. The hero offered a sword that froze all the goblins around, and thus saved Myung-hoon and Ho-jun from certain death. Kyonin knew that this would happen, so he carefully chose the sword, and it certainly had nothing to do with its loud name or appearance, since he does not understand weapons at all. Kenan reminded him of his father, and how they needed to collect 400,000 heads, and that the second life, as he suspected, turned out to be just a fiction. The hero told him not to worry, as he had already destroyed all the goblins in the dungeon at Sinchon Station, received the title of Goblin Ruler, and now had access to their vault. From this storage, the main character took out 550,000 heads, and this is more than enough to acquire the elixir. Kyungin chuckled nervously, as expected. Uncle Namgung did an amazing job. Since most of the problems were more or less sorted out, Myung-hoon and Ho-jun will be heading to the press conference. Ho-jun wondered why everything was happening so suddenly. The situation is under control. The reporters will be here soon, and for everything to go according to plan, the other prophets should not know about the hero. They showed themselves well in battle, and it won't be difficult for them to deal with a reporter. They just need to pretend to be prophets and give an interview. So that's why the hero sent Myung-hoon to Sinchon first. To make him look like a prophet, everything went exactly as Myung-hoon expected from his little brother. Myung-hoon and Ho-jun will be in the spotlight as planned by the hero. So far everything is going smoothly. The hero relies on his fellow soldiers, who saluted and began carrying out the mission. The father, daughter, and young man went down to the hospital to save Kyunin's father. The hero noticed that something was wrong here, because even if several goblins had sneaked into the hospital, with the appearance of the army and the police, everything should have been fine. His father was in intensive care and there was a need to hurry. The daughter and father ran after Kyonin to save his father from death. Suddenly the hero heard strange sounds from another corridor and stopped to listen. Soman and Kyonin continued running towards the intensive care unit, and the hero turned into the corridor from which the sounds were coming. At the end of the corridor, under the door, sat a girl calling for help. The girl in the skirt asked for help, looking very scared. The hero asked if she was okay and what had happened here, to which the girl replied that suspicious people had appeared in the hospital and had caused a real mess. They began to kill everyone they came across and collect heads from the corpses. When it turned out that they were people, not goblins, the hero did not immediately understand what was happening. Those suspicious people might come back. Couldn't the hero lend a hand to help the girl up? The hero told her that there was no need to apologize, because anyone could have been in her situation, and the girl thanked him. Suddenly he grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him, feeling that something was wrong. Kyonin and Soman continued running towards the intensive care unit. Soman stopped when she heard a strange sound behind her, but Kyonin continued walking. They both stopped, but Kyonin didn't hear anything. Soman noticed that her father had disappeared somewhere. This is Uncle Namgung's second life. Maybe he remembered something important and rushed to turn around in a hurry. Kyungin asked to check on his father and then come back for Soman's father. Soman couldn't leave her brother Kyonin alone, since he was much weaker than her, and decided to quickly conduct a check with his father. The girl began to scream from pain and from the fact that the hero grabbed her hand. She had a ring and Shakan's needle on her finger, and the hero began to suspect that it didn't matter much. It is not as powerful a needle as the poisonous needle of the Scarlet Wasp, but it is quite effective against humans. The culprit who caused all this chaos in the hospital became quite obvious. Suddenly the girl pulled a knife out of her pants and tried to kill the main character. All the people she had deceived had managed to escape, but she didn't understand how he had managed to figure her out. Thanks to the rune of loyalty that he received in the dungeon, the girl did not know that the runes had already begun to appear. According to Yaksha's information, these items are unusual. Well, that's even better. Since the hero has been to the dungeon, he should have other rewards, and quite a few of them. She even feels a little sorry for the hero. His face is quite to her taste, but she will gladly take his head with her. The hero really feels sorry, but he only has his own wife for his taste, so he asked the girl to disappear. It seemed to this strange girl that the hero did not understand a single word she said. She attacked him with a knife and told him that he would not get out of here alive. The hero pathetically dodged the girl's attack with one easy movement. After he dodged, the hero grabbed the girl by both hands, trying to keep her from striking again. Looking the impudent girl in the eyes with cold blood, he made it clear to her that she was beyond his strength. With one movement, the hero threw the unfortunate girl to the floor, twisting her around. She said, displeased, that she had thought he was special at first, but was upset that he turned out to be so boring. The hero could quickly and easily deal with her, but he must not forget about his public image, because, even if she is a disgusting person, killing her will certainly attract unnecessary attention and create problems. The hero may be being watched, and therefore he is not going to deal with her right now. The hero's blood-red sword began to materialize in his hands, as if appearing out of thin air, warding off the danger. The girl was amazed by this, because such a sword cannot be simply acquired. Even if you kill many goblins, it still remains incredible. But now there are only 2 of them, and the hero can calmly finish her off, warning that everything will be quick and painless, so she shouldn't worry. With a very sharp movement, the hero strikes directly above the girl's head, cutting the air with his sword. The hero easily cut her knife in 2, and she remained standing with a wild expression on her face, filled with horror. Jae-sun was like a newborn lion cub, with an innate talent that allowed her to strive to become the king of the beasts. Usually, a newborn lion cub, like any other mammal, is full of curiosity, in particular, and sporting interest, displaying the tense tension of a predator. He felt the thrill of chasing down different types of animals, as if tasting his growing strength. Everything changes the moment he encounters this feeling that overwhelms him at that moment, and it is completely different from curiosity. The little lion cub was suddenly covered by the shadow of some huge creature, which made him start shaking with fear. It was a huge dinosaur, looking with a hungry gaze at the little lion cub, thirsty for blood. A previously unknown feeling that dulls even the most primitive instincts. A force beyond physics and authority, the dinosaur opened its mouth, and the lion cub was frightened. I felt how fear constrained his movements, and the lion cub, who had been playing carefree on the hunting grounds, now freezes in place, bound by an absolute overwhelming force. He will get her even if she blocks. If she doesn't dodge now, her life will end. In an attempt to survive, her body begins to move on its own, as if in automatic mode. She instantly jumped to the other side, dodging Namgung's attack with incredible agility. The hero seemed to her like that very dinosaur, and she called him a tyrant with horror, as if realizing her helplessness. The protagonist, without hesitation, swung his sword, preparing to finish off this psychopath who was threatening him. Where did he come from? How could she have run into such a psycho? It was completely unexpected and dangerous. A tear was running down her closed eye. All the positive moments from her life were flashing through her mind, as if she was trying to find something bright in her memory in order to survive. Suddenly, the hero's attack was interrupted by his daughter's voice, and the girl was incredibly lucky that she was able to escape. The hero was stunned and anxious when he realized that his daughter could have seen her father kill a man, which could have seriously traumatized her. He turned around to see Kyungin and Somin standing around the corner, their faces filled with concern. They found their father, and he was completely fine, but they didn't have the elixir, so the hero needs to head to him as quickly as possible. Somin and Kyunin didn't understand who the girl sitting in front of the hero was and what he was going to do with her, but they felt threatened. If Namgung does return to the past, he shouldn't start killing left and right, because if he starts killing people, he'll only make enemies for himself and complicate things. Hell, where people kill each other, if higher beings want to see the world like this, then it is on them that the hero must direct his anger. The punisher of the gods, Namgung, the one who will put an end to their insane reign, but at the same time not a murderer, who does not lose his humanity. He almost killed a man in front of his daughter. Clark, as expected, turned out to be right. He told Somin that this girl had arranged a massacre for the sake of heads, and the hero decided to simply scare her. Now Somin understood what was happening to her, and that the sounds she heard were only part of a more serious plan. Apparently, intimidation alone was not enough to keep her. The hero warned the girl not to let this happen again, otherwise next time he would definitely kill her. She understood everything. It seemed like her ankle was broken only from the energy of his sword, which also strengthened her sense of fear. Kyungin, a little embarrassed, called Namgung Mister and asked him to quickly help his father without wasting time. The hero asked the name of this impudent, but at the same time fragile girl with an evil look, assessing her. Her name was Jae-sun, and the hero remembered this name, promising himself that next time he would definitely deal with her. They finally arrived at their father's room, and the hero greeted Mr. Jung Tae-ho, introducing himself and speaking about the importance of the moment. He took off his mask and asked for forgiveness in advance for what he was about to do, understanding the seriousness of the situation. He began pouring the elixir into the mouth of the rune master, Jung Tae-ho, hoping that he would be able to survive and come to his senses again. Namgung poured almost all the elixir into the master's mouth, but he still did not wake up, which made him worry. Suddenly he opened his eye, letting everyone know that he was still alive, and this gave hope for his salvation. The UK's Emergency Response and Management Center was all they heard as they prepared for their next move. The girl asked Alec if he had seen that video on YouTube yet, and he replied that he had seen it, just like her. If this is not fake, then it means that 2 more incredible people have appeared in Korea, and that is quite significant. That soldier's name was Kang Hojin. He was incredibly good at his job and destroyed every single goblin, fighting until the end. She asked Alec if he had seen the weapon that Hojun had used, because even with all the information in their heads, it was pure madness to trust such a weapon. The items for the prophets vary by region, or so they say, but they are clearly rare weapons that could be important to their future. He could clearly be a prophet, just like Alec. But even so, I'd rather believe in the prophet standing next to him than in Kang Hojun himself. If he is a prophet like Alec, then it makes sense why he would use specialized weapons to aid him in his mission. If they want this man, then they need to meet Kang Hojun. Korea is in the spotlight right now, but they had a different plan, completely different from what they thought. The focus must be on them, that is Alec. Only he can become the savior who will change the course of events. Then what does he plan to do with them? Try to recruit them. And it would be better if they could do it before she switches sides to another prophet. The girl thinks everything through carefully in advance, and asks what they will do if they refuse. Alex stood with his eyes closed and uncertain, as if he was afraid of something, his gaze reflecting tension and anxiety. In response to the girl's question, he replied that if she refused, they would simply cut off the unnecessary shoots, leaving no choice. Somin stood in horror, watching the burning houses around her, including their own home. Their house was torn in two, everything around was on fire, and Somin could not hold back her tears of loss. Grief overwhelmed her soul. They had just dealt with the murky time, and when they returned they found it in ruins. Myung-hun suggested that it might have been goblins, but judging by his condition, it was definitely not the goblins who did this. Most likely that idiot Yaksha hit the wrong coordinates than expected. Apparently, Kuryo is not the only one ruling here. Yakshas have begun to appear throughout the country, and their influence is growing. It's a pity, of course, about his house, but the hero expected such a turn of events and prepared a backup shelter in advance, knowing that a threat could arise. When Namgung could have had time to prepare it, apparently the hero took care of it before the apocalypse itself, as was provided for in his plans. But in reality, it was kept in reserve in case of an attack by North Korean soldiers, and Myung-hun was glad of his brother's well-thought-out plan. They came to a shelter that looked like a bunker with a heavy metal door, ready for any challenges that might await them. Somin was not thrilled with this shelter, but her father asked her to be patient for a while, since there was all the necessary food and other necessities here. Modern architecture is certainly not exactly suited for surviving an apocalypse, but if they reinforce the building with the item Yor gave it, it will become much safer and more livable. The Goblin Citadel Crystal Core is a crystal ball that creates a cave-like shelter and can be upgraded to increase its defense. After the crystal ball was opened, all the objects in the shelter began to sparkle, emitting magical energy, as if taming the space. A small tree stump appeared in the center of the shelter with a burning candle inside, creating a strange but cozy feeling. The shelter was fully built. It didn't look too impressive, but with the ability to upgrade and expand it, could become a safe home. Some stones fell from the stone roof of the shelter, but this did not cause any damage to the structure itself. It remained strong and stable. Solman was definitely not happy with this shelter, but they had no choice. Either spend the night on the street or here, where there was at least some protection. The father warned that the shelter was not ideal, but if he developed the citadel, they could make it a cozy and safe home, because in his past life, the hero had not seen a first-level citadel. Myung-hun was very happy with this shelter, laughing. It seemed cozy and safe to him. But Somin constantly asked her father when they could leave here. Namgung thought that Alec might have already contacted Kang Hojun, and they probably started to act on their plan. It's time to start the plan that the main character came up with, and he began to look for contacts in his phone to contact the right people. Alec's private jet was flying in the sky. Perhaps they were heading after Hojun to continue their search. On the plane was Alec himself, as well as a red-haired girl with an African-American man who looked very big and strong, clearly possessing considerable physical strength. Suddenly, Alec's phone rang. He looked at the screen. The number was unknown. The red-haired girl asked if it was Hojun himself calling, but Alec asked her to remain silent, concentrating on the conversation. He picked up the phone and asked who it was. to which he was told that the Mist Ranger prophet was watching him, and he needed to be careful. Alec exclaimed into the phone in surprise, because no one had ever spoken to him like that before. It was unexpected and alarming. But the unknown caller simply hung up, leaving Alec completely bewildered and confused. Mist Pathfinder is a Pathfinder prophet skill that involves the ability to foresee the future, making it incredibly powerful. It's a superpower, but he probably can't use it at will. And if the phone call was true, the prophet knows that Alec is currently heading to Korea. The girl didn't understand what was happening, and Alec asked her to reschedule their meeting with Kang Hojin for a later time. Alec must change the future, so that the Pathfinder prophet is left at a loss as to what to do. Alec can rack his brain as much as he wants, but Namgung has already taken it into his own hands and is playing on his own field. Myung-hun asked his brother who he called, because Alec called and asked to change the time and place of the meeting for 3 hours later, and also in Yoido's 63rd quarter. Namgung said that Alec was being followed by Erika Ninagawa, and Myung-hun didn't understand why the hero contacted her. In this life, they have no connections. But it is important to make Alec think that she is nearby, because he is very fearful and distrustful. The hero is just waging a psychological war with him for now. And the hero also wants to force Erika to show up as soon as she sees the future they created. She will go out of her way, but will rush as soon as she feels her importance in this game. Namgung will go away for now on business, ordering Myung-hun to stick to his plan and not deviate from the intended line. It would be interesting to see what would happen if the three prophets gathered in Korea. But in general, nothing special would happen. Their task would simply be to protect the country from threats. They will defend Korea for them, starting from the second gate of hell, and soon their forces will play a key role in the further course of events. Alec's squad is landing, and the big guy asks him how they plan to proceed in the next step of the operation. The plan is to look around the 63rd quarter and complete the preparations they started earlier. The big guy was hungry and wanted to eat. He joked that his stomach acid could even dissolve diamonds. His appetite was so strong. The red-haired girl asked Hans where he got such wisdom from, and he replied that he lived in Korea for some time, and this proverb was taken from Korean folklore. There was a high chance they would have to fight, so not eating would be a serious mistake. Alex suggested going to a recommended steakhouse. But Hans said that when abroad, you should definitely try cultural dishes to really feel the atmosphere of the country. Hans asked them to simply follow him, promising to show them some unusual and delicious place that was definitely worth visiting. The girl asked him to leave his nonsense and focus on the task, because in such a small and inconspicuous country, it was unlikely that anything could survive, especially after the appearance of the gates of hell. Oh no, this place is already 40 years old, and it could not have survived after everything that happened in the past, because such places have incredible power. Iona ate so quickly that Alec almost stopped her, asking her to eat more slowly. No one would take the food away from her anyway. Alec really didn't like this kimchi-like thing. It smelled disgustingly like socks and the feeling was completely unbearable. Iona told Alec that it was a traditional Korean snack, and strongly recommended that he honor the culture by eating a spoonful of galbi soup and immediately following it with kimchi. That's the way it's supposed to be. Apparently, Iona had already fallen so in love with Korean food that, without thinking, she suggested going for a walk, especially since they still had plenty of time. With her mouth full, Iona happily agreed to go for a walk, calling the idea excellent, and asked Hans to lead them through the local streets. Iona was dressed in a gorgeous traditional Korean dress, and her appearance attracted all the eyes of those around her. Iona's portions never ended. She absorbed new dishes with surprise, enjoying the Korean culture and the atmosphere around her. After they ate, the three of them went for a walk along the beautiful streets of the Korean city. Iona had a camera, and she enthusiastically took pictures, capturing the moments of their rest. Hans asked with interest if they liked the country, and if they had fun in such a picturesque and hospitable place. Iona really liked Korea, and despite the existence of the Hellgates, the city's infrastructure was still functioning, and people continued to live their normal lives. Alec noticed that the stern Iona, who was no stranger to strong emotions, had suddenly softened today. Apparently, she really liked this country. Iona, noticing that her infatuation had suddenly become obvious, hurried ahead, embarrassedly telling Alec that if they didn't speed up, they would be late for the meeting. Against the backdrop of a stunning sunset, the entire Korean city was visible, bathed in golden rays, creating an unforgettable spectacle. A girl dressed in a traditional Korean robe was enjoying this beautiful sunset, her face expressing complete admiration for what was happening. The regressor that her higher creation, the Mist Ranger, had mentioned stood nearby, feeling a little uneasy. The insanely beautiful girl turned to the main character and asked with interest if he was the man they were talking about. Namgung, this was the same person that the Mist Ranger mentioned. The view from the window was the same as the one the girl who had spoken to Namgung had, and it was a real work of art. Alec walked down the corridor of the high-rise building, heading towards his appointed meeting with Kang Hojin, his steps confident and determined. At such a height, it is extremely difficult to organize an ambush, and it is unlikely that an outsider would be able to get through, so Chui Myung-hun will definitely not be able to do anything secret. His phone could be wiretapped. He could be being followed right now. And the unknown person, having heard his voice, hangs up, and the wait will continue at the appointed place. He approved of Iona's instructions, and without thinking, took the earpiece out of his ear, hiding it from sight. Suddenly a voice came from behind him, greeting him as Alex Trauman, and there was something strange and meaningful in this greeting. Alec could hear footsteps behind him. The man was quickly approaching, and it was clear that the meeting would be important. It was the healthy hero Kang Hojin, known to humanity as a hero who fought off a crowd of goblins and saved more than one life. Alec greeted him, complimenting him and saying that he looked even more impressive in person than on video. Alec was grateful that he had come anyway, despite the changed time. Alec extended his hand to Kang Hojun, but he, in turn, did not shake it, and this gesture did not go unnoticed. Does Kang Hojun know about Alec's ability to use moon vision? This skill could unlock all of his hidden powers. If Hojin really knows about his moon vision, then he probably knows about other abilities of Alex that few people know about. If Hojin is aware of the existence of Iona and Hans, then it is quite possible that he did not come to the meeting alone. Alec was surprised that Korea was able to defend its lands, because even England, which had a prophet like him, suffered huge losses. Hojin and his partner did a great job, and Alec asked if they had dealt with those strange creatures in Sinchon. Hojin was flattered, but emphasized that the success was largely due to the quick response of the police and the army. Alec, in turn, noted that he came here precisely to discuss their actions. And if that's the case, then it's to this guy. Hojin pointed his finger at the elevator, where the new participant in the meeting was supposed to appear. The weapon he used was given to him by this guy who was about to come out of the elevator. Myung-hoon steps out of the elevator with his fists clenched and a calm expression on his face, and his presence is immediately felt in the air. Alec Trauman immediately realized that Hojin would not be alone, but with Myung-hun, and this did not surprise him. He introduced himself to Myung-hoon, extended his hand in greeting, but he did not shake it back, although there was nothing personal in it. Myung-hoon didn't shake Alec's hand, but began to tell about himself. He is currently a retired soldier, but previously served in the same unit as Kang Hojin. This guy didn't shake Alec's hand either. He was sure that they knew about his strength, and there was no point in denying it, and so he stood calmly and silently. Alec wasn't surprised by their coordinated movements and reactions, because they served together in the same unit, and that explained a lot. Alec is a world star, and thanks to him the news about the prophets quickly spread in the media. If it weren't for Alec, perhaps no one would have known about the prophets. Alec asked Myung-hoon if he was a prophet, because that was the main purpose of his trip, to find out. Myung-hoon replied that he could not reveal all the details, as he did not know whether Alec was an ally or an enemy, and did not want to take any risks. Alec laughed and said that Myung-hoon was right, because doubts are the main trait of a leader, and they should be respected. Wise words. Myung-hoon knew that Alec would understand him, because he himself was a generous man. The hospital named after St. Mary was located at Noryangjin Station, Myung-hoon reported, his voice calm and composed, not betraying the slightest emotion. It seemed to Myung-hoon that Alec, as usual, was trying to take the best positions, because his gaze was sharp and calculating, as if he had already put everything in its place. Alec was very surprised, because he had not expressed such intentions during their conversation. He knew exactly where Hans and Iona were waiting, and despite his power, even if he was a prophet, his abilities could not be so obvious to those around him. Myung-hoon knew that the world was on the brink of disaster, and as a prophet he should have known this. He realized the importance of combining their forces. If Myung-hoon had the power of a prophet, then, in theory, he should have understood perfectly well how decisive this moment was. Modern firearms will soon lose their effectiveness, and humanity will be forced to look for new ways. Perhaps this was their true goal, to direct the world to a new path of development. Only prophets could save the world, and that is why Alec, being confident in his powers, was going to create an international union, inviting everyone to join and demonstrate the power of their comrades. However, without waiting for Myung-hoon to express his point of view, Alec finished his furious speech, deciding that it was now his opponent's turn to speak. Kang Hojun remained completely calm, not showing any emotion. He only glanced at Alec Trauman. His gaze was motionless and cold. Myung-hoon was stunned by everything Alec said, and after a moment's pause, he decided to give his speech, hoping that his words would shed some light on what was happening. Myung-hoon couldn't help but feel that Alec was playing the hero, when in reality his goal was far from noble, and his actions were more reminiscent of personal gain. Alec, hearing Myung-hoon's words, only laughed, calling it a joke. But Myung-hoon was not so convincing in his answer. He claimed that behind all the loud speech, there was only a desire for power, and therefore asked why Alec really wanted to recreate the Union. Alec continued to laugh, not even trying to answer seriously, because it seemed to him that all this was complete nonsense. He could not believe that someone could take his intentions so seriously. However, Myung-hoon did not give up and firmly continued. What if it was all really as he said? Suddenly, a sword appeared behind Alec's back, and he felt his desire to kill Choi Myung-hoon begin to grow. Kang Hojun reacted much faster than Myung-hoon, and immediately shouted to his comrade, warning him about Alec's attack. Myung-hoon didn't have time to react in time, and Kang Ho-jin rushed forward, saving him from a fatal blow that could have been fatal. Choi Myung-hoon was filled with anger. He could not believe that Alec Traman, hiding his true intentions, decided to commit such a vile act. That's why quick reactions and foresight are a real pain in the ass. Exactly the kind of nuisance Alec wouldn't want any prophet to be able to see on the horizon. If he spares Myung-hoon, he will somehow get in the way of his goal, and that will be another obstacle. Alec was firm in his decision. Myung-hoon had to die right here and now. But Myung-hoon and Kang Ho-jin had their own cunning plan. At that time, the streets of the Korean city were silent, and the night sky was beautifully lit, as if everything around was ready to welcome a new day full of surprises and dangers. Nam-gung met Erika Ninagawa, whom he had not seen for a long time. Erika, smiling, confirmed that she agreed with his words, adding that she remembered him from her previous life. He asked her how the future he had once planned had gone, and Erika found herself in a slight stupor, not knowing exactly how to answer. Meanwhile, Alec Traman met with Choi Myung-hoon, who claimed to be a Mist Ranger prophet, which caused Alec considerable doubt. Alec was determined to remove Myung-hoon from his path, for his goal was to eliminate the Mist Ranger himself, preventing him from interfering with his plans. However, if Alec finds out that the Mist Ranger's prophet is not Choi Myung-hoon at all, but Erika, his anger will be directed directly at her, and he will definitely try to kill her. Erika was trapped, with no choice but to form an alliance with Nam-gung until Alec showed up, since as a regressor, he knew the future even without the gift of foresight. Nam-gung asked her if these were the thoughts that prompted her to come to Korea, to which she confirmed that this was indeed the case. Erika was willing to obey Nam-gung's rules despite her pride, because she knew that this was the only way she could survive and protect herself from possible threats. She agreed with Nam-gung, clarifying that although she didn't remember the future to the same extent as he did, she was still able to occasionally glimpse it and see important details. At that moment, Nam-gung's phone rang out with words that someone was going to kill the prophet of the Mist Ranger, and the hero anxiously asked Erika if she had seen these events in passing. Myung-hoon wasted no time in saying into the microphone that, as expected, Alec was going to kill her. Alec Traman was shocked to hear that Manhwa had a hidden microphone on him, and everything that was happening suddenly seemed different. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the silhouette of a powerful man with red eyes appeared, whose intentions were clearly hostile. The man directed his blow towards Alec with force, destroying everything around him with his presence. After a precise and powerful blow, Alec, holding onto the sword, fell to the floor, not understanding what exactly happened. Alec was extremely surprised that this strong man appeared at the very moment when his plan was about to come true. The big guy stated that he didn't need to know where he came from. He was only there to complete one task. Erika's enemy must die. Alec accused Choi Myung-hoon of lying and manipulation, and it was extremely unpleasant for him to realize that he had been so meanly deceived. But Myung-hoon remained steadfast. He never said that he had the gift of foresight, but simply threw out the bait, which Alec was too stupid to take. Alec couldn't contain his anger, and began to insult Choi Myung-hoon in an attempt to diffuse his feelings of discontent. The big guy cut off Alec's screams with a powerful blow to the stomach, causing him to go silent from the pain for a moment. A normal person would not survive such a blow, and so Alec asked himself who this Erika was that could control such monsters. It turns out that Choi Myung-hoon really isn't a prophet, or he might be deceiving Alec by creating an artificial person named Erika, or these people are just running errands for her. Alec thought about Mistress Erika, and this moment did not escape the keen eye of the big man. The big man swung his weapon and sharply ordered Alec not to think about Mrs. Erika anymore, immediately taking on the role of a guard. Despite all his good intentions, Alec Traman risked making the world worse, not realizing that his actions could lead to disaster. Dreams of a better world are the dreams of every person, but only a few are able to make them come true. In this respect, Alec Traman was not only special, but also too cunning, because he considered himself smarter than others. Among the 8 battle stars, the witness of the sun and moon has the greatest advantage for a prophet who started his journey in the carnival, since it is easier for him to pretend to be a supreme being full of humanity. However, the witness of the sun and moon, despite his outward impartiality, actually longs to see the human world filled with greed. His true desire is to watch the degradation of society. It was precisely with the aim of satisfying this perverted taste that Alec Traman was chosen to become his instrument. But as for Nam-gung, by claiming that he is not like Alec Traman, he may have been trying to justify his own actions while hiding his darker intentions. As Nam-gung knows, Erika's ability to foresee is not yet developed, and she does not have enough evidence from the distant future that she is unable to see. She needs a guarantee that she will not be deceived, that her path will lead to the right goal. The minimum guarantee she seeks is the certainty that Nam-gung will not bring about the destruction of humanity through his actions. Erika's question was simple but important. What would happen in the end if she didn't follow the regressor? What awaited her in this world that could fall apart? While Erika was pondering, the big man, ready to punish Alec for his thoughts towards Erika, moved forward again for action. However, Alec Traman, showing flexibility and speed, dodged the blow that the big man slowly and powerfully tried to deliver. Expecting the battle to continue, Alec prepared to counterattack, aiming at the big guy who had been mocking and humiliating him just seconds ago. He delivered a powerful blow with his sword, trying to incapacitate the big guy. But the big guy was quick enough to dodge, taking advantage of the unstable and uneven ceiling, which worked to his advantage. Despite his huge frame, the big man was surprisingly fast, and his skills spoke of his nature as a natural-born killer. Alec, who considered himself a master, would hardly be able to match such an opponent. Alec asked with mild disdain, "Does it look like I'm acting right now?" His sarcasm didn't go unnoticed, but the big man could only marvel at his confidence. Alec studied martial arts not in Hollywood, as the big guy might have thought, but in a specialized school where he was taught real skills, not theatrical techniques. Alec mastered these martial arts in a serious school that specializes in training fighters for the most dangerous missions. He was ready for another powerful blow to the brute, intending to deliver the decisive blow. Alec received his training in one of the assassination groups that was disbanded several years ago. But even after that, his skills remained at the highest level. Kang Ho-jun thought that the big guy named Igor needed help, but Myung-hoon rejected his offer, urging Ho-jun to stay put and keep an eye on the situation. He looked at Ho-jun and asked, "Can't you see this big guy's fighting spirit?" The big man, struggling to breathe, turned around to look at Myung-hoon and Ho-jun. His words slurred due to fatigue. Only inexpressive sounds came out of his mouth, and not a single clear word came out of his mouth. He probably wanted to say something like help or stay away, but Myung-hoon and Ho-jun couldn't figure out what exactly he meant. Myung-hoon, looking closely at the situation, thought that the big man was asking them not to approach, saying that he wanted this battle between the two men to end without interference. Ho-jun agreed with Myung-hoon's opinion, grinning. How cool is he? He will go down in history as the man who defeated the prophet with his bare hands. However, at the very last moment, the big guy still shouted out that he needed help. Despite their pride, Ho-jun and Myung-hoon felt a slight sense of shame as they had simply stood there and watched the whole time. Alec couldn't help but call all three of them stupid and dirty degenerates, expressing his indignation. Alec swung his sword again, aiming it at the three, wanting to crush them all in one moment. He shouted that they would all die as he swung his sword again, creating another wave of destruction. This time the big guy could no longer dodge. Fatigue from the protracted battle took its toll. At that moment, some of Kang Ho-jun's clubs were knocked away. The big guy Igor flew back and hit the wall, and Myung-hoon held back the wave of destruction with his sword. The big guy was thrown back so hard that his body crashed through a wall far from the active battle zone. Myung-hoon was able to block that very galactic sword, but he realized that this weapon was completely different. It was impossible to believe that he himself could acquire a sword of the level that Alec had. Myung-hoon, surprised, asked Alec who gave him this sword, Erica or his higher being. Alec had no intention of continuing Myung-hoon's silence, and insisted that if he did not answer, the interrogation would proceed without him. One would be enough. Myung-hoon could not fully control the sword of Tanyang, since this sword was only conquered by his brother, Namgung, and he himself only carried it, pretending to be a prophet. He asked the sword if it would deign to submit to Myung-hoon again. Myung-hoon tried to appeal to the sword's aura again, and Alec, recognizing it, realized that before him was nothing other than the blade of hell, or the executioner's sword, a signature weapon. Alec was completely confused, not understanding what was happening to Myung-hoon, and how he ended up in this situation. Imagine his shock when he realized that Myung-hoon was ready to attack him with this new sword. Myung-hoon, gathering all his power, created a hellish wave and directed it straight towards Alec Traman. Alec, without wasting any time, reflected this wave with his galactic sword, which was given to him by the Almighty. At the same moment, Ho-jun attacked Alec from the other side. He threw a punch at Alec, but he reacted quickly, blocking his attack, and the two held each other back. Ho-jun felt that the mercenaries were nothing special. Their strength was clearly not as great as he expected. Alec mockingly called Kang Ho-jun a typical dumb warrior, not considering him a serious opponent. Ho-jun was confused, wondering if they could handle 3 former assassin members like Alec. He was very surprised by Alec's words, and at that moment Iona appeared behind him. She quickly attacked Ho-jun, striking him in the back, causing him to cry out in pain. At the same time, Hans, appearing from around the corner, dealt a strong blow to Myung-hoon's face, and he, like Ho-jun, fell to the floor, losing his balance. They were both unconscious. Hans and Iona arrived just in time. Hans suggested to Alec to retreat from this battle. Everything was already prepared, so it was time to leave. But he still had unfinished business. He had to cut off their heads and present them to the one behind them. Hans knew this big guy. He used to work for the Assassins Association called Sunset. Their leader was much stronger and more dangerous. If they killed this big guy, they would provoke the leader. Alec Traman shouldn't be afraid of them, but Hans had something else in mind and didn't insist. The choice was left to Alec. Suddenly, someone grabbed Hans by the neck from behind. He felt unbearable pain and grimaced in pain. Iona didn't understand what was happening and could have sworn that she hit him right on the 3rd vertebra. The weakened Myung-hoon lay and laughed at Iona, which irritated her greatly. Although she did hit the 3rd vertebra, it was completely insignificant to their Ho-jun. Kang Hojin was a real giant. He activated his wild state. Iona couldn't understand how he could be huge, so he must have a hidden gift. But Hojin was like this from birth. He was a machine superior to other people. He threw Hans with one hand as easily as if he were holding a small child. He concentrated the blood circulation in his muscles, which is why he threw Hans so easily. Iona took out the tail of a nine-tailed fox of the highest magical rank, but she had the advantage of a special technique. She struck Hojin with her tail. Hojin blocked Iona's strike with his powerful arm. It seemed to be made of iron. Kang Hojin grabbed the tail of the nine-tailed fox with his hands, and Yongna couldn't hold it. Hojin pulled hard on the tail, knowing that Iona would never let go. With that, Iona flew after her tail towards Hojin under the influence of the impulse. She flew straight into his hand, hitting her head hard as she fell to the ground. Iona fell backwards onto the ground, and it seemed like she wouldn't be able to get up after hitting her head on the floor so hard. Kang Hojin was surprised that he didn't hit her with his blow, but she flew into his hand. But suddenly Iona stood up sharply and attacked Kang Hojin. She jumped on his back and began to strangle this ogre named Kang Hojun. It turned out that she simply dodged Hojin's cross slash in the blink of an eye. SLS are not just trained fighters. Iona was trying her best to apply a choke on Hojun. She saw through all the ogre's weaknesses and instantly blocked the flow of blood with her technique. Where could Alec have gotten such a talented person? Myung-hun urgently needed to do something. Alec ordered Iona not to kill Hojun. He was going to cut him in half. Alec Trayman slashed his galactic sword at Kang Hojun. But Myung-hun rose from his knee in time, covering Hojun with his powerful sword. Alec was very surprised that Choi Myung-hun was able to rise from his knees. According to him, Myung-hun was going to make senseless speeches again. Myung-hun started to make fun of Alec Trayman because he had some kind of plan. Perseverance is how Myung-hun described his main character trait. Alec ordered him to shut up. He was already sick of everything Myung-hun was saying. Myung-hun admitted it was a good blow, but it wasn't enough to break his tenacity. Alec was mad and didn't want to listen to Myung-hun's ridicule any longer. Alec threw a punch at Myung-hun, but he blocked it and continued to say insulting words towards Alec. Myung-hun's sword was very close to Alec Trayman's head, and he began to seriously worry that everything could end right now. Myung-hun blocked all possible strikes from Alec. He was extremely unhappy about this. A prophet is a prophet. They exchanged only a few blows, and his hand was already tired. Myung-hun only knew how to block. He was a coward. So where was his vaunted tenacity? Myung-hun couldn't resonate with the sword spirit 100%, especially without Namgung's spirit magic. It was a miracle that he had gotten this far with a sword that wasn't even his. It was annoying, but he couldn't beat Alec. How about you admit your fate to Myung-hun and stop clinging to life? Iona screamed and asked for help, because she could not hold Hojun for long. Kang Hojun slammed her against the wall, and each time her grip became weaker. If she let him go, he would kill them all. She begged Alec or anyone for help. Hojun delivered a powerful and sharp blow with his back against the wall, which caused Iona unbearable pain. Choi Myung-hun and Alec Trayman were left in disbelief as they watched Kang Hojun still able to breathe after being hit by Iona's powerful choke. With a sharp slam against the wall, Hojun forced Iona to loosen her grip, causing her to slide off his back due to the piercing pain that shot up her spine from the impact. At that moment, Hans woke up from Hojun's multiple blows and managed to catch the falling Iona, preventing her from colliding with the floor. He expressed his gratitude to Iona for her selfless fight against Hojun, emphasizing that now it was his turn to confront the formidable soldier. Hojun turned his head and expressed extreme amazement at the fact that Hans was able to recover, because his blows were so powerful that they were usually incompatible with life. Hans's body, hardened by intense training, did not succumb to the destructive force of the blows, although the pain he experienced was so unbearable that he lost consciousness. But now the situation required a little pretense. Kang Hojun was quite amazed by Hans's endurance, but remained confident in his superiority, believing that dealing with him would be as easy as dealing with Iona earlier. Hans said mockingly that Hojun was weaker and less prepared than himself, having put all his resources into physical strength, but completely forgetting to leave some energy for brain work. Hojun should have been using high-tech equipment similar to what Hans had, a blaster specially designed for elite stormtroopers by talented engineers from the country of Alcester. Suddenly, the intense battle between Myung-hun and Alec was interrupted by a deafening explosion of fire, as Hans activated his battle gauntlet against Hojun. Myung-hun screamed desperately at Hojun, but received no response, while Alec Trayman contemptuously called Hojun a brainless idiot for thoughtlessly rushing towards Hans's deadly weapon. Carelessly distracted by Alec Trayman, Myung-hun did not notice how his opponent struck with lightning speed with his galactic sword, cutting through the air with incredible speed. Myung-hun failed to react to Alec Trayman's swift attack, his face frozen in an expression of complete shock and genuine surprise. Drops of Choi Myung-hun's fresh blood slowly trickled down the blade of Alec's galactic sword, sadly indicating that the warrior's fate seemed to be sealed. Alec and his comrades towered over the motionless bodies of Choi Myung-hun and Kang Hojun, carefully examining their fallen opponents. Alec Trayman decisively gave the order to behead both Korean warriors, noticing that Myung-hun's body was completely covered in blood from his wounds. Kang Hojun's body froze in an unnatural position. His eyes and mouth remained wide open, giving him the appearance of a terrifying frozen sculpture. Trauman ordered the capture and interrogation of the Russian bandit, who had shown extraordinary tenacity despite the numerous crushing blows inflicted by Hans. As per Hans's request, Alec decided to spare the life of the mysterious guy from the Sunset Organization, which suited Hans just fine, since his secret plan was going exactly as planned. Iona stood frozen over Hojun's body, clutching the fire cord in her hands, thinking that her spine could have been seriously damaged due to the collision provoked by this ruthless bastard. She persistently asked for permission to finish off Hojun, preparing to immediately attack this damned brute in revenge for the excruciating pain in her back that he had caused her. Unexpectedly for everyone present, Hojun, who seemed dead and whom everyone had already written off, began to make some indistinct, difficult-to-distinguish sounds. Alec Trauman leaned over and asked him what he was muttering, while Hans took up position behind them, ready to behead Choi Myung-hun at any moment. Suddenly, Alec's question to Myung-hun was interrupted by a strange, bright glow that suddenly penetrated through the window openings. Hans and Alec stood there in complete bewilderment, watching what was happening around them, feeling how everything around them was shaking, and the sky took on an unusually bright, frightening glow. Alec turned around abruptly and looking out the window was completely astonished, whispering that what was happening simply could not be reality. His gaze was fixed on something blindingly shining in the darkening sky, his eyes wide, filling with genuine shock and alarm. From the sky, bizarrely mutated crocodiles began to fall rapidly, crashing to the ground in frighteningly large numbers. It turned out that the second gates of hell had opened. Another sinister eye had appeared in the sky, from which terrifying creatures were pouring out, this time represented by mutated crocodiles with distorted bodies. This marked the second stage of the sinister carnival, where the main task for all living beings became survival in this unfolding apocalypse, which caused a strong shock to Hans and Alec. Alec's state of utter amazement was interrupted by strange sounds coming from behind him, where Myung-hun was making signs, trying to get his attention for an urgent message. Myung-hun made a ding-ding sound, imitating the sound of a telephone ringing, and asked Alec to answer the call, which was obviously from the mysterious Nam-gung. Alec shouted irritably into the phone, demanding to know what the unknown interlocutor wanted, in response to which Nam-gung's voice calmly inquired about Alec's current well-being. Alec was completely shocked that this mysterious man was contacting him again, realizing that he was most likely the one behind all the troubles related to Erica, having decided for himself that he would definitely track down and destroy Nam-gung. The protagonist calmly informed Alec that he would only be able to find Nam-gung if he himself survived, warning that if Alec did not speed up his actions, truly horrific consequences awaited him. Alec was absolutely sure that the cunning bastard had foreseen this development in advance, knowing that Nam-gung had not made a single mistake in the execution of his carefully thought-out plan. Nam-gung sarcastically wished Alec good luck in confronting the monsters, emphasizing the importance of his survival, adding that if successful, Alec could become famous as the English prophet who heroically saved the Korean nation. Alec Trauman, filled with rage from Nam-gung's mocking words, forcefully smashed Myung-hun's phone on the floor, unable to contain his uncontrollable anger. The enraged Englishman gave the merciless order to destroy all prisoners, regardless of whether they possessed prophetic powers, considering it pointless to show them any mercy. Iona, unquestioningly obeying Alec's orders, began methodically preparing to behead Kan Hojun, checking her weapon. Hans loudly warned Iona, urging her to be careful, but she did not have time to react in time. There was only a split second left before something irreparable happened. Hans threw himself onto the floor with lightning speed, dragging Iona along with him, thereby saving her from a rapidly flying arrow aimed straight at the girl's head, which flew over them and broke the huge panoramic window. An arrow shot from the ground somehow miraculously reached the top floor of a high-rise building, which seemed absolutely impossible for an ordinary human being. In Alec's mind, Nam-gung had likely recruited a professional marksman with exceptional skills in using a combat bow, which would make Alec's already dangerous situation much more difficult. Suddenly, a second deadly arrow flew right in front of Alec Trauman's face, but thanks to his excellent reaction, he managed to dodge in time, avoiding a direct hit. In a moment, the entire floor was under a massive barrage of arrows. Alec Trauman successfully dodged them, while loudly announcing the need to immediately leave the dangerous place and ordering everyone to retreat. Iona disappointedly told Kan Hojun that he was incredibly lucky to be alive, emphasizing that if Alec had not given the order to retreat, she would have certainly taken his life without any mercy. Choi Myung-hun, upon regaining consciousness, was extremely surprised at his miraculous survival, especially considering the fact that Alec Trauman's galactic sword had left a deep, terrifying scar across his entire wounded body. He worriedly asked his comrade-in-arms about his well-being, to which he resolutely replied that he would never again agree to participate in such deadly, dangerous adventures. Erika Ninagawa noted with alarm that Nam-gung's ominous predictions regarding the opening of the second gates of hell had been fully confirmed, and now they had actually opened wide before a stunned humanity. By all indications, the opening time of the second gate was significantly altered by the unexpectedly rapid closing of the first hellish gate, raising the question, even if Namgung is indeed a regressor, how could he have accurately predicted the altered timing of this catastrophic event? Namgung not only has the ability to remember future events, he also has a vast array of information that remains completely inaccessible to anyone else in this world. Namgung expressed confidence that Erika was aware of the appearance of numerous mysterious dungeons across all continents of the planet after the first Hellgates were closed. Indeed, many powerful people from all over the world have discovered these mysterious dungeons and successfully overcome their trials, which was a carefully hidden condition for opening the gates of Hell. When the final run of all world dungeons is completed, the mechanism for opening new Hellgates is automatically triggered, releasing another wave of terrifying creatures. In his past life, Namgung remembered that the last country to complete the dungeon was Japan. So Erika's presence here clearly indicated the completion of this process, which prompted Namgung to invite her to the moment of opening the new gate. He has such a deep knowledge of everything that is happening that he barely needs to look into the future, showing that in some ways, Namgung is not that different from Erika herself. The hero's current life, despite all his knowledge, is unlikely to exactly repeat the events he remembered from the last cycle, and his prediction regarding the opening of the gates of Hell turned out to be correct, rather due to a lucky coincidence. Memories of past events are often insufficient to accurately predict the future, and in such critical moments, Erika, being a seer who can directly look into the future, significantly exceeds the capabilities of the regressor. Erika Ninagawa was completely at a loss as to Namgung's true intentions, perceiving the entire situation as extremely strange and shrouded in an impenetrable veil of mystery. In reality, Namgung didn't really need anything special from her. He simply wanted Erika to help him close the gates of Hell, acknowledging that while he had dealt with the first gate on his own, this one might be much more difficult to overcome alone. With all airports and seaports closed, Erika was left in a bind if she ever intended to return to her native Japan. It seemed that the cunning Namgung had managed to skillfully trap Erika Ninagawa in circumstances, forcing her to reluctantly agree to his terms of cooperation. This time, Erika, along with her experienced team, decided to lend a helping hand to the mysterious regressor Namgung, hoping for a favorable outcome from their joint efforts. As one would expect from a person of her position and caution, Erika Ninagawa would never risk arriving at such an important meeting without the reliable escort of her loyal warriors. Standing proudly next to Erika was a mysterious man in a fearsome mask known as Katsumata, and behind them stood his well-armed fighting force, ready for any eventuality. Namgung was genuinely surprised by the fact that the leader of the powerful intertwining organization himself had arrived on Korean territory, which indicated that Erika Ninagawa had prepared extremely carefully for this meeting. However, Erika, acting prudently, could not know for certain whether the mysterious regressor was a potential ally or a hidden enemy, so she wisely decided not to take any risks, arriving fully prepared for any possible development. The protagonist understood perfectly well the motives behind Erika's precautions and suggested that they immediately move on to discussing pressing issues so as not to waste precious time on formalities. Now, Namgung was about to give them a detailed account of his carefully thought-out strategy for effectively dealing with the monsters that had burst forth from the gates of Hell. First, he strongly advised them not to focus their attention on the gates of Hell itself, but to concentrate on the truly important aspects of what was happening. Katsumata expressed extreme surprise at such unexpected advice from Namgung, sincerely perplexed at how it was possible to ignore the gates of Hell, which were an obvious source of danger. Namgung clarified that they specifically should stop worrying about the gates of Hell, since a specially trained person would deal with this problem. But a natural question arose about the place of appearance of the main boss, who, logically, should have come out of the gate. According to conventional logic, the final boss should have materialized directly from the gates of Hell, but if not from there, then the question arose about his possible alternative place of appearance. The hero pointed with an expressive gesture at the huge whirlpool rapidly forming outside the windows of the dark, chaotic Korean city. The whirlpool was constantly growing in size. The water around it was seething with such violent force, as if a powerful underwater earthquake of incredible intensity was occurring in the depths. Suddenly, a giant water serpent with a terrifying appearance emerged from the seething waters, its sharp teeth gleaming like perfectly sharpened deadly blades. This was the true boss of the second hellish gate, a real terror of the ocean depths, an underwater creature of colossal size, significantly exceeding in height even the most majestic skyscrapers of the city. Namgung said that there was only one effective way to successfully deal with this giant underwater serpent that threatened all living things. He revealed that all snake-like magical creatures have a common vulnerability, a special scale, different from the rest, strategically located under the monster's chin. Katsumata thought that the task was too simple if it only required destroying one specific scale, but Namgung clarified that while this was true in theory, there was a serious complicating circumstance. Namgung explained in detail that they would not be able to cause even the slightest damage to this special scale, with weapons that were classified below rare rank, which greatly limited their capabilities. As far as Erika knew, the only person in possession of a weapon of rare rank or higher was their recent opponent, Alec Traman, which created an additional difficulty. Katsumata directly asked Namgung if he really had originally planned to invite Alec to destroy the scale, but he was told no, as that would have meant Alec Traman taking all the credit for it. The astute Katsumata suggested that Namgung's plans may involve stealing the Galaxy Sword from Alec Traman to achieve their goal. Namgung just chuckled, admitting that it wasn't such a bad option, but assured that such a theft was unnecessary since his carefully laid out plan should work flawlessly. Quite unexpectedly, the protagonist's sword flew through the window at high speed between Namgung and Katsumata, flying dangerously close to Erika Ninagawa, almost hitting her. His massive sword, moving with astonishing speed, pierced deeply into the wall of the room where an important meeting of representatives of two powerful factions was taking place. Katsumata expressed great surprise at the incident that had occurred, and immediately went to the window to find out where exactly Namgung's sword had come from when it pierced the ceiling. On the deserted dark street below stood two lonely figures, a young man and apparently his father, holding an impressive-sized battle bow in his hands. This amazing archer somehow managed to shoot the sword with such force that it reached their high floor, and the shooter turned out to be none other than the famous Kunin and recognized rune master Zhong Taiho. Namgung, however, did not even flinch from surprise, since he had foreseen this event in advance, noting with a slight smile that it was quite entertaining to observe such an unusual picture. The sword magically returned to its rightful owner, which served as clear evidence that Myung-hun was still alive and in relatively good condition despite the injuries he had sustained. Now they finally had a sword that had the power to cut that special scale, and they were ready to set out on the mission as soon as Katsumata confirmed his readiness. The leader of the Katsumata Intertwining Organization was an imposing figure, with two sharp swords strapped to his back, his face hidden by a menacing mask in the traditional Chinese style with a distinctive long nose, and his clothes consisting of an elegant jacket and trousers. Katsumata, always on alert, confidently stated that they would immediately move out at the first opportunity to confront the underwater giant that was threatening the entire city. To ensure the rapid movement of the entire combat team, they quickly secured two special strong cables that served for accelerated descent. The main character, Namgung, took up a position directly in front of a broken window, from which two strong cables extended outward for the group to move quickly. With foresight, the hero suggested urgently testing the strength of these cables using a special test roller to ensure safety. However, the charismatic leader of the Katsumata Intertwinement arrogantly rejected this offer, stating that for a warrior of his level, such primitive tools were completely unnecessary. Katsumata gave the order to his squad to take care of Lady Erika Ninagawa. His words were immediately taken into account, and he rushed forward along the rope without wasting a second. Katsumata rushed towards the underwater devil at breakneck speed, his eyes blazing with anger and confidence, ready to collapse in a furious fight. Katsumata truly deserves the title of Sparrow Wings, as his movements are light, swift, and unerring. Instantly reaching the underwater serpent, he jumped from the tightrope and instantly drew his razor-sharp katanas. Without wasting any time, he thrust them hard into the thick, armor-like scaled skin of the boss of the second Hell Gate. Suddenly he turned his head sharply, his face distorted with strong surprise when he saw something unexpected. Katsumata was taken aback by the fact that Namgung had not left him a single step behind, and was already standing on the slippery scales of the underwater snake, maintaining his balance. The skin of this monster turned out to be much more slippery than Namgung expected, and it was extremely difficult to stay on it. They needed to get under its massive jaw as quickly as possible. However, haste now can only harm their plan. First they need to somehow anger the sea serpent and force it to act rashly. Katsumata, barely holding onto his sword stuck in his skin to keep from falling into the icy abyss, asked Namgung what he meant and how they could anger this giant worm. The protagonist cut the thick scales of the Ocean Lord until they bled, but it remained unclear whether such a minor scratch would be able to enrage the giant monster. At the other end of the snake's body, it was clearly visible how the sea serpent howled in pain and opened its foul-smelling mouth. Katsumata was not prepared for such a drastic action by Namgun. He called him a madman. Because of this, he almost fell into the water. Such small sacrifices are inevitable for the sake of a great goal. Namgung was determined to sacrifice himself and Katsumata for the sake of defeating the terrible serpent. He prepared to deliver a second crushing blow to the monster's massive body and said that it would be better for the snake to eat them both. It would be better if it swallowed them all together than if it swallowed all 5 oceans, for that would be a sacrifice for the salvation of all mankind. The underwater serpent roared in unbearable pain for the second time. Its furious movements began to crush the road bridges, turning them into rubble. Suddenly, Katsumata's grip weakened. His hands couldn't hold up and he slid off his sharp katanas, his eyes filled with shock. Immediately below them appeared the huge head of the Lord of the Depths. The snake opened its mouth, preparing to swallow the two heroes, Namgun and Katsumata. Already in the very jaws of the monster, Katsumata, in a desperate attempt to save himself, took out a shuriken with a rope, hoping to cling to at least something. The shuriken managed to firmly grasp the snake's giant sharp tooth, preventing Katsumata from falling into its gloomy stomach. Katsumata screamed desperately, calling for Namgun's help, because he could not hold on to the thin and taut rope for long. The protagonist, standing between the monstrous teeth of the snake, called Katsumata a truly skilled and agile fighter. He screamed loudly at Namgun, begging him to pull him out quickly before the snake slammed its stinking mouth shut. Namgung replied with a sly smile that they really should hurry before the snake's mouth closed completely. The protagonist, in one swift movement, jumped after Katsumata to pull him out, hanging right above the gaping throat of the snake. But suddenly, instead of saving Katsumata, he cut the rope with the shuriken in one motion, which he was holding onto with all his might. Namgung managed to slip out of the mouth of the Lord of the Oceans, but Katsumata remained inside, and the snake slammed its mouth shut, swallowing the poor fellow whole. Meanwhile, someone had to fight the monsters that poured out of the gates of hell in an endless stream. Crocodile-like creatures in armor and with sabers. Alec Trayman himself fought these terrible creatures, as he sought to reach the serpent's strong scales and defeat it for the highest prize. While Alec fought desperately with the crocodiles, his team stayed close, not giving in to him in the fierce battle. Is there really nothing more that can be done with these monsters? They keep cutting them out, but the number of monsters doesn't decrease. These crocodiles are on another level. These terrible creatures will not run out. We need to take decisive action immediately, otherwise they will not last long. Alec Trayman clutched his galactic sword in his hand, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to at least clear the path from the lizards a little. He dealt a crushing blow to the bridge, throwing all the crocodiles far to the side, giving the squad a chance to escape. All the crocodiles standing nearby flew away at great speed in the opposite direction from Alec and his comrades. After Alec's powerful blow, they immediately rushed away to wait in a secluded place and appear at the right moment for the final massacre of the snake. Suddenly, Munchung noticed Alec Trayman, Iona, and Hans rushing across the bridge, leaving the battlefield, and it was a shame for all of them, especially Alec. Chui Myung-hoon already thought that Alec had long since escaped, but it turned out that he was still here. How hopeless the situation had become. But Alec Trayman at least cleared the way for them, so now it became easier. After all, a prophet is a prophet. They crushed the lizards flawlessly, although Alec apparently was pretty exhausted, deciding to retreat, killing monsters along the way. Myung-hoon handed over Tanyan's sword to Kunin, because if they ran into Alec, they would die without their main weapon. Myung-hoon asked Ho-jun if he was feeling well, and suggested that they move as stealthily as possible so as not to be seen by Alec. Ho-jun rested a little and was now ready to go. There are a whole bunch of lizards there, but Kyung-gin and Jung Tae-ho apparently managed to get out of there. Then the number of creatures was not so large, and there is hope that the guys managed to survive. Nam-gung would have definitely reported. According to their plan, Kennen was supposed to hand over the sword, and they were supposed to walk through the already cleared territory, after which everyone was supposed to meet at the Ruru Tower. Most likely they were already there. It seemed to Kang Ho-jun that Alec Trayman was heading straight for the tower where they had an appointment. But Alec can't know where Kennen is, so they just have to wait until he leaves. Alec's squad cleared everything in their path to reach the safe zone and not be trapped. Iona screamed at Hasnu, demanding to know where the car was hidden, in which they were to leave and try to escape. The car was in Block 63, but due to the concentration of lizards, he called transport directly to the Ruru Tower. They only had one block to go along the road. Myung-hoon suggested that they urgently warn the Kyunin, since the main station seemed to be out of order and the communication was completely down, so they needed to prepare a satellite phone for further communication. The situation was far from the best, but they promised to find the missing guys themselves without any connection, because they needed to find them before Alec, who would probably try to kill them if he accidentally stumbled upon them. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly, an alarming cry was heard warning of a threat, and Myung-hoon instantly turned his frightened gaze towards the mountain where it all began. Ho-jun, Myung-hoon, and Igor were suddenly attacked by lizard-like creatures. At the same time, Ho-jun's one arm was completely non-functional, and Igor was not moving at all, and Myung-hoon carried him on his shoulder, gritting his teeth from the tension. At that moment, Chui Myung-hoon resolutely drew his freezing sword, determined to save his comrades and freeze those vile crocodiles threatening their lives at once. With one sharp yet precise movement, he turned all these crocodile freaks into ice statues, thereby saving his comrades from certain death. Myung-hoon exhaled heavily, coming to his senses with difficulty, and said with a grin that it was too early for him to die, because he was too young and damn handsome, and the crocodiles that had just attacked them were defeated. One of the frozen crocodiles suddenly began to move its eyes, although up until that moment everyone was sure that everything was over for these lizards. Suddenly, the ice covering the evil lizard began to crack, and everyone saw how it slowly tried to move its clawed limbs. At that very moment, the ice finally cracked, and the crocodile-like monster opened its terrible mouth, preparing to bite off Chui Myung-hoon's head with its terribly sharp teeth. However, just before his teeth closed, a painfully familiar arrow flew into the crocodile's head at a furious speed, piercing the monster through and through. Kang Ho-jun and Choi Myung-hoon were very confused as to who was able to shoot so accurately and in time, saving them at the most critical moment. As it turned out, it was Kyonin, standing on a hill above them, who immediately asked if the guys were okay, although it would seem that he should be near the Ruru Tower. This whole battered trio was incredibly happy that Kenan showed up so timely and literally saved their asses, because they would hardly have managed it alone. Meanwhile, on the other side, the poor and defenseless people were desperately screaming and calling for help, asking to save them from the annoying and stupid lizards. The long claws of another lizard-like monster were already visible from the water, and it seemed that there would be no end to these freaks. The people sitting by the water jumped up in horror, noticing that the lizards had swum right up to the shore, opening their mouths threateningly. Suddenly, arrows flew accurately into the heads of two particularly impudent lizards, and it was clear that Kenan had once again demonstrated his skill. The protagonist's daughter, standing on the bridge, confidently pointed her finger towards the mountain, releasing her magic forward. As soon as she raised her hand, she immediately lowered it sharply, as if giving the order to deliver a powerful magical blow to the reservoir teeming with lizards. A bright, dazzlingly beautiful, pink-hued lightning struck straight into the water with a deafening crack, and it turned out to be the highest magic of the legendary rank that Soman owned. All the crocodile-like creatures that were swimming near the shore were defeated in an instant, because Soman's lightning strike was truly devastating. Soman was slightly surprised by the power of her magic technique, although it had already become a habit for her, since she practiced magic every day. The world had changed a lot during the time that Jong Taiho was in a coma, and Soman's magical abilities were increasingly surprising even to the battle-hardened rune master Jong Taiho. Soman, with a slight grin, asked the old man not to embarrass her with praise, since for her, it had long become commonplace, especially since he himself could kill a lizardman with one shot. But the old man only laughed, saying that she should thank Yaksha for his wonderful store. Jong Taiho, looking at Soman, asked how she was feeling, whether she was worried about her father Namgung, because considering that her father was a regressor, there was definitely no need to worry. But still, he was worried about her. However, Somin was much more worried about Kyungin and Mr. Myung-hoon. She anxiously asked the rune master if they had met yet and how they were feeling, because the situation was becoming increasingly tense. At this time, on the bridge, Kyungin stood with a bow, ready to shoot a sharpened arrow, carefully watching Myung-hoon, who was holding Igor on his shoulder, and Kang Ho-jun stood next to him, ready for action. Choi Myung-hoon curiously asked Kyungin where he came from, to which he replied that their injuries looked very serious, so he came to help, knowing that they couldn't cope without his help. Kenan had to rescue gigachads like them more than once, and although they claimed that they didn't need help, they still expressed their gratitude for his assistance, which turned out to be incredibly timely. Kyunin warned that his father had gone to help Soman, as she alone was holding the line at the Han River Park, preventing the lizards from reaching the shore, which was quite a difficult task. Coming down from such a height was not easy for Conan, so he suggested meeting the others at the Olympic Bridge intersection, which was only a 10-minute walk away. Suddenly, a man approached the boys and told Kenan not to rush because he would personally push him off the bridge. But everyone immediately felt that this man was clearly not a friend. To their surprise, this man turned out to be Alec Trayman himself. His gaze was full of malice. He clearly wanted to kill everyone who was nearby, because they almost destroyed two of his people. Alec grabbed his galactic sword in fury and prepared himself for a powerful blow, ready to deliver the killing blow to end them. With one powerful blow, Alec cut the bridge in half, destroying it literally before the eyes of Kyunin, who stood on one half of it, feeling his world crumble. In a panic, Kenan began to scream and call for help, but everything happened so quickly that it was difficult to do anything in such a situation. Everything was decided in a split second. Kang Ho-jun couldn't believe his eyes, and wondered how Alec, who hadn't been so strong until recently, could attack so powerfully, because before his eyes, the enemy had gained incredible strength in such a short period of time. Alec Trayman, realizing that the four-eyed man was the one who shot at them while they were in the building, contemptuously noted that he only knew how to shoot, and was not capable of anything else, but that he clearly lacked physical strength. Kenan, clinging to the broken part of the bridge with one hand, desperately tried to hold on. His body was on the verge of breaking down, and he urgently needed help, otherwise he would not hold on. Choi Myung-hoon, seeing this, shouted for Alec Trayman to stop, but at the same moment, Kang Ho-jun rushed to help Kyunin, knowing that he only had a little bit of time left to hold out, or they would lose him. He was so angry that he had done nothing when he had the time, and now they had wandered right into the lion's mouth, that he ordered Iona and Hans to help deal with Munchung's squad. Suddenly, Iona and Hans froze in place, covered in cold sweat in horror. Iona, pointing her finger somewhere up, looked anxiously at the sky. Fear was visible in her eyes, and not just fear, but fear of death. They both watched in horror as the giant lord of the oceans rose to the surface, and they could do nothing, frozen in fear, because the snake was of terrifying size. The giant snake, having crashed into a high-rise building in pain, shook the entire area with a crash and roar, and the house, which was under strong pressure, began to crack, threatening to collapse. Suddenly, the snake noticed people standing on the bridge, and hearing their screams, he realized that they could become his reinforcements, because he was ready to attack them, devouring everything in his path. Chui Myung-hun reacted quickly, ordering his comrades to flee immediately, because the snake was ready to crush them all with its giant body and destroy everything around it. The Lord of the Oceans, like a giant shadow, fell right onto the long bridge, causing it to collapse. But Chui Myung-hun and his squad managed to escape, avoiding immediate death. The dust raised by the snake's fall onto the bridge caused Kang Ho-jun to cough, and despite his cough, he anxiously asked Kyung-in if he was okay and could run, to which Kyung-in replied that he was okay and could move. Because of the thick dust, Ho-jun couldn't see where Chui Myung-hun was. He called out to him, but he didn't answer, which only added to the anxiety of this critical situation. Alec Traman held his mighty sword tightly in one hand and tried to cover his face with the other, protecting himself from the acrid smoke that rose into the air after the giant serpent fell. Suddenly, his gaze shifted sharply to something that shocked him. His eyes widened in surprise. His attention was drawn to a strange scale near the giant snake's head, and Alec realized that if he struck it, the snake would be defeated. The Sun and Moon witness once mentioned that the only thing that could destroy this unusual scale was a weapon of rare rank or higher, and this witness bestowed such a weapon upon him. Alec Traman felt himself to be absolutely chosen, because he had a galactic sword of rare rank, which gave him the opportunity to complete the fate of the ruler of the oceans. He mocked Myung-hun, because even he, together with Erica, could not foresee such a future, such an outcome of events. A future where he and only he would deservedly receive the reward of World Boss. But it's not that they couldn't predict this future. And the fact is that such a future does not actually exist, because Alec Traman controls time, and Erica could never have foreseen that Alec would be able to defeat the Great Serpent. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some strange sounds, and he immediately turned his gaze to the side from where the screams came. And at that very moment, instead of Alec Traman, the protagonist named Namgung delivered the final blow, destroying the world boss, a giant snake. It was Namgung. It was he who dealt the final blow that led to the salvation of all mankind, and it was he who deserved all the awards. The protagonist stood, watching Alec intently, because he understood what he was about to experience, the moment when everything could change. Kang Ho-jun and Kyung-in were overjoyed by Namgung's sudden appearance and celebrated the victory he brought to all of humanity. Even Myung-hun, who was carrying the half-dead Igor, could not hold back his tears, watching how effectively and confidently Namgung acted. Alec couldn't believe what was happening, because he was just a few meters away from eternal glory. And at that moment, everything changed. Alec Traman immediately recognized the sword that Namgung was holding, because it was the weapon that Myung-hun had fought with him on the battlefield. He couldn't help but ask the protagonist if he was the one standing behind Chui Myung-hun all this time. But Namgung only told him to stop asking. Thanks to Alec Traman destroying all of those lizardmen, Korea was safe again, and Namgung thanked him for his help, as without him, he would have been hard-pressed to lure the serpent onto the bridge. Alec was shocked that he had been playing by Namgung's rules all along, and that the player who destroyed the magical creature would receive a special reward. "Come on, stop being jealous," he said when Namgung received a unique snake scale, an award that could only be obtained in one single copy. Alec Traman yelled at his subordinates and ordered them to take this valuable scale from the main character, Iona and Hans. Without wasting time, immediately began to carry out his order. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, several sharp and honed kunai began to fly rapidly towards Iona and Hans. But these guys are not so simple, and they were able to repel the blows of the throwing knives without losing their position. The strategy of breaking through the insides and exiting through the unusual scales seemed simply ingenious. Namgung was clearly a master of his craft, and he was right, considering the snake a powerful opponent, but not as strong as he thought. It seems that truly strong enemies are still ahead, and they are waiting for them. Opposite Alec Traman's squad, consisting of Iona and Hans, ninjas, soldiers and archers, as well as Namgung and Chui Myung-hun, gathered ready for battle. Suddenly, Alec Traman's hysterical laughter was heard. He laughed as if he had gone crazy, ready to destroy all living things around him. Iona stood there in bewilderment, unable to understand what was happening, because Alec's laughter did not stop, and it seemed that he had truly gone mad. The main character stood and carefully watched the hysterical, and sometimes even crazy, laughter of Alec Traman. It was clear in Namgung's eyes that he was very serious. There can only be one chosen one, and it will be the great Alec Traman, because no one yet understands how strong he really is. Erica, Namgung, an archer, and now a ninja. Why is it that so many people can't figure out where their place is in this world? Chui Myung-hun stood with his sword pointed at Alec Traman, while Kyunin, like Myung-hun, had an arrow knocked on his warbow, ready for action. Hans and Iona had already prepared their weapons, and Alec was charging up with galactic energy, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to all enemies at once. Alec swung his galactic sword to deliver a crushing blow when the protagonist gave the command. But suddenly his attack was interrupted by Soman, who soared into the sky with the help of her supreme and legendary magic. She looked at Alec Trauman with wild eyes, recognizing him, and said, "So that's who the prophet was on TV." Alec, with his sword on his back, felt a cold sweat run down his skin as he saw the real high magic used by the young girl. It was surprising to him that there was a prophet with such magical power in Korea, and that she could use magic at such an early stage of the carnival. Suddenly, Namgung snapped his fingers, and with this gesture gave the ninja the command to attack. All of them immediately began to move. "The British friends are already heading home, and we need to clear the way for them, because without help, they will not be able to cope with what awaits them." Several ninjas jumped into the air, drawing their throwing weapons, and prepared to attack. The ninja squad in the air began to throw their throwing knives with incredible accuracy. Alec Trayman's squad prepared to repel the shuriken attack, but it turned out that the knives were flying in the other direction. All the throwing shurikens launched by the ninja hit the lizards, mutants that were nearby, hitting them with precision and dexterity. Alec Trayman didn't even feel the approach of the snakemen, because he was too focused on these bastards. But how could he not feel them? Because he is so powerful. Let them go to Seongnam City. Although Incheon Airport may still be closed, but Seoul Airport is probably fine. They will be taken out as soon as they say the name Kang Ho-jun. With a smile on his face, Alec Trayman agreed to the protagonist's proposal, but deep down he felt fear of him. He knew he would lose his reputation if he started a fight, and he would have to back down, or he would disappoint his fans. Namgung's team watched as the trio slowly retreated from the battlefield without putting up any resistance. Namgung said that it was fortunate that they were retreating, because they could have caused more trouble than even the snake, and Soman, as always, showed up on time. John Taeho found it rather strange to hear such words from the monster slayer, Namgung, because monsters are relatively easy to deal with, but there really is little that can help against such opponents. Besides, Alec's squad will continuously become stronger, and in the future, there is a very small chance that they will be able to compete with them. However, if these people were so powerful and posed such a threat, in Jong Taeho's opinion, it was completely unnecessary to offer them such a significant reward of 20,000 heads. However, they would not retreat without getting at least something substantial. Besides this, Alec would in any case get rich in the dungeon that would soon appear in England, so several tens of thousands of heads would not change anything fundamentally. The most important thing was that it was Namgung's team that became the group of heroes that defeated the formidable Lord of the Five Oceans. Behind Namgung, Erika Ninagawa's melodious voice suddenly sounded, announcing that it was time for them to leave as well. At the same time, Erika assured that next time it will be her team that will definitely defeat the world boss. The protagonist expressed his sincere joy at his readiness to meet Erika and her team again in Korea. Kang Ho-jun asked if they were returning back to Japan, adding that if that were the case, he would immediately contact the airport. Erika calmly replied that everything was fine, and they could handle it on their own, since they had come here solely to take the injured Igor with them. World leaders were truly on a whole different level, as the Ninagawa family had the ability to call a plane even from another country. The authorities intended to continue to monitor them much more closely than they did ordinary celebrities like Alec. However, Namgung's team had something special that the others didn't have, and that was where their huge advantage lay. The main character carefully pulled out some unusual little bag from under his cloak, completely filled to the brim. Few understood what it was, but they managed to get these items thanks to Kyonin. Multicolored stones that emit a bright glow, low-level runes that enhanced various skills. Although Mr. Jong Taeho's weapon was mediocre, he should be able to handle this amount of runes. However, using 4 runes in a situation like this might be a serious mistake. However, the longer Mr. Jong Taeho lives, the more valuable runes the protagonist will be able to obtain. Jong Taeho activated the rune and immediately felt a significant improvement in his condition, warmly thanking Namgung, who, as an archer from the national team, is always happy to come to the rescue. The hero urged everyone to listen to him carefully, explaining that if anyone found any rune useful, they should not hesitate to report it. After speaking, Namgung turned around decisively and started heading somewhere, while Myung-hoon and Kyungin sincerely thanked him for the runes he provided. They then had to take care of the remaining monsters, with Soman expressing a keen desire to show off her abilities. The protagonist confidently pierced the head of the last snakeman with a sharp weapon, noting to himself that the monster had extremely sharp teeth with a jaw that was strikingly reminiscent of a crocodile. The second carnival finally came to an end. All the surviving participants were given a well-deserved reward of 1,000 heads each. They realized with relief that everything was finally over. Myung-hoon asked Namgung with interest if it was easier to fight this time, adding that at this rate they would quickly get through everything. Namgung warned Myung-hoon against premature joy, reminding him that in the future they would certainly encounter much stronger creatures, so they needed to strictly adhere to the protagonist's plan. Myung-hoon noted that Namgung never disappoints, expressing deep gratitude to his junior comrade, without whom they definitely could not have done it. However, the boys soon experienced a severe shock, seeing something truly terrifying, despite the fact that the second stage of the carnival had officially ended. Soman screamed loudly with undisguised horror and pointed with a trembling finger at what had brought her into a state of deep shock. On the opposite bank of the river, some important building for the city suddenly caught fire, and thick smoke quickly enveloped the entire sky in an ominous shroud. It turned out to be the National Assembly building. All the windows were completely broken, and the surrounding area was engulfed in a raging hellish flame. The city was instantly plunged into chaos due to the massive destruction, with rumors spreading everywhere of serious damage to the National Assembly building. Indeed, the National Assembly building was holding an important meeting on emergency response issues when it suddenly came under attack. Among those present in the building at that moment, there were numerous victims. The president was dying. The country was plunging into a real nightmare. The ministers of economy and finance, as well as the minister of education, had disappeared without a trace. Management urgently needed to adhere to a special policy developed specifically for such emergencies. Prime Minister Seo-juk said the incident was certainly a huge tragedy. But compared to other countries, Korea had successfully contained the brunt of the onslaught, so there was no need to strictly follow a prearranged plan. Many were outraged that Prime Minister Seo-juk dared to say such a thing given the deaths of so many people, calling for urgent and decisive action. Seo-juk looked clearly unhappy that his opinion had been ignored, and the authorities still decided to act according to a plan specially developed for such crisis situations. At this tense moment, the door suddenly opened, and Minister Park Dae-ho entered the room to attend an urgent meeting. Minister Park was greeted by an elegant girl in formal business attire with bright red hair. Before Park Dae-ho took his seat, he insistently demanded that the leader of the special group be brought to him immediately. It was about a man who could effectively lead the vanguard in resolving dangerous conflicts with monsters. This irreplaceable person turned out to be the main character named Nam-gung, who was currently standing on the bridge in the quiet evening, his long cloak gently fluttering in the calm wind. Nam-gung stood thoughtfully and looked out over the Korean city, fully aware of the true horror that awaited them all in the inevitable future. Elsewhere, the protagonist and father of Soman sat on a massive log, carefully wiping his sword, which was covered in blood after fierce battles with numerous monsters. Myung-hoon approached him and was not at all surprised that Nam-gung, even in such a tense situation, continued to sit calmly and methodically wipe his combat irons, which was quite typical for him. Choi Myung-hoon expressed disappointment when he noticed that Nam-gung seemed unusually confused and somewhat depressed. Myung-hoon asked if he was confused by the sudden presidential election, adding that at least the prime minister was still alive, mentioning their old mutual friend Seo Jae-wook. While Seo Jae-wook continues to temporarily perform the important duties of the president, Korea is relatively safe, but Nam-gung's expression has not changed one iota, remaining the same tense and sad. As for Prime Minister Seo Jae-wook, Nam-gung agreed that he could be trusted with government governance. But there was one major problem. In his past life, Seo Jae-wook tried to create an entire army of monsters, but he failed completely due to unforeseen circumstances. Myung-hoon couldn't even imagine in his worst nightmares that their mutual friend was capable of committing such monstrous acts. The reason for this was the head of the Ministry of Defense, Park Dae-ho, who cold-bloodedly carried out a carefully planned coup d'etat. Myung-hoon couldn't bring himself to believe that Park could actually commit such atrocities. In his previous life, Park Dae-ho ruthlessly seized power and immediately declared martial law, but he made a fatal mistake by concentrating all his soldiers in Seoul, which ultimately led to the rest of the cities falling to the merciless fire. Myung-hoon thoughtfully considered that if Park had known in advance about the impending explosion in Parliament, wouldn't it have been wiser to go there personally to protect the president? However, Nam-gung objected that the place where the snake boss appeared was too far from there, and if he had not eliminated the dangerous snake in time, the consequences could have been much more serious. Suddenly, the tense dialogue between Nam-gung and Myung-hoon was interrupted by the unexpected arrival of some official people at the temporary camp of the protagonist and his loyal squad. A distinguished man in a formal business suit dryly informed him that he had received an unambiguous order to immediately escort Nam-gung. 3 serious men in perfectly pressed business suits stood warily, waiting for Nam-gung to obey them without question, and one of them politely but persistently asked the hero to come with them. Nam-gung calmly asked his unexpected guests from the government to show due politeness and first introduce themselves properly. Lee Jin-won immediately apologized for his rudeness, formally introducing himself as a member of the Special Counter-Terrorism Unit of the NAR, explaining that they had come on behalf of the GD to escort Captain Nam. Choi Myung-hoon tried hard to figure out how to correctly decipher the mysterious abbreviation GD, jokingly suggesting Girls' Generation, but the only correct answer turned out to be the famous Blue House. Cheongwade consisted of a stately main building with a distinctive blue roof and 2 symmetrical smaller buildings on either side, also topped with similar blue roofs. Sometime later, already sitting at the massive negotiating table, Nam-gun was helpfully brought aromatic hot coffee, prepared from freshly roasted beans. There were now only 2 key people at the official negotiating table: the influential Park Dae-ho and the fearless Captain Nam-gung. Park politely introduced himself and sincerely apologized for such a sudden call, to which Namgung calmly replied that everything was completely fine. The minister asked Namgung with obvious interest whether it was really he who destroyed the dangerous monster that suddenly appeared on the Han River, adding that he wanted to personally thank him for his bravery and significant contribution to saving the city. The captain thoughtfully noted that it was he who should be expressing gratitude for being invited to a formal audience in the Blue House itself, rather than the grim interrogation room of the NAR, acknowledging that it would be extremely impolite to treat a true hero in such a manner. Namgung modestly objected that he could not call himself a hero, while internally surprised that, sitting in front of a man who had dealt with a monstrous monster with astonishing ease, there was not the slightest wariness in the minister's behavior. Now it became crystal clear to Namgung why Park Dae-ho had died so easily in the past, allowing himself to be fooled so carelessly. The protagonist mentally noted that if Pa continued to trust strangers so unforgivably, then at one fateful moment he could irreparably lose his life. In a matter of moments, Namgung managed to draw his legendary sword, Tanyang, with lightning speed, causing a panic reaction from Park Dae-ho, who immediately shouted to his guards about the weapon's appearance. The alarmed guards immediately responded by categorically ordering Namgung to throw his weapon on the floor, threatening that otherwise he would be mercilessly shot on the spot. Park Dae-ho sternly reminded that he currently occupies an extremely important state position, on which the fate of the entire state directly depends. Namgung wondered in bewilderment how he could so carelessly trust his own life to such scum, completely ignoring the events happening around him, or even the valuable information that the mysterious yakshas regularly provided, while the guards continued to insistently order him to lower his weapons. Namgung insightfully warned that in the current dangerous conditions, one must carefully guard against not only bloodthirsty monsters, but also insidious people. The protagonist understood that the minister absolutely could not die yet, since he was extremely necessary for the implementation of certain selfish goals. The visibly frightened prime minister quickly assured Namgung that he would certainly remember all his wise words and would make every effort not to die. Suddenly, strange sounds were clearly heard behind Namgung, remarkably reminiscent of the whistle of a deadly throwing weapon. Right in front of his head, an incredibly sharp knife suddenly froze, which someone clearly skillfully controlled with the help of mysterious magic. The mysterious girl with bright red hair confidently held a dangerous knife in front of his unprotected head and commanded the captain to immediately lower his weapon to the ground. This extraordinary girl apparently possessed powerful telekinesis, which was quite unusual, since for a mere mortal she had awakened her supernatural abilities too quickly. The next moment, Namgung quickly cuts the threatening knife with a spectacular turn, having cleverly spoken to the girl beforehand to successfully carry out a surprise attack. After the brave captain had decisively gotten rid of the immediate threat, he immediately began to rapidly approach the girl for a powerful counterattack. For her emergency defense, the red-haired girl masterfully used telekinesis, instantly surrounding herself with numerous sharp knives. Gathering all the knives available in the air, she resolutely directed them in a dense stream towards the inexorably approaching Captain Namgung. However, for the experienced protagonist, such pitiful knives did not pose a serious obstacle. On his swift path to the girl, he masterfully cut through every knife flying at him. Finding herself in a hopeless situation, the girl quickly took out the last available cold weapon for close combat. Namgung was already a few dangerous meters away from her when the resourceful girl skillfully positioned the knife in such a way that the hero would inevitably run into it face on. There were only precious seconds left before the captain would tragically stumble upon the deadly knife with his defenseless head. At the critical moment, the Prime Minister loudly shouted an order to Agent Park Hyoju to immediately stop showing off his impressive fighting feats in front of the important guest. Their intense fight suddenly stopped at that dramatic moment when Namgung confidently put his sharp sword right to her tender throat. And if it weren't for the minister's timely intervention, the girl would have undoubtedly died. Captain Nam calmly explained that he had merely shared one extremely important truth with the esteemed minister, and had no intention of harming the high-ranking deputy. The minister formally approached the captain to inform him of his ambitious plans to organize a special team to effectively catch monsters, emphasizing that he would extremely like to see Namgung as its undisputed leader. The protagonist outwardly looked completely puzzled by this unexpected offer, but deep down he understood perfectly well that such a tempting offer would only benefit him. The girl admitted with obvious reluctance that government structures are indeed very bad at properly managing the valuable data they have. Numerous CCTV footage convincingly showed that Namgung's well-coordinated team was already skillfully using a variety of weapons and special equipment. The girl once again officially asked the main character whether he would be categorically against providing significant assistance to the state for the benefit of prosperous Korea. To the great regret of the government representatives, after some thought, Namgung firmly decided to refuse the girl's tempting offer. Both the confused girl and the puzzled prime minister seemed to have trouble hearing exactly what the determined hero had said. But judging by their worried expressions, they were definitely not happy with his unexpected answer. Captain Namgung firmly stated that he was not going to teach them fighting methods in any way, and take full responsibility for their team, since his own team consisted exclusively of the closest and truly dearest people to him. The Prime Minister objected, recalling that Namgung had already sacrificed himself for the good of his native state on numerous occasions. Moreover, being a devoted citizen of this country, why shouldn't he help it at an official level? Namgung calmly explained that he would certainly continue to fight bravely for the welfare of this country, since it was for this noble purpose that he had once lent his extraordinary superpower. However, he made it clear that his sacred duty was to defend Korea itself, and not its current government. Namgung politely asked Park Hyoju's permission to ask her one simple, but very important question, to which he would be extremely interested to hear her sincere answer. He asked directly what this girl was fighting selflessly for the prosperity of the country, or for the preservation of the government's power, which made the girl instantly tense up and break out in a cold, treacherous sweat. Namgung continued his thought, suggesting that perhaps she was actually fighting solely for the sake of her influential father, the all-powerful head of the Ministry of Defense, Park Dae-ho. The hero was already extremely angry about the many years of lies that the authorities had been shamelessly telling ordinary citizens who passionately longed for true freedom over the course of many joyless years. The girl fearfully asked Namgung how he even knew about her father being a minister, since this information was not widely disseminated. Namgung smiled mysteriously, explaining that he knew much more than just the fact that they were related. In particular, he knew for certain that Park Dae-ho was carefully preparing a large-scale coup d'état. The girl was completely perplexed by such accusatory words spoken by Namgung, experiencing the deepest shock from the fact that he possessed such extensive confidential information. The indignant girl categorically stated that all this was nothing more than utter nonsense that the hero had just made up, directly accusing Namgung of malicious slander. The hero resolutely began to deny her emotional words, firmly asserting that this was not a fabrication at all, and that the girl had apparently completely forgotten where Namgung was from. He proudly recalled that he came from the legendary 7-11 unit, which, although officially disbanded, was previously deservedly considered the most effective in all of South Korea, not only due to its outstanding combat performance, but also due to its special knowledge of state affairs. Moreover, Namgung was the undisputedly recognized leader of this elite 7-11 unit, which made his current serious words that much more convincing. The minister noted that in such a case, Namgung should all the more immediately take under his wise leadership a special team to fight monsters in order to quickly provide the country with vital security. Namgung frankly stated that he saw neither real compelling reasons nor an urgent need to do this, emphasizing that even if everything miraculously became stable in South Korea, the wily Park Dae-ho would never change his carefully thought-out plan. For the ambitious Park, according to Namgung, it doesn't matter at all whether the country is in destructive chaos or prosperity, since his long-term plans include single-handedly ruling an entire powerful country. Namgung confidently emphasized that Park Dae-ho was definitely going to carry out a large-scale coup solely with his own well-trained forces, using modern weapons. The Prime Minister looked extremely angry at such straightforward words spoken by the main character, since he sincerely believed that such statements were completely out of line with objective reality. Namgung explained that in his past life, Park Dae-ho was so incredibly strong that he even possessed a rare, top-class weapon, and his combat power for a simple civilian was significantly higher than the average. Therefore, Namgung emphasized, they now need to not just shift the responsibility for destroying the monsters onto his shoulders and passively watch the alarming situation from the sidelines, but to actively become stronger themselves and thoroughly strengthen their key positions. The hero firmly stated that only such an approach would help to effectively get rid of the growing mess in the country, while the girl with bright red hair looked deeply disappointed, as she involuntarily began to believe that her father was really capable of committing such a monstrous atrocity. Hyoju skeptically noted that even the all-powerful National Intelligence Agency did not have reliable information regarding the possibility of a coup d'état. So where was the guarantee that Namgung did not make up this entire conspiracy story? Park Dae-ho admitted that the girl was absolutely right. There really was no solid evidence to support the protagonist's alarming words, but they should still definitely think seriously about his warning. The minister added thoughtfully that Namgung's words about the urgent need to become stronger sounded quite reasonable, because no matter how recognized a professional a politician is, in world politics there is always a high probability of losing to a more powerful opponent. As much as Park Dae-ho wanted to agree with Namgung's alarming words, he had to admit that this issue was more pressing than ever now. The hero directly asked Park Hyo-ju what she had ultimately decided, insistently emphasizing that it was necessary to urgently take drastic measures, because the country could come to an irreversible end very, very soon. To make things completely clear, he asked a control question. On whose side would she be ready to fight bravely when the decisive hour came? Hyo-ju struggled for a long time to decide which choice she should make, but eventually realized that the choice was completely obvious, and that she needed to immediately join the experienced Namgung. The hero spoke with such confidence because he had personally witnessed the tragic outcome of events in his past life. Although from the point of view of the skeptical Hyoju, his prophetic words resembled complete nonsense, which is extremely difficult to accept as objective reality. Despite this, Namgung was absolutely sure that her final answer would definitely remain the same. Positive, unless of course nothing had changed radically in the girl's character compared to her previous life, which seemed extremely unlikely. As soon as the confused Hyoju began to formulate her answer, but before she could fully utter it, she was unceremoniously interrupted by the tense Prime Minister, who noticed that a very interesting conversation was taking place. However, he strongly expressed doubt that it was appropriate to conduct such revolutionary talk directly in front of a high-ranking minister. The Prime Minister stressed that their bold statements are absolutely not supported by any factual evidence, and in his authoritative opinion, any concrete actions should be taken only after the competent authorities of the NAR have thoroughly conducted a comprehensive investigation. He politely expressed agreement with the girl's opinion and sensibly suggested postponing a detailed discussion of this sensitive issue until the next special meeting. A girl named Hyoji suddenly offered to personally accompany Namgung home to continue the conversation in a more informal setting. Suddenly, she stopped in the middle of the road and seriously asked Captain Nam what, in his expert opinion, was the best way to deal with a powerful enemy who was still significantly superior to you in strength. Namgung immediately felt that the insightful girl really knew about her father Park Dae-ho's secret, insidious motives. The hero philosophically replied that such invincible enemies do not exist in principle. There is only an irrational fear of a person who is temporarily physically stronger. He explained clearly that if she could not objectively achieve victory now, she urgently needed to thoroughly engage in the systematic buildup of her forces. But such a global problem could not be solved by the heroic efforts of just one person. The protagonist wished for the world around them to remain normal and calm, after which he decisively turned around and slowly headed towards the exit. The intrigued girl did not hear his last words and politely asked him to repeat what he had said, to which Namgung replied that if she sincerely wanted to become much stronger, she should definitely come to the noisy Majin market tomorrow evening. She asked in surprise why they were going there, noting that the one who wielded the sword best in Seoul was not NAR or even PSN. Namgung nodded meaningfully, agreeing that this was completely understandable, since one must undoubtedly study only with a recognized strongest master. After which, without saying another word, he resolutely walked towards the exit of the majestic government building. Just outside the entrance to the bustling market stood a quaint sign depicting the head of a wild boar and a small pink pig. The stern man insistently asked a certain Kim to be much more careful with the valuable goods, and also ordered that one of the freezers be emptied, and fresh pieces of meat carefully placed inside, to which he objected that absolutely all the available freezers were already filled to the brim with products. When Captain Namgung and Hyoji finally met at the appointed place, the astonished girl admitted that she had no idea that this huge specialized meat market existed. She asked in confusion if the killed monsters weren't supposed to be immediately liquidated after their death, to which Namgung calmly explained that the monsters that were transported in special carts were actually still alive. He explained that they were simply frozen alive so that they could be served as fresh as possible to discerning customers. Hyoji was in a state of deep shock from the realization that such monsters could not only be cooked, but also eaten. Namgung, together with the red-haired girl, finally found the very place they had been heading to for so long. The muscular man expressed surprise at the sight of new customers, but hastened to warn that if they had come for meat, they had come in vain, since the farms that supplied the store had gone bankrupt, as a result of which trade had been temporarily suspended. The hero confidently declared that they had arrived at the right address, which caused extreme amazement in the strong merchant, who was amazed by the impudence of the seemingly ordinary boy. The man asked directly if they were interested in lizardmen meat, after which the girl immediately vomited from the mere thought that it was the flesh of those very monstrous creatures. The merchant dryly informed him that the product was not for sale and firmly ordered the visitor to get away from the counter, reasonably noting that he would not eat such meat anyway. The girl quietly whispered to Namgung if this was the legendary swordsman he had mentioned the day before, adding with doubt that this man did not seem capable of teaching anything useful, so he should just demonstrate his skills. Namgung, with a lightning-fast movement, snatched an impressive piece of meat right from under the healthy man's nose, who was even more perplexed by such blatant insolence. Immediately after such a decisive action, the hero methodically rolled up the sleeves of his clothes to his elbows, preparing for the upcoming action. He then carefully pulled a pair of special gloves onto his nimble hands, his focused gaze clearly showing his determination to give it his all to impress the enraged, muscular merchant. With confident movements, he placed the partially gnawed piece of meat on a professional cutting board, clearly intending to prepare something truly grand and unforgettable. Having immediately turned on the stove, on which there was already a capacious saucepan, the young man continued his preparations, although those around him were still perplexed as to what kind of dish the enterprising hero was going to create. With incredible speed and skill worthy of a chef at a fine restaurant, he masterfully chopped a variety of fresh herbs, demonstrating an impressive technique. Various pieces of food were periodically flying towards the confused girl standing behind him, as the hero worked with amazing speed, trying to impress the distrustful muscular man. Suddenly, from a secret pocket of his spacious cape, he pulled out a mysterious bottle with a thick yellow liquid, carefully uncorked it, releasing an extremely pleasant aroma that instantly spread for several meters around. He carefully added a few precious drops of this miraculous potion into the bubbling pot, where the meat was already boiling along with carefully selected vegetables. No matter how incredibly talented a person is, the body's capabilities always have a certain natural limit, and often the quality of preparation is much more important than the quantity of ingredients used. This man is probably stating the hard facts, because he is the chairman of the Mahjong District Livestock Union, the respected Zhang Gilsu. Also known as the acknowledged king of gluttony, he now gazed with undisguised admiration at the prepared dish, as if it were divine food in front of him. So bright and appetizing did it look, exuding a mind-blowing aroma. The stunned big guy asked Namgung with undisguised interest who the hell he really was to be able to cook such a masterpiece of a meat dish from nondescript ingredients. Knowing that monster flesh tends to evaporate when heated strongly, the skilled chef prepared traditional shabu-shabu, which best preserves the original structure and taste of such specific meat, which finally impressed the seasoned muscle man. The merchant asked in amazement whether the young man was so well versed in monstrous cooking, to which he answered in the affirmative, admitting that this craft was literally in his liver, while the girl continued to be in a state of shock, wondering how it was even possible to eat such disgusting meat. The muscular merchant sincerely did not expect to meet another person capable of consuming this practically tasteless crap, and the resourceful hero masterfully played along with him in every way possible. Hyoji thought that if the big guy was somehow forced to swallow this food through force due to his obvious predisposition to gluttony, then it was absolutely unclear why Namgung was doing the same thing, perhaps for a similar reason. The hero calmly stated that he eats this meat solely because of its excellent taste, without any other hidden reasons or genetic predispositions, which caused even more surprise in the strongman, who was amazed that someone dared to call this product really tasty. The jock thanked Namgung with some gratitude for the unexpected dinner, but immediately added that if he had come only to make fun of him, then it would be better to immediately get out of there, because what sane idiot could like a horrible monster that was not real meat, but natural rubber? The main character persistently asked the distrustful jock, before categorically calling this meat a useless piece of shit, to at least try it and appreciate the real culinary work of art presented before him. The merchant looked at the appetizing dish in a completely different way, perceiving it as something truly delicious, and could barely restrain himself from pouncing on it greedily, while the persuasive Namgung finally persuaded him to decide to taste it. Despite the fact that the big guy still demonstratively treated the prepared dish as something unworthy of attention, fully aware of its origin from the flesh of the hated lizardman, he definitely should have at least tried the result of the culinary experiments of the unusual guest. Using traditional Chinese chopsticks with care, the man carefully picked up a small, juicy piece of meat, from which fragrant juices flowed seductively, testifying to how expertly it had been cooked, becoming incredibly tender and soft. The jock slowly dipped the selected piece into a specially prepared soup based on meat broth from monster parts, where delicious mushrooms and a variety of fresh herbs were already floating, giving the dish a special aroma. Finally making up his mind, he carefully placed a small piece of meat from the unconventional monster meat into his mouth, instantly feeling how it literally melted on his tongue, demonstrating taste qualities completely unlike the usual rubbery, tasteless meat of similar origin. The muscle man was indescribably delighted by the unexpectedly discovered new taste of lizardman meat. His eyes instantly filled with genuine joy, and at the same time with the deepest surprise from the realization of how a real culinary masterpiece had been created from familiar shit. Having expressed his admiration, he emotionally declared that this meat was capable of outshining any elite beef, and his stormy delight seemed to have no boundaries, since never before had he tasted such incredibly juicy and tasty meat. With undisguised curiosity, he asked Namgung the secret of such an amazing preparation, admitting that he personally tried a whole bunch of different recipes, but each time the result was predictably disgusting. The protagonist explained that the merchant's failures were due to his attempts to cook according to standard human recipes, while the real secret was the use of a special jam made from the salt of the western coast of Krusen, which is a thick liquid made from a rare salt worth at least 100,000 gold. The jock expressed extreme amazement when he heard about the fabulous price of this amazing elixir, noting with respect that this was clearly not some ordinary cheap seasoning, but something truly special. Namgung unexpectedly offered to give this valuable ingredient absolutely free of charge on condition that he fulfilled 2 of his modest requests. For the shocked bodybuilder, such generosity seemed incredible, because with the help of such a seasoning, absolutely any dish could be turned into a culinary masterpiece. Namgung's first request was for the muscular merchant to share his unique technique for cutting up monsters, to which the surprised girl immediately asked if they had come specifically for this knowledge and not to learn the art of swordsmanship. The big guy asked Namgung with some suspicion if he was a professional slaughterer, adding that such knowledge was completely useless for an ordinary person, and for such a valuable seasoning his request seemed excessively modest. So a logical question arose about why the hero needed such specific information at all, because it sounded absolutely crazy. Namgung confidently objected, claiming that the requested knowledge was by no means useless, since it was precisely through the experienced big guy's meticulous research that he was able to consistently identify the significant weaknesses of various monsters. Having clarified his thought, the hero explained that it was not about obvious weaknesses in the literal sense of the word. It was just that in the process of careful cutting, the jock naturally studies the structural structure of the organism of these mysterious creatures. And it is for this invaluable information that the offered seasoning is quite adequate compensation. The girl reasonably noted that after the final closing of the mystical gates, such monsters would never appear in their world again, so the practical meaning of teaching specific skills for cutting their meat was completely unclear. Namgung reminded that in all of known history, the gates have only opened twice, so no one can say with certainty that something like this will not happen again. And besides, humanity has not yet completed the final confrontation with the remaining lizards. With a hint of condescension, he noted that the girl had probably forgotten about the coming troubled times, completely unaware of the essence of the events taking place and their possible consequences. After Namgung's persistent request, the big guy finally agreed to share his knowledge, noting that the young man was clearly not one of the common people, since he had tens of thousands of gold coins to buy some exotic spices, after which he directly asked about the reasons for such a close interest in the vulnerable spots of monsters. The hero explained that this specific knowledge was not necessary for him personally, but for this charming lady standing next to him, accompanying his words with a pointing gesture towards Hyoji, who looked clearly dissatisfied with such an unexpected turn in her training plans. Namgung explained that it was extremely important for the girl to deeply understand the principles of delivering the most effective blows to various monsters, while expending a minimum amount of physical effort. He analyzed the situation in detail, noting that her telepathic abilities were highly accurate and sharp in their movements, but the power of the attacks she produced left much to be desired, so it was much more rational for her to immediately learn how to accurately hit the vulnerable spots of her opponents, rather than waste precious time trying to develop her natural strength. Such an unexpected depth of analysis greatly surprised the girl, who did not expect that Namgung had calculated all aspects of the situation so carefully. The experienced master assured that 3 days of intensive training would be quite enough for the girl to perfectly master the knowledge of where exactly to strike different types of monsters, which is especially important in anticipation of the inevitably approaching time of troubles. The big guy laughed good-naturedly at Namgung's proposal and with obvious pleasure agreed to the girl's 3-day training. However, the hero had not yet managed to voice his second request when suddenly frightening strange sounds were heard, accompanied by strong tremors, reminiscent of the beginning of a powerful earthquake. The jock instantly became wary, unmistakably determining that something extremely wrong was happening around him, while the frightened people around him began to scream loudly from all-consuming fear. Right in front of the entrance to the grocery market, a mysterious cave suddenly appeared, at the sight of which the excited guy loudly called the big guy to quickly come over and personally see the strange phenomenon that was happening. Together they hurried to the exit of the room and were amazed to discover that mysterious stone steps had formed directly in front of the doors, which steeply went down somewhere into impenetrable darkness. The amazed Mussulman had no idea what kind of inexplicable devilry was happening around them, and the resourceful Namgung took advantage of the moment to finally voice his second request, unexpectedly asking the merchant to serve visitors real beef instead of the usual lizardmen meat. The confused big man, still in shock after witnessing the supernatural events, had difficulty hearing and understanding Namgung's unexpected proposal. Clarifying his thought, the hero added that ideally, customers should be served not even ordinary beef, but the rare meat of the minotaurs themselves, admitting that although the taste qualities of such an exotic product are still unknown, the jock would certainly be extremely interested in conducting such culinary experiments. Meanwhile, at the Namgung team's shared house, young Soman unexpectedly meets Uncle Myung-hoon, who has returned from the local grocery store. He had just returned from a large supermarket where they were actively distributing free food rations to those in need, and he immediately asked the girl to go there with Keenan until the friendly employees had distributed all the supplies, promising that during their absence, he himself would prepare a delicious, nutritious breakfast for all the residents of the house. Soman expressed clear doubt about the culinary skills of the good-natured Uncle Myung-hoon, and then immediately inquired about the current whereabouts of her caring father. Myung-hoon calmly replied that he had already left for another important raid, which caused obvious displeasure in Soman, who was upset by the fact that her father had left without the usual team accompaniment. The sensible girl logically noted that the main reward in most dangerous dungeons is traditionally calculated based on the actual number of participating raiders, so it is much more effective to act as a single, cohesive team. Myung-hoon acknowledged that Somin was absolutely right, fully agreeing with her reasonable arguments, but explained that according to her father, this time there were some specific restrictions that the puzzled girl had never heard of before. The inquisitive Somin was genuinely curious about why such strange restrictions were being introduced, whether it was due to the increased difficulty level of the dungeon. But Myung-hoon darkly joked that the reason was due to the need to perform a sacrifice. Returning to the events in the labyrinth, Namgung explained to his companions that they were not heading there as ordinary raiders, but were acting as ritual victims, which caused the muscular jock and the fragile girl to express obvious displeasure with his words. The hero assumed that his companions had probably heard the ancient legend about the place where the powerful king of ancient Crete named Minos cruelly imprisoned a terrible creature that was half man, half bull, referring to the famous labyrinth of the ferocious Minotaur. The intrigued girl immediately asked him if he meant the famous legend, according to which it was necessary to sacrifice 7 innocent young people every year as a bloody sacrifice to temporarily appease the unquenchable wrath of the monstrous monster. Namgung confirmed that the insightful girl had hit the mark with her guess, but in their particular case, the situation was a little different from the classic myth, as only 3 chosen people could enter the labyrinth at a time. The group must consist of an experienced guide and a pair of a young man and a young woman who will be sacrificed to the monster in ritual, and compliance with this composition is the main mandatory condition for entering the labyrinth. The experienced hero added that the next 3 brave people will be able to get inside the mysterious labyrinth only after the inevitable death of the previous unfortunate daredevils, and in total, there are exactly 7 consecutive attempts to pass the dangerous test. His listeners anxiously asked what exactly would happen if all attempts to overcome the labyrinth failed, to which Namgung gloomily replied that in such a situation, the ancient gates of the labyrinth would swing wide open and something terrible would come out. He explained that he was talking about a bloodthirsty minotaur who had gorged himself on the human flesh of his many victims, after which everyone present involuntarily turned their attention to the terrifyingly huge and incredibly heavy doors of the labyrinth. The shocked girl emotionally exclaimed that it was absolutely impossible to allow such a nightmarish development of events, to which the confident Namgung gently asked her not to worry, assuring her that everything would certainly go according to plan. Thoughtful Hyoji admitted that with the experienced Namgung everything would probably be fine, and perhaps with herself too. But she was very worried about the 3rd member of the group, because this man was an ordinary civilian, who hardly had enough experience in professionally cutting up ferocious minotaurs, so he would hardly be able to quickly find the vulnerable spot of the formidable monster. Namgung agreed with the girl's logic, admitting that the jock really lacked experience in cutting up real minotaurs, but then mysteriously hinted at the existence of another promising solution to the problem. He proudly announced that their muscular companion was an unrivaled master throughout South Korea in the art of catching various cattle, after which the impressed muscle man gratefully called Namgung an extremely insightful and persuasive man. Namgung confirmed with a smile that as long as this formidable Minos something there had real horns, the confident big guy would undoubtedly quickly deal with him in the best possible way. In his secret thoughts, the experienced Namgung noted that no one else would really be suitable for this specific role except this incredibly strong man. The main reason for this choice was that this particular man, in his past life, had already successfully completed the legendary raid on the most difficult dungeon of the ferocious Minotaur. Having warned his companions, Namgung said that as soon as they entered the mysterious labyrinth, they would have to immediately split up so that each participant would act strictly independently, which noticeably alarmed the impressionable girl, while the impatient big guy was already eager to meet the legendary Minotaur in person. The attentive protagonist promised to give his companions one valuable clue, although he honestly admitted that he could not be completely sure that it would really help them at a critical moment. He advised that if any of them began to seriously doubt their own strength and decisions, then it would be absolutely necessary for them to immediately turn strictly to the right. After these mysterious words, the girl noticeably wilted, trying to unravel the hidden meaning of what Namgung had said. The determined hero confidently began to open the massive heavy doors leading to the terrible dungeon of the merciless Minotaur. Realizing that there was no way back, only 2 possible scenarios were possible: a complete victory over the monster, or a terrible sacrifice to the hungry monster. Behind the high stone walls of the ancient labyrinth, an unnaturally bright sky was clearly visible, and the blinding sun mercilessly beat down, strongly heating the defenseless Namgung with its scorching rays. Once inside, the hero looked around carefully, trying to logically determine in which direction he should move in order to get to the desired key place as quickly as possible. To successfully pass the test, he had to overcome a confusing labyrinth and safely ascend the ancient altar. But the hero worriedly wondered about the whereabouts of the rest of the team. The fearless big guy and the graceful Park Hyoju. The walls surrounding the main character were truly colossal in height, creating an oppressive feeling as if this damned labyrinth was absolutely endless, and there was no saving exit from it. Compared to Namgung's compact figure, The giant labyrinth looked truly terrifying, and the hero was overcome with anxiety, because he had to find the treasured altar before his inexperienced companions could die tragically. Judging by the general context of the situation, they were definitely the ones meant by ritual sacrifices. But fortunately, thanks to a special magical window in space, it was possible to quickly find out up-to-date information about the current state of the other participants in the dangerous adventure. The cautious hero walked slowly along the endless long corridors of the mysterious labyrinth, when suddenly his foot sank into some very strange liquid, similar to ordinary water. Namgung wondered in surprise where water could come from in such a place, especially in such unbearable conditions of the sun. It seemed extremely strange, but perhaps this circumstance was an important clue that could help him get to the treasured altar faster. The hero resolutely dropped to his knees and carefully touched the mysterious water with his hand, on which he had prudently put on a special magic bracelet of an unusual design. The magic bracelet instantly responded to contact with the liquid, activating and beginning to emit mysterious magnetic waves caused by its unusual reaction to water. This rare bracelet was an ancient jewel of a powerful water serpent, containing inside a sacred fragment of the legendary water patron, granting its owner the unique ability to control various fish, with the number of simultaneously controlled water creatures directly dependent on the spiritual power of the particular user. From the mysterious water, amazing magical fish began to rapidly appear, capable of greatly assisting the focused Namgung in finding the shortest path to the hidden altar. 3 nimble fish immediately rushed in different directions of the labyrinth to conduct an effective search for the shortest and safest route to the hero's main goal. Namgung slowly closed his eyes and fell into deep thought, mentally connecting to the consciousness of the summoned magical fish, carefully tracking the movement of each of them through the tangled corridors. He noted with satisfaction that his unique techniques from his mysterious past life worked perfectly in the current circumstances, and the well-deserved reward for defeating a dangerous boss turned out to be incredibly useful in a critical situation. However, the experienced hero clearly realized that he was hunting for such artifacts not only for this obvious reason. There was a more important and deeper motive, significantly exceeding simple material reward. In Namgung's past life, nothing worked out. But this time he was sure that everything would work out. Suddenly his mental fish reached the right place. He concentrated and began to look for a way. He turned around sharply and found a road leading to the Minotaur. All the fish died at the same spot, which clearly indicated the location of the Minotaur. This monstrous bull crushed each of the fish with his hooves, but before they died they managed to significantly help the hero. Before him stood a huge muscular bull chained, with a helmet on his head and his entire body covered in deep scratches. It seemed that the direction was chosen correctly, but the hero continued to wander in circles and could not find the altar. The maze turned out to be much more difficult than he expected. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by screams and pleas for help. Park Hyoju was clearly running away from someone. The hero saw a frightened girl and was amazed by this meeting, because the labyrinth seemed endless. She ran up to him and told him that all the members of her squad had been killed by monsters. The hero could not understand what squad they were talking about. Because they entered here as 3, he asked the girl to wake up, because something strange was clearly happening to her. With a wild look, she repeated that the entire squad was dead, and she herself was covered in blood. She accused the hero of sending them to certain death. According to her, he gave the order to defend the tunnel in order to buy time, and he himself went off alone to fight the demons. She claimed that he sacrificed the squad in order to collect the demon heads and return to the past. The main character demanded that she stop talking nonsense and hit the girl, hoping that this would bring her to her senses. The girl asked if he really believed that he had returned to the past. Her voice became alien, as if a demon who knew Namgung had entered her. He wondered if the last demon he had fought had really died, and why he hadn't even considered the possibility that he had been tricked into an eternal sleep. The hero could not understand whether it was an illusion, or whether some terrifying creature had really possessed the girl. Namgung never collected all 666,666 heads, and the return to the past turned out to be just an illusion created by the horned demon. In reality, the protagonist was rotting in hell along with his loyal but abandoned squad. Namgung did not understand what was happening. His dead comrades asked him why he sent them to hell, since they trusted him, and he used them for his greater purpose. The demon stated that this is the real reality, and from the very beginning there was no return to the past. The hero began to develop a plan to confront the demon that brought him back to reality. First of all, he decided to destroy the demon, and would happily tear apart all the remaining creatures of this world. Namgung plunged his huge sword straight into the throat of the fanged demon that had confused his mind. The hero repeated the demon's words that he sent people to their death. He himself escaped into the past, and now these people hate him. Even if the demon's words turned out to be true, Namgung didn't feel an ounce of regret about his choice. After the screams, the hero finally pierced the skull of the sinister demon. He tried to say something, but it was too late. His head exploded and shattered into pieces. The hero overcame the illusion. It turned out that the labyrinth can be misleading, and if the hero managed to cope, then will the rest of the squad be able to? Be that as it may, the right direction seems to have been found, and the hero successfully reaches the altar with the Minotaur. He stopped at the steps leading to a huge door, behind which was an altar with the Lord of the Labyrinth. The question arose as to how Chang Gilsu had passed this labyrinth in his past life, since he was known for his insatiability, and therefore his weakness to mental attacks. Suddenly, Chang Gilsu himself appeared behind him, and instead of going through the labyrinth, he broke through the walls straight ahead. He admitted that he almost died fighting his way through. Seeing the hero, he was upset, because he wanted to come first, but did not have time. Namgung asked if he always goes straight ahead. Jung Gilsu explained that he was tired of turning, so he decided to go straight, since the boss usually hides either in the center or at the end. This approach hadn't even occurred to Namgung. He realized that he still had something to learn, and he assessed his comrade's breakthrough plan with a grin. The girl exclaimed with horror in her voice that this place almost drove her crazy. The hero praised her for her fortitude in the face of nightmares. However, as it turned out, Captain Namgung's advice to always keep to the right helped her. In one of her visions, a subordinate appeared who had lost a leg during a mission. She remembered that he was missing his left leg, but in the hallucination, his right leg was missing. At the same time, Jang Gilsu was breaking down the walls on the right side, which amazed the girl with his insane strength. It was too early to rejoice. They had to fight the creature behind the doors. Jang Gilsu and Hyeju became tense after hearing Namgung's words, as they didn't know how strong the Minotaur was. The ritual of sacrifice was started. The main character opened the doors to the altar. In a moment, the battle with the King of the Labyrinth was to begin. They entered the altar. The doors slammed shut behind them, and would not open until the Minotaur was defeated. The figure of the ruler was so huge that even Chang Gilsu felt uneasy. The Lord of the Labyrinth went out hunting and tore off the chain that bound his hand. He then tore off the chain that held his leg, and now the Minotaur was free and became even more dangerous. Seeing the uninvited guests, the Master of the Labyrinth sighed heavily. Steam came out of his nostrils. He prepared to attack those who dared to enter his abode. The main character warned the boys that the bull was starting to approach, which left the girl and Chang Gilsu in extreme shock. The enraged bull made loud noises, enjoying his freedom, preparing to trample these uninvited guests, while Namgung did not even move. The upright bull, an incredible sight, made the girl ask Captain Namgung about the group's further actions. The Master of the Labyrinth was approaching with rapid speed, and his heavy steps made the entire altar shake to its foundations. The bull's eyes glowed bright red with uncontrollable rage and thirst for human flesh. The creature looked surprised to see that its potential victims were not trying to escape. Despite the initial surprise, the monster continued its rapid onslaught with the aim of trampling them and moving on to the next 3 victims. The girl ignored Captain Namgung's instructions and immediately pulled out several sharp throwing knives. Namgung ordered her to immediately hide the weapon, confidently stating that he had some kind of plan that was sure to work. The protagonist turned towards Chang Gilsu, making it clear with his gaze that he was the one who should deliver the first crushing blow to the bull. Jang Gilsu was completely perplexed and did not understand at all the reason for Namgung's intent gaze. After a brief moment, Chan realized the protagonist's intentions, clicking his jaw and warming up thoroughly. He carefully prepared for a swift attack on the furious bull. The butcher grabbed his sharp carving knife from his holster with determination, determined to rip open the belly of this horrible creature. With bloody hands and a shiny knife, Chang Gilsu fearlessly rushed towards the Master of the Labyrinth, inevitably becoming clear that they would collide head-on if one of them did not stop at the last moment. There was a powerful clash, but Chang Gilsu successfully withstood the bull's powerful blow, largely due to the fact that he had already broken through solid walls before this fight. The mighty bull was in great shock from the incredible strength of the seemingly simple man. But Chang Gilsu turned out to be much more complex than it seemed at first glance. The butcher skillfully thrust his sharp knife precisely into the weak point of the King of the Labyrinth, after which he quickly pulled out a second knife to inflict an additional deadly cut. With the second knife, the powerful butcher decisively made a deep slashing cut, which completely stunned the bull, who was used to killing people with one swift movement. Chang Gilsu skillfully cut the side of the formidable Master of the Labyrinth, causing him to roar in fury from the piercing pain, which, however, only gave him additional ferocity. The mighty bull dropped to one knee and, sitting in this position, bled profusely, expressing extreme dissatisfaction with such unheard-of impudence. At that very moment, while the huge bull was in a sitting position, Jang Gilsu decisively took advantage of the situation by immediately jumping onto the massive head of the huge creature. The girl openly expressed admiration for the muscular fighter's extraordinary agility and asked doubtfully if he was really a simple butcher, to which Namgung calmly responded, confirming his status as the king of gluttony. Jang Gilsu, sitting on the head of an enraged bull, began to furiously bite into its tough skin, wanting to assess the taste of the unusual prey. The experienced butcher did not like the tough tendons of the labyrinth's owner at all, while the bull continued to emit deafening cries from unbearable pain. The fighter began to chew with a crunch, loudly calling the meat of this creature rare rubbish, chomping with such a sound as if he was enjoying an ordinary juicy shashlik. The monster's meat was certainly of a mediocre taste, but Jang Gil-soo knew that it could still be useful for preparing some of his special dishes. Jang Gil-soo confidently asked his comrades if they would allow him to finish off this dangerous bull on his own, offering in exchange to fairly divide the well-deserved reward among themselves. Suddenly, a special ability called the Law of the Jungle was activated, causing the big guy's powerful body to be enveloped in a bright red aura. When actively confronting monsters of animal origin, the butcher's physical and combat strength increases significantly, while the monster's capabilities are noticeably weakened due to their instinctive, uncontrollable fear of him. An enraged minotaur was the perfect opponent for a fighter like Jang Gil-soo, but the slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to disastrous consequences. The butcher laughed a completely insane laugh, dealing many powerful blows one after another to the enraged bull, completely unable to stop, completely surrendering to the power of the adrenaline boiling in his veins. Suddenly, the master of the labyrinth decisively threw the butcher off his mighty neck in order to immediately deliver a crushing counterblow. Jang Gil-soo's comrade noted with surprise how such a huge bull could be afraid of an ordinary person, suggesting that perhaps something incredible would really happen in this fight. The bloodied master of the labyrinth looked at the impudent butcher as the main enemy of his miserable existence, experiencing genuine hatred. The group members realized that their search for such an incredibly strong person was completely justified, because Jang Gil-soo demonstrated truly amazing abilities in battle. Hyoju was extremely surprised to learn that the red-haired girl's strength was several times greater than that of the muscular fighter, completely unable to understand how such a thing could be possible. Namgung explained that with the help of developed telepathy, one can effectively control the enemy's mind, taking the battle beyond normal physical capabilities, which is why he instructed the girl to take lessons from Jang Gil-soo, seeking not only to identify her weak points. The captain wanted the girl to see for herself how a skilled butcher skillfully distributes and transforms his impressive strength when cutting meat. Since, having mastered this technique, she would be able to create a fundamentally new weapon, combining the skills of close and long-range telekinesis. The girl asked Captain Namgung with obvious surprise how he knew all this comprehensive information, expressing frank shock at the depth of knowledge that the main character possessed. Despite the fact that Namgung had previously led the elite squad 711, the girl seriously doubted that it was this experience that helped the hero come to such deep and non-trivial conclusions. The protagonist had already begun to openly tell the girl about his past, when his meaningful speech was suddenly interrupted by extremely loud sounds of battle. The girl watched the fierce battle between Jang Gil-soo and the master of the labyrinth, in a state of deep shock from what was happening. A huge, enraged bull dealt a crushing blow to the butcher with its massive head, the force of which literally sent him flying straight into the nearest stone wall. The powerful giant lay lifelessly, unconscious, deeply embedded into the broken wall, looking completely exhausted, giving the impression that he would no longer be of any use in this battle. The girl was puzzled as to how such an outcome was even possible, since Jang Gil-soo had a significant advantage in the form of the strength of a predator, thanks to which his physical capabilities increased many times over. Namgung calmly defined this phenomenon as frenzy, which caused misunderstanding in the girl, while the main character, as before, did not show any unnecessary emotions, remaining completely cold-blooded. Fury was a unique ability that, by gathering all available physical strength, could completely heal received wounds and effectively neutralize the effect of the law of the jungle. Namgung guessed that Jang Gil-soo probably recognized the Minotaur's specific abilities right away, since he used the gluttony skill. But unfortunately, he seriously overestimated his own strength in this confrontation. The girl with fiery red hair immediately rushed to the aid of the distressed Jang Gil-soo, seeing that the enraged bull was actively preparing to deliver the fatal final blow. Contrary to expectations, instead of gratefully accepting the girl's life-saving help, the stubborn butcher categorically refused, ordering her to leave immediately, firmly intending to deal with the enemy on his own. The furious master of the labyrinth began to run rapidly towards the weakened butcher, intending to impale him on his sharp horns and finally finish him off once and for all. Jang Gil-soo rose resolutely from his knees and held a sharp knife in front of him, expecting the bull, in its blind rage, to impale itself on him with its huge head. The master of the labyrinth came very close to the muscular fighter, after which he suddenly pulled out the knife with his strong teeth and squeezed it with such incredible force that the weapon immediately broke, crumbling into small fragments. The jock was extremely surprised by this turn of events, but he did not lose his head, and remaining completely alert, resolutely grabbed the bull by its massive horns, preventing the possibility of a fatal blow. The enraged bull firmly planted his powerful legs on the floor and began to press with all his colossal force of his horns on Jang Gil-soo, trying to break his resistance. The stone floor beneath the huge bull's feet began to crack noticeably from the excessive pressure, and the protruding veins on the monster's powerful legs strained to the limit. Jang Gil-soo strategically moved one of his legs back to gain more traction, preparing to use all his remaining strength to outmaneuver his formidable opponent. The resourceful muscleman suddenly decided to let go of the bull's head, but before doing so he pressed down hard, causing the owner of the labyrinth to hit the hard floor with his horns. After the master of the labyrinth received a serious concussion from hitting his head on the floor, Jang Gil-soo immediately decided to use his last remaining knife for a decisive blow. The powerful muscleman made a bold leap at the bull, but the latter quickly grabbed his leg, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow with a knife to his vulnerable head. The master of the labyrinth easily threw the muscleman with the help of his steel tail, punishing the fighter for his presumptuous refusal to ask for help from his comrades. The girl was extremely worried about the health of the mighty giant, realizing that if events continued like this, he would inevitably die in an unequal battle with the owner of the labyrinth on his territory. Namgung thoughtfully said that it was probably not a good idea to blindly rely on past experience, because even if Jang Gil-soo had successfully cleared the dungeon in his past life, things could have turned out completely differently in the current reality. Perhaps he had won back then thanks to someone's significant help. The girl noted that Jang Gil-soo has an iron stubbornness, and if they rushed to his aid against his will, it could seriously spoil their future relationship. Namgung reminded that the butcher was an essential key figure in his strategic plan, because if he couldn't get him on his side, the entire carefully thought-out plan would inevitably fail. Despite the warnings, the determined girl still rushed to help Jang Gil-soo, temporarily leaving the main character to protect their rear from possible new threats. Namgung insistently ordered her to stop immediately, explaining that it was too early to interfere now since Jang Gil-soo had not reached the point of complete exhaustion. The girl obediently stopped, but she could not understand at all the reason why the hero was so persistently stopping her. Because Jang Gil-soo was on the verge of imminent death. Namgung explained that Jang Gil-soo's fighting spirit had not yet been broken, and the butcher activated his special ability to absorb the power of the raging bull, which could dramatically change the course of the battle. The protagonist noted that Jang Gil-soo's unbending spirit remains as strong as his knife, since a real muscleman never gives up, no matter what stalemate he finds himself in. During the brief distraction of Jang Gil-soo's attention, the bull quickly took advantage of the opportunity and mercilessly pierced the muscleman's stomach with its sharp horn, causing a serious injury. The girl was in a state of profound shock from what she saw, since she sincerely wanted to help the butcher. But the hero categorically ordered her to remain in place and wait for a more suitable moment to intervene. Namgung, like the girl, was in an extremely shocked state, because in his past life, Jang Gil-soo successfully dealt with the owner of the labyrinth. But in the current reality, the outcome of the battle, obviously, was completely different. Jang Gil-soo tightly grabbed the monster's horn, which was deeply embedded in his wounded abdomen, bleeding uncontrollably, quietly muttering something unintelligible under his breath. Suddenly, the bull raised its massive head sharply, along with the big man hanging on the horn, causing Jang Gil-soo to scream in unbearable pain as the sharp horn mercilessly tore his flesh. The thick layer of fat on the butcher's belly partially helped to avoid an immediate fatal wound, but with such a rapid development of events, his chances of survival were rapidly melting away, requiring urgent assistance. The weakened muscleman quietly asked his comrades for help, admitting that he could not cope with the enemy on his own. But because of the piercing pain, he could not speak loudly and clearly. Having barely heard the plea for help, the protagonist immediately called upon his powerful fighting spirits, who began to attack the bull from different sides with their deadly cursed swords. The enraged bull was furious that someone other than the muscleman had dared to interfere in the sacred duel, which caused the swollen veins on his tense head to clearly stand out. While the master of the labyrinth was distracted by the battle with the spirits summoned by Namgung, someone decisively cut off part of the horn to ease the suffering of the wounded Jang Gil-soo. The savior turned out to be none other than the main character, who, with one sharp and incredibly powerful movement, masterfully cut off half of the evil bull's horn with his legendary Tannian sword. The wounded muscleman with the remainder of the horn in his stomach fell heavily onto the stone floor, and from the force of the fall, the remaining fragment of the horn went even deeper, increasing the profuse bleeding. Accompanying his actions with a mad laugh, Jang Gil-soo decided to remove the remaining horn from his stomach on his own, demonstrating complete indifference to the unbearable pain it was causing him. Namgung sincerely apologized for interfering in their personal confrontation, admitting that he simply could not resist seeing his comrade's critical situation. The protagonist thoughtfully noted that perhaps he really shouldn't have interfered, but now the situation had become a little easier, especially considering that in such circumstances it was extremely difficult to do nothing. Namgung expressed genuine joy at the realization that he was of some real help in the current situation, watching Jang Gil-soo with a barely noticeable grin. Thinking out loud, the protagonist described Jang Gil-soo as a true simpleton who would never follow anyone for money or power, as such people are driven solely by noble deeds and high ideals. Surprisingly, the butcher casually scratched his nose with an expression on his face, as if he had just been pierced by a deadly horn, demonstrating absolute indifference to such critical situations due to his insensitivity to pain. The girl noted that now Chan Gilsu has a serious debt, since the main character actually saved him from an inevitable and painful death. Namgung reassuringly told the muscle man that he shouldn't worry at all, since they would definitely pay later when the situation became more favorable. The main character emphasized that now the most important thing that everyone should think about is getting a special rare reward for completing a dangerous dungeon. 3 powerful spirits, skillfully summoned by Namgung from the mysterious world of the dead, began to attack the weakened master of the labyrinth in a coordinated manner. A huge bull with 1 remaining horn desperately tried to defend himself from the rapid attack of aggressive fighting spirits, realizing the seriousness of his situation. The spirits summoned by Namgung chose the tactic of attacking the confused owner of the labyrinth from the air, inflicting multiple blows on his hard, but already damaged back. Jang Gilsu asked the girl with undisguised surprise what kind of mysterious ghouls these were, ironically adding that Namgung still dared to call his ability cheating, although he himself used much more exotic techniques. The fighting spirits moved incredibly quickly around the enemy, methodically delivering blow after blow to the master of the labyrinth, gradually exhausting the monster. Suddenly, the bull, maddened with rage, began to summon magical weapons, realizing that he could not cope with multiple attacks with just his hands. The protagonist expressed extreme surprise upon discovering that the Minotaur had the ability to summon mystical weapons, something he never expected. Using a summoned sharp weapon, the enraged overgrown bull deftly cut down one of the spirits spawned by the protagonist, causing significant damage. Namgung immediately began to reverse summon his mystical creatures, knowing that if they were damaged, the summoner would also experience corresponding pain. Unexpectedly for everyone, Captain Namgung remembered a certain important item, which was wisely kept in the pocket of his spacious cape, which could change the outcome of the battle. It was an excellent snake scale of the highest magical class. By reflecting and refraction of light, it allows the user to merge with the surrounding environment. It can only be used once a day. The hero used the scales and became invisible. This should work against the Minotaur. While the master of the labyrinth was fighting with Namgung's fighting spirit, the hero began to rapidly approach the bull to deliver a crushing blow. The fighting spirit summoned by Captain Namgung pierced the furious bull's hand with his cursed sword. At the moment when the spirit was distracting the bull, Namgung deftly jumped up to strike the Minotaur's hard and strong head. But for some reason the bull sensed the approach of the main character, and he was very angry at Namgung's insidious plan. The captain was surprised that the bull sensed him from behind, since he was invisible to the environment. The bull turned and struck Namgung with the summoned axe, but he, in turn, managed to dodge it. The hero landed on the floor, holding his heavy sword Tanyan in his hands. Now he had to do something. The girl was very surprised that the Minotaur saw Captain Namgung in an invisible state. She was very worried about him. While Namgung was kneeling on the floor, the bull instantly decided to use his axe as a throwing weapon against the hero. The main character's fighting spirit came running to his defense. He held back the axe with all his might, just to save Namgung. The axe summoned by the Minotaur began to cut through Namgung's cursed sword of fighting spirit. The sword could not withstand such strong pressure and broke. Thus the axe cut the fighting spirit in half. Once again, the Minotaur aimed clearly at Namgung. How was that even possible, since he was invisible? The bull began to accelerate towards the main character in order to deliver the finishing blow and hit his team. The bull, red with anger, began to steam from his nostrils, as if he was becoming stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the main character decided to smash a bottle of the very seasoning that Chan Gilsu liked so much on the Minotaur's head, while the bull was twitching from the burning pain in his eyes due to the seasoning. On the other side, Namgung heard his guys trying to tell him something. Jang Gilsu shouted at the top of his voice that the Minotaur had been following Namgung's scent all this time, and since the hero smashed a jar of strong-smelling seasoning on the Minotaur's face, he stopped smelling Namgung. The hero listened to Chan Gilsu's words, and quickly tried to come up with a new plan to overthrow the master of the labyrinth. He decided to jump on the bull while it was trying to get rid of the spice in its eyes. He pierced the bull's head with his sword Tanyan, and from the unbearable pain the bull screamed so loudly that the hero's ears became blocked. Suddenly, the Minotaur began to summon his powerful axe again to get rid of Namgung once and for all. Jang Gilsu ordered the girl to cut the bull's tendons with her telekinesis ability, and she began to summon her butchering knives. She spun several knives and launched them into the Minotaur's weak spots. While the hero was trying to cut his head open, the girl accurately hit the tendons in the legs of the huge bull with 2 knives. The girl was very tense while the knives were inside the bull's legs, because she could control them. She clenched her hands, and the knives would begin to cut the tendons of the labyrinth's owner more and more. One of the knives began to rapidly cut through the bull's leg, causing him unbearable pain and making him less stable. She thought that such a blade might not be able to cut through his flesh, because it was an ordinary knife, and the bull was too strong. Captain Namgung said that these blades should be enough to defeat the bull lord. Suddenly, in one moment, Namgung decided to turn over the bull with a sword in its head, but the Minotaur somehow managed to survive such severe pain. The protagonist used all his physical strength to put the bull on its shoulder blades, and it seems he succeeded. The Minotaur could barely make sounds because the hero had cut his vocal cords. With his last breath, the Minotaur raised his axe up for another attempt to strike at Captain Namgung. The boys started shouting to Namgung to warn him that the bull had grabbed his leg with its steel tail. Namgung didn't have time to react in time, and the Minotaur swung his axe to cut down the captain. The protagonist put his sword to at least slightly hold back the axe summoned by the Minotaur. Suddenly, the axe began to hold some kind of blue cord, similar to the girl's telekinetic ability. The girl tried her best to restrain the master of the labyrinth so that he would not finish off Captain Namgung with his battle axe. Damn, it seems like the girl won't be able to hold out for long. Her strength is running out. The hero urgently needs to do something. She was only able to hold the bull's hand for a couple of seconds, and the strength left the young girl. She felt very sorry for Captain Namgung, because the Minotaur would not spare him. It seemed that this was the end of their many hours of battle. Suddenly the girl decided to look up at how the bull was about to finish off the main character. But something was wrong. The bull froze and did not move. Suddenly, in an instant, the main character named Namgung very quickly cut the Minotaur in half, although he still stood motionless for a few seconds. A few seconds later, the dismembered bull fell to the ground with an axe in his hands. Namgung didn't even turn around to look at this horrific picture. The main character exhaled, because the battle was over. They had won a victory over the greatest Minotaur. The Lord of the Labyrinth was defeated. The girl was sincerely happy for Namgung and Changilsu. She grabbed the jock by the shoulder out of joy that it hurt his wounded stomach. Chests with the main and additional rewards have been issued. 2 trophies have been received, and they will be transferred to only 1 participant from the group. The girl was having a hard time, but despite everything, she rushed into battle headlong, and ultimately, without her help, everything could have ended completely differently, which Namgung agreed with Jangilsu's words. She took it as a trifle, believing that she was only following the orders of the main character, and the girl was very embarrassed, although emotions overwhelmed her from within. The orders were indeed a kind of help, and although Namgung helped him avoid a collision with a donut, it was the girl who was able to stop the deadly axe, thanks to which they were able to defeat the dangerous monster, because no one else could have coped with such a difficult task. Jang Gil-soo warmly hugged the girl and sincerely praised her for all the feats she had accomplished. In response, the girl was very embarrassed and insisted that they were overpraising her. Although without her participation, Captain Namgung and the big guy would hardly have coped with the danger. The big guy couldn't wait to inspect the long-awaited reward they had received for successfully overthrowing the formidable master of the labyrinth. He stuck out his tongue in anticipation and rubbed his hands together impatiently. With trepidation, they opened the golden chest of the Minotaur's dungeon, hoping that the reward would fully justify their expectations, especially considering that the guys almost died in a mortal fight with a giant enraged bull. Jang Gil-soo and Park Hyo-ju happily received 1 copper and 1 silver bull each, with each bull worth an impressive 30,000 heads, making them genuinely delighted with such a generous reward. Soon, another chest opened, this time only silver, and the reward that was supposed to fall out of it rightfully belongs to the protagonist for his decisive contribution. Inside was a high magic grade Minotaur liver, which when consumed grants the user one of the monster's special abilities, but one must have an extremely strong appetite to handle it. Jang Gil-soo was clearly not happy about such a specific reward, but Namgung confidently declared that everything was going exactly as it should be, after which he solemnly presented it to the muscle man as a sincere thank you for his selfless battle with the Minotaur. Jang Gil-soo couldn't believe that he would actually have to eat this disgusting shit, even though he had a natural predisposition to gluttony. The protagonist, without wasting time on hesitation, decisively and forcefully shoves the vile liver of the Minotaur right into the mouth of the stunned big guy. During this unpleasant procedure, Namgung reassured him that the liver would easily melt in his mouth, and that it was not at all necessary to chew it diligently, while Jang Gil-soo was in complete shock that Namgung had so unceremoniously decided to forcefully shove the disgusting liver into his mouth without any warning. Wincing in disgust, the big guy placed it completely in his mouth and began to slowly swallow piece after piece, the liver emitting the most horrible stench that made you want to turn away. Indignantly, Jang Gil-soo sharply asked Captain Namgung what he was doing, because now with every subsequent breath the poor muscle man was forced to smell this unbearably horrible rotten stuff. However, immediately after completely absorbing the unpleasant liver, Jang Gil-soo suddenly felt a strange but pleasant sensation in his body, realizing that he had received the long-awaited ability of regeneration as a result of his suffering. To everyone's surprise, the deep wound on his stomach began to heal rapidly to the point of a barely noticeable scar, and although the liver tasted truly awful, the effect it ultimately gave was simply amazing and worth all the suffering. The girl was genuinely surprised that the serious wound had healed so quickly, rightly noting that it is not for nothing that they say that everything that tastes bad usually turns out to be incredibly beneficial for the body. At that very moment, the main character, sincerely happy for his comrades, began to eagerly open his special reward, which was mysteriously located in a small, elegant chest. To his amazement, the chest contained an ancient fragment of a teleportation grimoire of an unknown magical class. an important fragment from a rare magical book that could transport the chosen ones to a special hidden location. The intrigued girl curiously asked Namgung what this mysterious bundle of paper was, but the hero honestly admitted that he himself had no idea what it was or what to do with it. To everyone's surprise, this item turned out to be unnumbered, and in his past life the main character had never seen such unusual special awards. This was the first time he had ever had such a bundle. Jang Gilsu was disappointed to think that he would get something really useful and powerful. But in reality, he only got some nondescript piece of paper, although he consoled himself with the thought that the liver might have tasted okay. Although in reality, of course, it was complete crap, but nothing could be done about it. However, it was obvious to everyone that without a special skill of gluttony, this abomination would most likely not be swallowed by any of them. So the group objectively had no choice as to who to give this rotten liver of the ill-fated Minotaur to. Looking at his reward, the protagonist noted with disappointment that it was just a tattered piece of paper, and a suspicion arose that perhaps this was some kind of insidious trap, because such a special reward seemed too suspicious, so Namgung carefully put it away for safekeeping for further study. The practical Chang Gilsu directly told them that if they had finally finished their useless chatter, then they needed to immediately get out of the dangerous altar as quickly as possible, to which the girl noted with a smile that the guys had really done a great job with the Minotaur, despite everything. The hero noted with obvious disappointment that this time the loot was clearly not plentiful, unlike the previous adventure in the tomb of the Ghoul King, and Namgung was definitely not happy to receive some ordinary nondescript piece of paper instead of a valuable artifact. Suddenly, the hovering soul of the defeated Minotaur was revealed to everyone, silently offering the hero to subjugate it as another powerful fighting spirit for his collection. The protagonist was somewhat surprised by this unexpected turn of events, but did not even show much interest in this proposal, resolutely continuing to move towards the long-awaited exit from the ominous altar. Suddenly, the alert girl felt something suspicious behind her, and immediately warned Namgung about the approach of some unknown creature, which made Jang Gilsu tensely think that this was probably not the end of the deadly battle with the insidious Minotaur. The next moment, the ghostly soul of the formidable master of the labyrinth slowly emerged from the dismembered body and persistently approached the boys, who were frozen in amazement. However, a logical question arose. What other soul of a Minotaur could be useful to the hero? Because according to all known laws, a necromancer can only subjugate the soul of a person, and not a monster. However, the soul of the huge bull stubbornly approached closer and closer, clearly intending for Namgung to subjugate it, and the use of the rare soul-taming skill of the second level became available. But there was a serious problem. The number of souls of the hero already exceeded the permissible maximum. Obviously, Namgung couldn't subjugate anyone else yet due to the restrictions, but if he really wanted to obtain this valuable soul, he would inevitably have to give up one of the loyal souls he already had, although the soul of the dungeon boss was undoubtedly an extremely useful and rare thing. Confused, Namgung wondered why the one he had personally killed would continue to follow him so persistently, so he directly asked the soul what its true purpose was, as it was clearly clinging to him in a desperate hope of continuing its existence at any cost. To everyone's amazement, the shapeless body of the Minotaur gradually began to reveal the body of a thin, mysterious man, completely unlike the monster. The strange stranger quietly explained that he passionately wanted to finally leave this damned place in the hope of continuing his real life, because here in eternal confinement, he had been for many hundreds of painful years. Chang Gilsu was genuinely and greatly surprised by the unexpected fact that the Minotaur turned out to be not just a bull, but actually a man, to which the erudite girl calmly replied that he was the legendary Asterion from ancient myths. She explained that the Minotaur is essentially half human and half ferocious bull, and the name of his human form is indeed Asterion according to ancient legends. The hero noted with respect that the girl was surprisingly well versed in complex mythology, and although you couldn't tell it from her appearance, he realized that she had clearly been fascinated by this topic in her free time for a very long time, accumulating an impressive amount of knowledge. After some thought, Namgung admitted that this was exactly what her intellectual style was all about, mentally recalling the image of Park Hyoju from his mysterious past life, who was seriously interested in mythology and ancient legends. Carefully weighing all the options, the hero asked directly what exactly he would receive in return if he agreed to help Asterion finally get out of here, to which he received a promising answer. Absolutely anything. However, in order for Namgung to formally form a magical contract with the mysterious Asterion, he absolutely had to destroy one of his loyal souls who selflessly fight for him, which made him seriously consider whether his new ally was really worth taking such a serious risk. After careful consideration, the hero came to the conclusion that there was actually no real need for this risky action, especially since he himself categorically did not want to kill anyone else without extreme necessity. However, contrary to all expectations, Asterion himself decisively began to make his way into the physical body of the protagonist, making it obvious that Namgung might not have to destroy the already existing loyal souls. At this critical moment, the mysterious essence of the ancient Minotaur began to rapidly penetrate Captain Namgung's tense body, causing the use of the rare advanced level 2 soul absorption skill to suddenly become available. To the surprise of all present, this turned out to be not a simple submission, but a complete absorption of the hero's soul, thanks to which contact with the highest mystical entity significantly increased the number of souls available to the hero. The powerful spirit of Asterion, having successfully made its way into Namgun's body, began to gradually become covered in sparkling battle armor before the eyes of his astonished comrades, transforming. In his strong hand, a huge battle axe began to appear majestically, the same one that the formidable Minotaur had actively used in the recent battle with the brave guys, thereby signifying that the process of absorbing the conquered soul had been successfully completed. Namgung's face gradually became saturated with the powerful energy of the Minotaur spirit that had entered his body, and the hero's eyes now sparkled brightly with a deep purple color. The souls of loyal warriors are actively saturated with pure energy, thanks to which Namgung's fighting spirits become significantly stronger with each new fight. Namgung could not understand the true reason why his spirits were becoming more powerful, because the spirit of the Minotaur had entered into him, and not into his battle companions. The protagonist's 3 loyal defenders suddenly materialized behind him, after which they slowly began to actively saturate themselves with the energy of the deceased spirit of the Labyrinth King. Namgung turned back abruptly as he heard some unusual and disturbing sounds. Something very strange was clearly starting to happen to his fighting spirits. Bright purple energy waves were rapidly swirling around the trio. The complex process of magical enhancement was finally completed. The battle spirits had radically changed their appearance and became much more powerful than they were before. Each of the 3 battle spirits respectfully knelt down on one knee on different sides around the protagonist. Directly behind Namgung now stood majestically the Minotaur spirit, clad in super strong armor and holding a massive battle axe in his hands. The main character was extremely pleased with the fact that his faithful spirits had become even stronger, because before this significant moment, they were already far from weak creatures. Namgung politely asked the guys present not to spread information about what they had seen with their own eyes today. Zhang Gilsu curiously asked Namgung if his unusual abilities were related to the fact that he had once been a member of the elite squad 711, but the hero was not yet ready to reveal his true identity. Zhang Gilsu understood the hero's position perfectly well, and solemnly swore on his position as the leader of the association to keep his mouth shut about what he saw. Besides, angering powerful people like Namgung was clearly not the best idea. He had no need for such influential enemies, so Zhang Gilsu wisely suggested that it would be better to remain good friends. Namgun was sincerely glad to hear such words. He also really wants to fruitfully collaborate with the experienced masters of the Mahjong district, because when the world is rapidly going to hell, only such reliable friends as Zhang Gilsu give confidence behind your back. Chan Gilsu's loyal comrades and hard-working workers joyfully ran up to him. They were incredibly happy to see him again, because they sincerely thought that the mighty Minotaur would certainly destroy their leader. His comrades warmly thanked him for his truly excellent work, because if it weren't for his heroic actions, these guys could have easily faced a painful death. They also sympathetically worried about his well-being, and curiously asked if there were any tasty monsters down in the labyrinth. Namgung and Park Hyoju watched in silence as Zhang Gilsu laughed heartily next to his loyal boys, as he was genuinely happy to see them all safe and sound. It seems that it is here, among these people, that the strong roots of his inner strength grow. The protagonist wisely said that it is most likely here that Zhang Gilsu receives the necessary moral support from his sincere friends. The guys gradually began to say goodbye to Zhang Gilsu. Since they really had to leave, it was a pity, of course, that the precious jar of seasoning had broken. The main thing now was that Zhang Gilsu would wisely spend the money not on buying it, but on a high-quality new weapon with which he could fight effectively. Almost sobbing from the overwhelming emotions, Zhang Gilsu excitedly asked them if they were really leaving, because he couldn't just say goodbye forever to the dear guys with whom he had gone through such serious trials. However, Namgung regretfully explained that he was afraid to stay longer, since he still had important things to do. Zhang Gilsu sincerely wished his new friends a safe journey and great success in their important affairs. Namgung would like to ask Zhang Gilsu something before his imminent departure. The jock froze in pleasant anticipation, waiting for the protagonist's question. Namgung seriously asked the muscle man if he could look for a man named Man Doksu in the Nowon area. Most likely this craftsman runs a small hardware store. In his previous life, he was respectfully called the true king of handicrafts, as he could skillfully craft anything, be it some complex tool or a vital item for survival. Zhang Gilsu listened attentively and accepted the request with understanding. He had several loyal buddies living in Novon, and he would definitely let them know as soon as he found the right person. Next time, they would definitely drink a glass of strong mash. The girl with bright red hair suddenly stopped and asked Namgung with concern what she should do next in this situation. The hero suggested that she stay here and take a couple of useful combat lessons from the experienced Chon Gilsu. But that was not what she meant in her question. The girl irritably pointed out that she meant something completely different. What should she do with her father, since he was now in serious danger? As Namgung noted earlier, nothing significant can be done with the Prime Minister without the decisive use of brute force. The only reasonable option is to thoroughly gain those very necessary strengths by actively fighting various monsters. The girl sadly lowered her eyes to the floor. Let the girl take on the responsible command of a special group for catching dangerous monsters, if she, of course, sincerely wants to work for the good of her native country. Park Hyoju understood Namgung's clear instructions, but still looked somehow sad and extremely unsure of her own abilities. Nothing particularly terrible will happen if she is friendly with Park Dae-ho. This guy is certainly selfish by nature, but he won't specifically destroy the state to its very foundations so that he will have something to own in the future. It sounds like Namgung knows her influential father personally, but the hero wisely decided to skip this delicate topic because now he needs to deal with another urgent matter. Does he mean the troubled times that have come? No, not him, but rather those people who constantly whine with words about how the world will inevitably come to an end soon. We are talking about numerous supporters of the dark theory of the apocalypse, but they basically just organize noisy street protests. Of course, they sometimes have quite large gatherings, but their public activity cannot be called something openly illegal. These people, as Namgung rightly said, are just religious fanatics. That's not exactly the case. Very soon, due to their destructive actions, the large city of Incheon may completely disappear from the face of the earth, so they definitely need to take serious care of these people. Park Hyo-ju was categorically not pleased with the main character's risky plan. She furiously asked him if he was even joking with all his words. Chonil Corporation. The girl didn't understand at all what exactly was being discussed, so she wisely decided to ask Namgung again, asking him to tell her more about the situation. After all, she knows very well who Shin Taihua is. He is the influential chairman of this large company. Starting from Incheon, he successfully expanded the scale of his activities to the state level. At first, the Chonil were just a gang of bandits, but by now they have become a powerful global criminal organization and even founded their own legal company. And now, Shin Tae-hwa was seriously going to actively promote his own religion among the population. The girl was completely perplexed by such unexpected words of the main character. Soon, one of the powerful seers will take his side, who will become a serious obstacle to the protagonist's carefully thought-out plan. The girl had absolutely no idea who this mysterious seer was. Namgung promised to tell her all the important details in a couple of days at the seaport of Incheon. In the meantime, Park Hyoju had better immediately begin intensive training with the experienced Jang Gil-soo in order to be fully prepared for the decisive battle with the upcoming dangerous monsters. The girl with bright red hair was completely perplexed by what she heard, but she had no choice but to obediently go to train and patiently wait a few days for an important meeting with Captain Namgung. Suddenly, a familiar car drives up to the main character. They arrived just in time, but how did they manage to time it so precisely? Nothing special. Myung-hun and Somin have been waiting here for several long hours. Somin missed her beloved father too much. Father Somin affectionately called her his little clever girl and gently stroked her head, hidden in the hood of her red cape. But the girl objected that she hadn't done anything special, so it was Namgung who was the real smart one. After these words, Somin hugged her father tightly after a long separation. The daughter excitedly asked if he was injured in the battle, because his wounds from the difficult battle with the mighty king of ghouls had not yet fully healed. Somin was very worried about the health of her dear father. Namgung smiled warmly and was sincerely happy about the fact that his daughter was so touchingly worried about him, and told her that everything was fine. He was just a little tired from fighting. Myung-hun seriously asked his little brother if he had told that government agent about his reincarnation. Namgung replied that he had not, and it was better to continue to maintain the image of a suspiciously strong and well-informed, but generally ordinary person. Influential prophets may already guess about the fact of reincarnation, so they may well begin to persecute Namgung like real crazy fanatics. If the hero acts too suspiciously, they will certainly begin to flood Korea en masse to thoroughly test his true capabilities. Just like the influential Alec Traman and Ninagawa Erika, with their powerful help, they can effectively stop the monster invasion in the country. Myung-hun grinned and called his brother a smart guy, while Somin was very worried about the condition of her dear father. The girl asked him not to overexert himself in future battles. Namgung assured that he would not spend too much energy and would be extremely careful. The hero is too tired after the battles, but if he falls asleep now, he will probably sleep for about a whole day, so he decides to hold on and stay awake. Myung-hun soothingly told his brother that there was no need to worry too much. They would definitely wake him up upon arrival at the seaport. Somin was glad that Namgung finally wanted to get some proper rest, and strictly ordered him to go to bed immediately, and she would faithfully guard her father. The main character was deeply moved by the fact that his loved ones were so sincerely worried about him. He thanked them heartily, and closed his tired eyes for a well-deserved rest. The car with the guys set out on a long journey, The asphalt on the road was seriously damaged due to a recent fierce battle with aggressive lizardmen. Namgung fell asleep instantly, as he was very tired from fighting almost non-stop. Soman was deep in her phone, and Myung-hoon was nostalgically enjoying the views of his hometown. The main character gradually falls into a deep sleep, and it seems to him that he is starting to dream about something interesting. Something starts to persistently drip onto Captain Namgung's nose. It seems like it's happening in his dream. The hero slowly opens his eyes, but it turns out that he is no longer sitting in his car with his beloved daughter and older brother. Namgung wakes up in some unfamiliar cave, completely unaware of what happened, because just a moment ago he was peacefully sleeping in the car and chatting sweetly with his loved ones. The hero did not understand why he suddenly found himself in a completely different place, and began to persistently search for something in his coat. His hand unexpectedly turned red after he took some mysterious object. In his hands was a strange ticket, which was brightly shining with saturated red lights. Could it really be this mysterious thing that created a separate subspace? This is a special test. The user's registration is completed successfully. An additional quest, Layer of Lan, is added. He will have to pass the difficult test of Layer of Lan. Namgung has never heard of this mysterious lair before, but since it is indeed a lair, there must definitely be dangerous monsters here. So he wisely decides to take out his trusty sword to quickly react to a possible surprise attack. It's definitely not worth rushing into trouble, so Captain Namgung will move extremely carefully, without making unnecessary sounds, so as not to lure potentially dangerous monsters. A bright red portal slowly opened in front of the main character. After moving to the lair, it will no longer be possible to refuse the accepted quest. In other words, Namgung will either successfully complete the entire quest, or die here forever. It's quite risky to agree to something like that, when you don't even know what the reward for success will be. The protagonist wisely decides to decline this dangerous test, so as not to risk his own precious life without good reason. Suddenly, someone's powerful hand decisively prevented Captain Namgung from refusing the proposed test. The spirit of the dead Minotaur Asterion stood majestically before him. The hero was sincerely perplexed by the spirit's unexpected action. Asterion's spirit stood right in front of Namgung and pointed his massive battle axe pointedly at the red portal that had opened a couple of minutes earlier. The protagonist curiously asked the Minotaur spirit if he really wanted Namgung to agree to this unknown and potentially dangerous test. Asterion nodded his head affirmatively, making it clear to Captain Namgung that it was definitely worth accepting the challenge and boldly entering the mysterious red portal. Asterion was the rightful owner of the labyrinth, and this ticket was a well-deserved reward for victory. Apparently, Asterion really knows everything about this place. In this case, there is nothing left to do but decisively enter the portal, taking on a serious test. They both confidently headed towards this mysterious portal. Namgung had not met it in his past life, and has no idea what awaits him next. After Namgung entered the portal, he immediately took out his trusted sword, expecting a brutal fight with some more aggressive monsters. The portal began to close rapidly, almost immediately. Namgung has no choice but to completely pass this test, because there is simply no other way out. It seemed like the cruel rule of do or die really worked here. Namgung began to look around carefully, trying to figure out where he should go next. Suddenly, Captain Namgung heard some strange sounds. He immediately reacted with caution. An unknown creature asked him who he was. The hero thought it was telepathy. Namgung politely asked who he was, then began to explain in detail that he had found this mysterious ticket in the labyrinth of the Minotaur, which led him here. The hero only knows that this is some kind of Lan's lair. He directly asked the unknown person if he is the local monster, and the owner named Lan. The red eyes in the pitch darkness of the unknown individual laughed mockingly at Captain Namgung's naive question about whether he was Lan. The name Lan does not belong to the monster, but to its powerful master, replied the unknown monster with large and sharp teeth. Namgung was completely perplexed, seeing such a huge monster, because all he does lately is fight with all sorts of mutants. Judging by the monster's words, he is definitely not Lan, so where is this mysterious Lan? A giant monster with 4 heads, chained with powerful chains, kindly offered Captain Namgung to guess which of those present was Lan. The main character logically assumed that this monster simply ate this Lan. Namgung looked at him with a slight smile, but at the same time with calmness, because the monster was securely chained with heavy chains. An unknown and rather sinewy man angrily hit the table with words of indignation about what kind of lair Lan was. This man asked someone in an irritated tone what kind of scum dared to put him there, and it was clear to see the real anger in this man's words and his complete dissatisfaction with the situation. Another bald man calmly asked him to cool down and pull himself together, because he knows very well that the time axis has been seriously distorted. It is logical that significant changes will occur in the usual order. The axis was distorted precisely because the reincarnated one rewound time, which is precisely why what happened to the carnival happened. Such a special being as the reincarnated seriously disturbs the natural balance. For this reason they deliberately brought about the onset of the future, which even the reincarnated himself does not know about. Only in this way will it be truly fair. The man asked not to make him laugh, because the carnival had already officially begun, and such a rude interference in the phases clearly violates the established rules. The man gently asked his comrade to calm down, because he was acting like he was not himself. This man turned out to be none other than that very Yor. The stranger asked not to speak his name out loud, as they were in a shadowy corridor, where Yor warned him of the consequences of breaking his anonymity, threatening to make him disappear forever. The man laughed at Yor's words, claiming that he couldn't make him disappear since everyone knew each other anyway. So stop showing off. Indeed, the prophet Yora is very conspicuous. Let him think that they decided to test him a little. But he is not just noticeable. He can be called with complete confidence reborn, this cunning lord of the seven snakes. Who would have thought that Yor would be able to keep the reincarnated one in his hands, because he is one of the most powerful people on planet Earth. Yor ordered to shut the mouth of the witness of the sun and moon, or rather Tur, after which the very lord of the seven snakes named Yor began to emerge from the open portal. It was he who created the possibility of reincarnation, and now he talks about justice through bringing the future closer. Stop talking nonsense, because he thinks that Yor does not know what his filthy soul is hiding. The stranger says that the system was created for the benefit of people, but in reality, he just wants his rotten prophet to be reborn and take everything into his own hands. Let him admit that he was scared, because the reborn one is not in his hands, and he still calls himself fair. The witness of the sun and moon asked Yor to shut up, since he had not broken any of the rules that the Lord of the Seven Snakes had just listed. The tour simply determined what would happen over the course of 50 years, since the order was not so important. That's right, they will still come to this stage, and it is now sealed. The second man confirmed the words of his comrade by saying that nothing will happen to the prophet of Yor. That creature feeds on time, so nothing will happen to it. Yor worries in vain and blames the witness of the sun and moon, Tur, for everything. Okay, make way for those who sent his prophet to a creation that should only appear in 30 years. If he returns from there alive, then they are next in line. Yor prayed in his mind that Captain Namgung didn't die in Lan's test. The main character stood and looked at this giant monster. It seems that Namgung will have a hard time dealing with it. It's funny because Namgung actually thinks he was able to eat the stewards. There's no point in throwing around words that might anger them. Even if they get angry, Namgung doesn't care. He's still a chess piece for the phases that uses their power. One of the minds cannot comprehend how someone like Captain Namgung could be chosen as a prophet. Well then, let her not attach something that doesn't exist, unless she has instructions for completing the quest for Namgung. If not, then let her get lost in the fog. The bird head laughed at Namgung's words and said that he could easily show the instructions now. The monster descended lower to the main character to give him something necessary to pass the test. In the monster's hand lay some bloody and pulsating piece of rotten meat. To pass the test, it was enough to taste Lan's flesh. The monster offered this disgusting piece of meat to Namgun. This is the condition of the test. Without it, the main character will not be able to get out of this cave alive. The monster presented Lan's flesh to Namgung, saying that everything was simple. All he had to do was eat this rotten thing. The reward for completing it will not disappoint, and if he is lucky, he will be able to seize the power of the phases themselves. The main character did not believe that some piece of meat could grant the hero the power of higher beings. The monster said that everything was exactly like that. But then who is Lan, and why is there some kind of monster standing in front of him? It seems that the composition of the phases does not change. There are always 8 of them. But the monster said that there is no constant composition. In all worlds, including Namgung's world, phases change over and over again. And the lands are the most ancient rulers. The monster is not talking about the creatures that have now opened the carnival, but about the creatures that ruled in the times of Olympus and Muspelheim. Truly mighty creatures who created existence. But as the monster said, times change, and the top changes, like the system of succession of carnivals. Namgung asked the monster that this was just fun for them, a typical entertainment. For the phases, all this is not just a game. The carnival is the engine of progress or regression, which are essentially 2 extremes of the same thing. This is what is called history. The head of an already dead creature was visible from behind. Namgung assumed that this was Lan. The protagonist laughed at the monster's words that it was just a story. Since when are worlds created by alien beings, history should be created only by people. But not everything is so clear-cut. In a sense, it is Namgung who is the key to the carnival, provoking phenomena and unraveling them. They only bring people like Captain Namgung onto the stage to tell a story for their world. The main character couldn't help but laugh at all the words this monster said. After laughing and smirking at the monster, Namgung decides to take Lan's flesh. The main character asked the monster how long he would continue to pull the wool over his eyes. What the hell were the keys? And what the hell was the scene? The monster did not understand that Namgung did not like his words, and ordered him to eat flesh, because that way he would become more powerful than any seer. Diplomacy was clearly not the monster's business. Namgung looked up at this monster with a serious gaze. If the monster is so strong, then what the hell is he doing here? The monster was perplexed by such a question. And why does the one who absorbs the phases suddenly use the word we in relation to them? The monster hopes that Namgung will believe all this nonsense. With the words, "You've attacked the wrong person," Namgung decides to crush a piece of Lan's flesh. The big monster was very angry at the main character's actions. The monster was impressed, but on the other hand disappointed. He grinned with his sharp teeth. The monster would be able to taste Namgung if he swallowed Lan's flesh. The monster was sure that Namgung's soul was very appetizing. Namgung immediately guessed that this was a trick, because even a fool would understand it. It seems they don't really like Captain Namgung, because the hero has already met someone like him at the second door. The bastards probably hope that it will absorb the main character. Another creature began to crawl out of the monster, but he really became interested in what kind of story the main character would create. Some kind of angel with 3 heads and 6 arms crawled out of the monster. Apparently, it is not a lie that he absorbs phases. This creation is stronger than the 8 rulers combined. Once the test is passed, Captain Namgung is entitled to a reward. One could say that he has completed a kind of quest. The protagonist took the hand of this supreme being. It was covered in gold, and every part of its body sparkled. This supreme being is nothingness. Namgung became more serious, because he stands opposite the supreme being. It is a non-existence, but not the one that Captain Namgung thought of. By its nature, this being is something that has neither beginning nor end. The protagonist was amazed by what the creature said. At the same time, he is the one who has seen every carnival. Suddenly, Namgung wakes up, but remembering the creature's last words, he can learn about the creature what will happen to the world in the next 25 years. After waking up, he began to feel some heaviness in the wrist area. There was some kind of chain wrapped around his arm, and negative energy was emanating from it. Suddenly, Somin's screams could be heard from outside the car, begging her father to wake up. She ran to the car to inform her father of what was happening, with a crowd of people standing in the background, which Somin was running away from. Namgung immediately asked his daughter what had happened that made her so scared and where Namgung's colleague had disappeared to. Some people suddenly made them stop, but the important thing is not that they were stopped. The important thing is that a crowd of people in suits detained Myung-hun. They were armed and Myung-hun was in danger. Suddenly, their dialogue is interrupted by a healthy man in a suit, who asks the hero if he is that very Captain Namgung. The big man ordered Namgung to obey and follow the man to the arrest vehicle. The main character flips the big guy over with one sharp movement. Without even flinching, he asks Myung-hun not to bow and scrape and continue the trip as quickly as possible. When Somin told her father that Myung-hun was in danger, she was very wrong. It was the crowd nearby that was in danger. Myung-hun was breaking someone's arm, and at the same time greeting his brother. With a smile on his face, Myung-hun asks Namgung if he is awake yet. The men in suits are in fear of what this madman is doing. The main character asked Myung-hun why he didn't send them away right away. Myung-hun decided to figure out what was going on while Namgung was snoring in the car. And besides, Somin was with them. Suddenly they took knives into their hands and ordered us to obey them immediately. A fight was inevitable. Captain Namgung warned Myung-hun not to overdo it. He accepted the order and moved forward to attack. 5 crazy men rushed towards the guys to deal with them and drag them into the car for detention. Choi Myung-hun laughed at their small knives and began to take out his giant sword. He showed them his ice sword, but they could no longer stop as they were too close. With a few sharp and masterful movements, he freezes the first man. After the first one, 2 more guys stood in line to be frozen and received their dose of freezing. The next man was already lying on the asphalt, and in a trembling voice begged Myung-hun not to kill him. Choi Myung-hun nearly gave the poor guy a heart attack by plunging his sword a centimeter away from his manhood. He asked who sent them, but the guy replied that he didn't know anything and that no one had sent them. Apparently he didn't understand the good stuff. If he does not want to cooperate, he will only make things worse for himself and his comrades with whom he committed the attack. If he continues to play the fool, he will want to die of his own free will. Namgung made the boy laugh with his words, saying that he didn't have the courage to do such a thing. Killing a person was some kind of joke for him. The main character grabbed the guy in the suit by the face so that he would listen carefully and answer the questions truthfully. It seems the guy didn't understand Namgung. The hero won't kill this guy. He himself wants to go to the next world. The guy's face turned blue from suffocating the main character due to his grip being too strong. He needs to loosen his grip so that the other guy doesn't give in. Namgung asked another question, and the poor guy pointed his finger at the last man left with a scared face. He asked the guy again if this man was the boss, but he replied that he was not, and was simply a subordinate. But the guy who was being held by the main character doesn't think so, and claims that the man is the boss. In order to survive, the guy decides to betray his comrades and give up the boss. He repeated and pointed his finger at the same guy several times, calling him the boss. Suddenly, after the guy repeated several times that the man is in charge, he throws a knife and hits him right in the forehead, killing the guy. The man called him a chatterbox and accused the chairman of hiring idiots for men's jobs. This little but brave man, Captain Namgung, asked him what his name was. His name is Choi Guan-pil. He is from the Jeonil Company, and there was an extra knife hidden under his jacket. Since that's the case, he will be able to answer a few questions from the protagonist about how they knew that Namgung would appear in Incheon. Guan-pil stood there and didn't say another word. He thinks that he can easily beat Captain Namgung, but he doesn't suspect what he's capable of. Who exactly sent them? Namgung asked who was behind him. Shin Tai Hua from Jeonil, or Jin Wei from the Triad. Guanpil laughed at Namgung and how much pathos he had, his smirk indicating that he would attack at an unexpected moment. Suddenly he quickly disappears somewhere. Guanpil is too fast for a normal person. Namgung imagined himself to be cool. He was too impudent for someone who would soon die in agony. It seems like Guanpil has absorbed several agility runes as he moves extremely fast. He asked the protagonist if he regretted provoking a fighter like Guanpil. He moved so quickly around the main character that Namgung couldn't keep up with him. But the hero didn't even try, because he was confident in his abilities. Suddenly, Guanpil came close enough to hit Namgung, but instead of stabbing Namgung, he slams his knife onto the asphalt, causing his knife to break. Guanpil definitely thought he was able to cut Captain Namgung, but he was overjoyed. The protagonist makes a sharp movement to the side and dodges Guanpil's lightning strike. The naive guy was full of surprise. After moving to the side, he finds himself on top of Guanpil at the speed of light, and grabbing him by the head, hits him on the ground, breaking his head through the asphalt so hard that blood splashed a couple of meters ahead. This guy seems to know a thing or two about fighting, although he doesn't know how to choose his opponent. No matter how fast Guanpil is, he still won't be able to outsmart the protagonist. Captain Namgung said that he wouldn't be able to run without legs. It seems like he's going to break both of his legs now, so that he knows who he's attacking. Guanpil screamed in unbearable pain. Namgung decided to break his other leg so that he would definitely not be able to escape. Now he will answer all his questions. Namgung ordered Choi Guangpil to listen to him carefully. If he dared to move again, the main character would make him a permanent invalid, and then send him to be eaten by monsters. The hero ordered the boy not to struggle anymore, and to answer the questions put to him. Yeonan Station. They were ordered to deliver the boys there. Namgung immediately asked who dared to order them such a crazy task. But he didn't know who it was. They were simply given orders to capture people like Chui Myung-hun and Captain Namgung. A demon was awakening inside the main character, ready to tear the poor boy to pieces. But Namgung held back and continued asking questions. It was the chairman. He told them to start acting before the Triad scum who had already flooded the port yesterday. It seems like Namgung now has both Chonil and Jin Wei on his tail. Could it be that Alektraman snitched on Namgung to Jin Wei? The main character turned around abruptly and addressed his little brother Myung-hun. Namgung asked Myung-hun to take Soman and go to Hojun, since the time of troubles was just around the corner. Myung-hun asked Captain Namgung if he had decided to act alone, but no, he had a partner. His partner turned out to be Park Hyoju. She warned Myung-hun that Namgung would not be alone. The station is currently not functioning. The girl with red hair asked the captain what was going on. She followed Namgung's order and asked if those bandits were from the Janil group. They created a cult, but in the end they remained a bunch of gangsters. Everything is just beginning. These freaks will use doping. The girl did not understand what kind of doping the main character was talking about. Chonil started smuggling drugs in the 90s, and they were able to make a quick profit from the profits. So the girl asked why they created a cult called Chonil. They created it because there was no longer any need for smuggling. The girl did not understand the point. Drugs can be sold legally, and the Chonil planned to set up a factory by taking advantage of the chaos of the carnival. Gather a horde of fanatics and then get them hooked on a new drug from Chonil. This drug not only causes hallucinations and gives pleasure, but also dulls physical pain. In other words, Chonil will create walking shields for themselves out of meat. The girl was in a state of shock. She asked Namgung to stop. How is this even possible? Let's say it's true, but how does this relate to Incheon's disappearance? Incheon is considered to be Chonil territory. Why get rid of their own land? They themselves will get hooked on their new drug. They don't know how to handle their own product, but they invented it themselves. Chonil just produced the drug. They are not the creators of the recipe. The creator of the recipe is none other than Jin Wei from the Triad, whom the hero told the poor boy about earlier. The prophet chosen by the Lord of Fire, the crazy alchemist Jin Wei. Flight to Bengyongdo at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 tickets on Sunflower. The hero decides to go to another city with Park Hyoju. An unknown man put 2 tickets through the slot and asked to go to exit number 3. They were met by a man who pointed to a staircase that the main character and the girl needed to climb. Where did the Coast Guard go? Can mafia ships really stand here so calmly? The main character opens a door on the ship into some room, which he decides to enter with the girl. A man heard them and immediately recognized Namgung. He asked him why he had brought the beauty with him. Well, okay. They weren't some kind of national intelligence officers, so the man suggested not to stand on ceremony and invited the guys to sit on the sofa. The main character was clearly surprised that this man knew him. But the reason why Namgung came to him was a little different. Yesterday at dawn, Chen Shun from the Triad and his men came. They were looking for Captain Namgung. And you shouldn't blame those guys. They, like a man, are doing their job. Namgung should understand this. Did they really decide to bribe the Coast Guard just to smuggle in Triad people? Filled with anger and a desire for justice, the girl decides to attack the man with whom Captain Namgung had previously had a polite conversation. Namgung, not approving of his partner's rude and thoughtless act, decides to knock her out in order to preserve the opportunity to continue a constructive conversation with the stranger. The man immediately noticed the girl's body lying motionless on the floor, as well as Namgung's hand, with which he neutralized her. The stranger, with a grin on his face, asked the main character what exactly had just happened, and how such a situation should be understood. He explained that this girl was a burden that he couldn't get rid of in any other way, so for the sake of a calm conversation, it was easier to turn her off. The man with the scar on his face laughed at what he saw and admitted that Namgung was even cooler than he thought. Now it became clear to him why the Triad was looking for him. He asked why the Triad was interested in Namgung, and why he had hidden from them that he had met him before the others, promising that if he gave clear explanations on these two issues, their conversation would go in a more productive direction. The man with the earring was genuinely amazed by the protagonist's audacity, but despite this, he still decided to respond, noting that the Triad is currently actively recruiting new people. They plan to set up large-scale production of the substance he currently holds in his hands, and claim that no one is better suited to manage it than Namgung. The main character was completely confused by the words spoken by the unknown man. This substance is called Berserk. It is compact, but acts extremely powerfully, instantly blowing the roof off. The Triad already has a ready recipe, and they provide an equipped place for production, which is why they need a strong person located in Korea. That's why the unknown person found the main character before the others. Now all the guesses disappeared, and Namgung fully realized what was happening. It turned out that Namgung is not only capable of delivering blows, but also thinks quickly, analyzing the situation correctly and deeply. The fewer people involved, the more profit each person makes, which is why the unknown person offers the main character to join in and start selling drugs. Namgung asked the man if he was confident in his abilities, and if he really thought he could stand up to the Triad, since that was what he was needed for. The stranger asked Namgung to pay attention to his hand, hinting that something unusual would happen to it in the next second. A whirlpool began to form in his palm, slowly rising into the air and hovering above him. It seems that this man has the ability to control water, because in the main character's past life, he seemed like just a stoned zombie, and it was hard to believe that such potential was hidden in him. If Namgung destroys those who arrived in Korea, then the man will be able to block the sea route, and then, despite all efforts, without a ship, they will not be able to get to Palwa. Suddenly he snapped his fingers, ordering his servants to carry out a certain task. His subordinate immediately delivered a cart loaded with a huge amount of money, with tens of millions of Korean won lying on it. This was an advance for the main character, and when things go further, the man promised to pay as much as Captain Namgung himself considers necessary. The man stated that he is not like the scoundrels from the Triad, and will do everything possible so that Namgung does not have to get his hands dirty, because everything that happens must be perceived as an act of protecting one's country, giving the actions a patriotic tint. They say that even walls have ears, and it was at this moment that Namgung sensed the presence of a stranger in the building. The stranger did not understand what this was meant to say, and immediately some giant hands materialized behind him. Before he could finish speaking, he was killed. His neck was broken with a terrifyingly loud crunch. Everything indicated that death occurred instantly. The security responded late, but still tried to find out who exactly was hiding within the walls of the room. They dared to make the Triad wait and, moreover, plotted behind their backs. Suddenly, a huge man appeared, calling everyone in the room dirty cockroaches. He ordered to take their trash and get out, while the president continued to make some sounds, creating the feeling that he still had a chance to survive. The bully asked Namgung when he realized he was hiding behind the wall, and heard in response that the captain sensed him immediately after entering the room. Now the jock understood why his boss showed interest in Namgung. He introduced himself as Chen Shun. According to him, a man should swim in big waters, because if Namgung had gotten involved with the Chonal Corporation, he would have been dead long ago. Namgung laughed when he heard the expression big waters, and asked with interest what it even meant, to which the jock responded by furiously demanding to explain what in those words amused him. The protagonist said that he really should take a look at the scale of these waters, after which he put his hand on the jock's shoulder and began to grin. Namgung gave the order to contact Jin Wei, boldly saying his name out loud. He demanded that Jin be told to come immediately, or he would start the countdown to 3. In such waters, only the largest fish should be dealt with, and Namgung wants to have a personal conversation with her. The bully called the captain a psycho for daring to pronounce this name. He believes that since Mr. Sanju himself, the owner of the mountain, showed interest in him, it means that now he is allowed to do whatever he wants. After Namgung's touch, the thug began to disappear, and the hero called this ability fusion. This ability is similar to camouflage, but camouflage only makes a person invisible, without eliminating the feeling of his presence. Fusion allows you to completely dissolve in space, disappear physically, appear and disappear at will, which makes the ability extremely useful for both defense and attack. However, this guy clearly doesn't know how to use it correctly, since the main character immediately realized where he would end up. It seems that before appearing before Mr. Sanju, the muscleman feels the need to teach Captain Namgung a harsh lesson. He looks like a baby, eager to show off his new abilities to everyone. The world had changed beyond recognition, and the photo showed the president whose neck this thug had broken just minutes earlier. In this world, there are ordinary people, and there are people like Namgung, who are endowed with special powers. Now the division of humanity into classes became inevitable, and at this moment, Namgung was fully focused on the unexpected attack of the bully. The division of people into classes seems inevitable, just like a sudden attack when a big guy appears behind Captain Namgung, rushing towards the hero with the intention of delivering a crushing blow. In the face of Namgung's power, this giant does not even move, because he has calculated every move in advance and is confident in his strategy. The jock with a wild, fierce look swings both hands, preparing to deal a crushing blow to the main character, but Namgung instantly delivers a quick and precise kick right to the groin. Cold sweat immediately begins to pour from his furious face, and the pain becomes so unbearable that the big guy's eyes seem to bulge out of their sockets. The mighty muscle man, overcome with pain, falls to his knees after a powerful blow from Namgung, and it is at this moment that the captain prepares to deliver the final, decisive blow. Namgung presses the big guy's head to the cold floor with his foot, increasing the pain and not allowing the opponent to come to his senses. The jock is completely confused, not understanding how Namgung was able to hit him so hard, because he was in a state of fusion, which should have made him invincible. He doesn't even realize all his abilities. He was just lucky to survive despite the lack of combat experience. What a pathetic and weak worm he is. The big guy can't believe that Captain Namgung can be so strong and wise in battle, surpassing him in every aspect. It turns out that the main character hit the jock not just in the balls, but in the very soul, so deeply that he can beat the big guy as much as he wants, even if he does not physically incarnate. He does not understand how a person can strike at the soul. Does it really exist? All this seems nonsense to him, and he cannot understand how such a strike is possible. Captain Namgung ordered the big guy to stop acting like he was all-powerful and just sit down, because he had an important question to ask. He asked the dejected big guy how Jinwei knew about Captain Namgung, but the muscle man seemed to swallow his tongue and did not give a single answer. The video of Namgung defeating the water snake has already spread all over the internet, and it seems like the hero didn't know about it. Now all the cards are in place. They don't trust Jionil's company, but they are willing to entrust Namgung with this task based on just an amateur video from the internet. They have rational reasons. Namgung's strength is a strong argument. He is the strongest in Korea, and in this world, you can't trust anyone except the strongest and most powerful. Mr. Sanju is standing behind him, which means that no matter how strong Captain Namgung is, he simply won't dare to betray them. Jinwei is a master of alchemy, who can easily create any potion with his knowledge and skills. He's probably already strengthened to the limit, so now he's even stronger than Alec Traman, and if it comes to a fight, he and Namgung have about the same chance. Although the protagonist is slightly inferior in strength, Captain Namgung has not yet revealed his full potential and abilities. No matter how strong Namgung is, Mr. Sangju will ultimately dominate everyone, so the captain must be extremely careful. He thanked her for the warning and asked what was ultimately required of him. The big guy handed the main character a piece of paper and an ampule with a narcotic substance, which meant the beginning of a new mission. There was an address on the piece of paper, and Namgun needed to go there. Specialists were supposed to meet him there. He just needed to hand over the ampules. The rats from the Jeonil company might know about this place, and if necessary, Captain Namgung would have to eliminate them without asking any questions. The hero asked if Jinwei would be there. The big man replied that he would arrive in about a week, and again asked not to say his name out loud. Damn, the protagonist wanted Jinwei to show up before he counted to 3. Ironically, it never happened. Namgung agreed to the big man's demands, took the girl on his shoulder and told him not to worry about her. She would be safe. As the protagonist headed towards the door to go outside, the big guy loudly shouted Ryojin's name, summoning her with magic. A girl appeared behind him, materialized with the help of another spell. The big guy ordered to accompany Namgung to his destination, to which the captain asked why he was going to follow him. Because they have no reason to trust the captain other than his strength. Namgung thought this was fair, and accepted this condition. Namgung told the girl that since she had already tagged along with them, he should give them a lift to the place, and asked if she had a car. The girl was shocked by such impudence of the main character, not expecting such directness and audacity. They set off towards their destination, driving across a bridge that crossed the river. The main character drove with a serious face the whole way, hoping that they would safely reach the desired point without incident. The girl also remained silent, and did not ask Captain Namgung any unnecessary questions. It was obvious from her behavior that she was worried. They rode together in complete silence. Namgung had no desire to engage in conversation with the girl. His goal was to get to the point and hand over the ampules. Suddenly, after some time, the girl decided to ask Namgung a simple but important question. Why did they take this woman with them? Instead of answering, Namgung was rude to the girl, saying that he was not obligated to report to her, and added that it seemed like he had already heard the name Ryojin in a past life. But since he doesn't remember her, it means they most likely never met in real life. The main character also had a question about what kind of weapon this cute girl named Ryojin uses. He received a response in the same spirit to his rudeness. The girl stated that she was also not obliged to report to him, since he was not her boss, Namgung called her a repeater, and for a long time they rode in complete silence, without making the slightest sound. He asked if she wanted to repeat Chen Xun's fate, to which the girl replied that even if Namgung was stronger than the jock, he was still very far from Mr. Sanju. It is Mr. Sanju who is her immediate superior, and she categorically does not intend to report to the main character. Captain Namgung smirks, impressed by the girl's devotion to her boss and his power. He offered to show her how impressive her powers were, but the girl did not understand what he meant. Suddenly, something started jumping out of the water onto the bridge, attacking all the cars moving along it. The strong tremors caused water to lash onto the bridge, almost knocking every car down from a dangerous height. The girl could not understand what exactly was happening around her. She was completely confused by what was happening. In an instant, a huge monster grabbed the car with incredible speed and began to sit it on something, like a toy. Immediately after this, several more monsters appeared in front of them, significantly increasing the overall threat. The girl, extremely surprised and completely confused, immediately began asking the main character where he was heading in such absolute chaos. The man calmly asked her in response whether she was suggesting that they stay in the car in this situation, since otherwise they would never reach their final destination. She instantly realized that she had absolutely no other choice, since Mr. Sanju himself had so clearly and categorically ordered her to act. After a while, they appeared to be significantly taller than the other monsters, towering over them by a decent distance. A moment later, they were already significantly higher than the other monsters, surveying the surroundings. The girl could not understand where such a huge crowd of lizard-like creatures had suddenly come from, as if they had appeared out of nowhere. She had never seen such creatures before. It was an ordinary fighting lizard. The young man explained in detail that this particular creature was originally supposed to appear only a week after the opening of the previous gate, as something of an intermediate boss, but due to the defeat of the water serpent, its appearance was brought significantly closer. At that moment, the huge monster swung with all its might, trying to reach them with a crushing blow. Luckily, the main character was able to easily jump back in time, instantly avoiding a direct blow. The girl could not understand whether this monster was not afraid to hurt even its own kind, to which the guy asked her what she expected from reptiles, who are cold-blooded in every possible sense. The girl asked in confusion what they should do now, and the guy answered that they needed to save themselves at any cost. She asked if he was really going to save them right in the middle of the bridge, to which he asked what alternatives they had. Since Chen Xun introduced her to him, she must definitely be able to do something, or she was just a pawn that he didn't feel sorry for at all. And she replied that he had a talent for driving people crazy with his behavior. He won't save her if anything happens, so let her not lag behind, because metal threads are not the easiest weapon to handle. The girl, having made a firm decision, immediately began to act. Let them show what they are really capable of in battle. At that very moment, they began to fight furiously with each other, creating complete chaos around. The girl began to deftly pass between them and skillfully attack, delivering precise and deadly blows. All the monsters didn't even have time to do anything at that moment, being completely caught off guard by her speed. The girl at this time finished her rapid attack and decided to decapitate them all, ending this short but intense fight. She raised her head confidently after that, proudly demonstrating her indisputable victory. The next monsters attacked her just as bravely, continuing their endless onslaught. After a while, she struck them down just as quickly. The girl asked the guy how he liked the strength of Mr. Sanju's minions, assessing their power. She asked him what he was doing, and he replied that he was not going to let a corrupt official become food for a lizard. She asked in surprise if he was really going to deal with this huge monster alone, to which he asked if she doubted him, and if so, then let her go on without him. Indeed, she intended to do so, but the master's order was above all else, and she could not disobey it. He almost shed a tear from her sincere and unwavering devotion. At that moment, the main character, using all his incredible strength, threw away the creature that was right above. The main character immediately began to use his unique power. He took out his weapon and was fully prepared to attack, anticipating every move of his enemy. In 1 second, he killed the creature, demonstrating his incredible and destructive power. Then he came over and was right outside the car door. After this, he literally took out these doors, tearing them out by the roots. The girl began to say that this was not in the plan, to which he replied that he did not know that the lizards would attack their car in such numbers, and he doesn't believe that she didn't wake up by that moment, because they could have gotten out together, to which she replied that it was impossible to arouse suspicion. She asked if it was possible to act more gently, to which he replied that it was precisely in order not to arouse suspicion that it was impossible to act more gently. It would have been unnatural. The guy replied that now, with the onset of the time of troubles, the most interesting thing would begin, because from the next day onwards, monsters would appear endlessly, without stopping. They need to destroy as many of these creatures as possible to stop them from spreading. At that moment, the girl quickly ran somewhere. She realized that the guy still had berserker ampules. Maybe she should help him. But no. Even if she returned now, she would only find corpses. It would be useless. At that very moment, the main character suddenly appeared right in front of her and asked her what corpses, that she should not talk nonsense, but rather open the doors immediately. After that, she immediately opened the doors. She didn't understand at all how this was possible. Her mind refused to accept what had happened. They were all dead, but that wasn't surprising. Most of the corpses they saw along the way belonged to people from the Triad. The girl decided not to dwell on this and asked where the device was, whether it was whole or not. This was more important. When she saw it, she was very happy that it was whole and unharmed. The girl noticed that, apparently, he was not protected until the very end. Unless, of course, you count the order from Mr. Sanju, who told him to keep the situation under control at all costs. The girl quickly asked the guy to give her the ampule, explaining that it needed to be duplicated urgently for safety. She carefully placed the ampule inside the device, from which a dim blue light was pouring. It had already reached the point where progress made it possible to distribute drugs that were heartlessly churned out by specially programmed machines. The main thing is that the guy asked how long this whole process would take, to which the girl calmly replied that it would take about an hour, maybe a little more. The guy said that he understood everything, added that the two of them would stay here and he would leave for a short while. The girl asked in surprise if he was offering her to guard the drugs together with this bandit. She stopped him abruptly and asked suspiciously what exactly he had in mind and what this strange plan was all about. Besides, she reminded him that he himself had not stated that he was going to get rid of this woman at the first opportunity. He replied that in fact they were acting in concert, and that a temporary agreement had been concluded between them. The guy explained that he was talking about a rude, corrupt official, and all this time he had meant her. In the end, he told them to sit there quietly for an hour, not to make noise and not to interfere anywhere. And he added that otherwise he would personally put them in a neat pile and close the issue. At that moment, somewhere on the distant Persian, something alarming was happening. Someone inserted a key into the old ship's control panel, activating an ancient mechanism. The protagonist was delighted to see that this device still worked without failures, despite its age. If his memory served him correctly, he had encountered something similar before in similar circumstances. Just as the tribe chief's fortress pulls out the snake after being summoned, this creature must have its own base. This was the place where he laid his eggs, posing a threat to anything that entered his habitat. Usually such bases were destroyed immediately after discovery, so he barely had time to leave offspring. But in troubled times, anything is possible. The damned phases with their immutable absolute rules never give any concessions and do not forgive mistakes. Even if the water snake is dead, its eggs will still appear following these damned laws. And the most likely place for this to happen is Changbongdo Island, where strange things have always happened. At that moment he became lost in thought, lost in his own anxious thoughts. He was unpleasantly surprised that monsters had not yet appeared on Changbongdo, because once upon a time, there was almost never peace here. He vaguely remembered that one scientist had once said that the appearance of monsters was directly dependent on the density of the local population. But now he decided that this information would not help him much, and focused on the task. The protagonist clearly realized that he needed to hurry and not waste a minute of time. He was almost certain that the sea cave was the very place where this precious water serpent egg was hiding. However, the tide had already come in, which meant that the time was extremely inappropriate for such a risky sortie. He felt sorry to rack his brains over this, but at that moment he simply had no choice. Since troubled times have begun, it is better to sort this all out as quickly as possible before it gets worse. He was surprised that everything turned out exactly as he had expected from the very beginning. Despite all his doubts, he still bought everything necessary for this risky operation. But if he manages to get the snake's egg, all these expenses will be more than repaid, and it was worth the patience. The protagonist, without hesitation, went into the very heart of the deep and dangerous sea. After some time, the guy suddenly noticed something strange and immediately paid attention to it. He saw a small underwater cave and immediately realized that this was exactly the place he had been looking for so long. However, something about her made him very wary and threw him off his usual balance. The cave turned out to be much larger than he expected based on his calculations and feelings. It would be great if this egg could be put into inventory and we could get out of here calmly. But suddenly a notification popped up on the screen saying that living creatures cannot be placed in the inventory. Then the protagonist called Asterion, hoping that he could help in this situation. He asked if Asterion was able to lift this egg despite its enormous size. Thanks to the water and reduced gravity, lifting the egg was much easier than he thought. Then the main character turned around and was unpleasantly surprised by what he saw behind him. He understood perfectly well that no one would give up this egg without a fight or a trap. He was surrounded by seahorses, small but very persistent creatures. At first glance they seemed weak, but since they guarded the egg, they were serious and dangerous opponents, especially in the water. Now nothing foreign should leave this place until low tide. Otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. In troubled times, you can't delay. You need to decide everything immediately, while there's still a chance. At that very moment, the protagonist had a sudden and profound realization that made him stop and think. Massive rock heaps and thick, tangled thickets of seaweed stretched out before him, as if blocking his path to his goal. If he was not mistaken, this was where he could find what he desperately needed to complete his task. Some said that he was certainly a prophet, but also a real psychopath, because as soon as he had calmed down a little about it, he would again become a thief, which invariably impressed those around him. Here she was again called, right here, into the dark corridor of shadows, leaving no choice and no opportunity to refuse. The creatures asked questions, openly showing their faces, not hiding their identities, wondering whether Yor had come and for what purpose. It was simply impossible to understand how he had even found out the location of the egg. It seemed incredible and fantastic. But was this a violation? The egg had appeared during the first wave, and he didn't see anything strange or unnatural in it. Someone agreed with him and noted that it was not a matter of when the egg appeared, but that he immediately and unmistakably determined its exact location. He was furious, and that was all he could express in words while in such a tense state. He was certainly a regressor, and it was suggested that restrictions be placed on him, but on what basis this could be done remained an open question. He managed to get out of Lan's labyrinth alive, and if he really was a regressor, would whoever was inside have left him alive? It was a fair point, because if you think about it, getting out of Lan's labyrinth alive was even more unlikely than finding the serpent's egg right away. Even if he was a regressor, there was nothing they could do about it, and that was true. They couldn't interfere directly, since it violated the laws of the phases that they had had a hard time agreeing on, especially on the issue of starting the quest early. If someone suddenly decides to raise a snake from an egg, then let him not laugh. Even if he is a regressor, he will never hatch it. Everything was firmly established, and without special conditions it was, in principle, impossible. It didn't seem like everyone had forgotten what had happened. The memories remained alive and clear. Now was not the time to doubt his prophecies. It was time to believe and act. He clearly stated that if he returned from the labyrinth of Lan, much would change, and new things would open up. Next year, suspicions will certainly touch them, increasing tension and anxiety around them. Everyone understood perfectly well who would be first on the list of suspects and why. He asked who exactly had suggested sending his prophet into the labyrinth of Lan, trying to understand the reasons and motivations. He then turned to the mist guide, asking if he was mistaken, and he responded by asking what exactly the young man wanted to achieve. He replied that he could simply show them something that would only happen in 50 years, demonstrating his vision of the future. He considered it absurd, but listening to himself, he realized that he was angry, although he realized that there was no other choice. He said that they were all selfish, caring primarily about their own interests and goals. It is easy to suspect someone else's profit, but when it comes to one's own, people look away, fearing the truth and responsibility. After these words, everyone fell silent, and an oppressive, crushing silence ensued, which lasted for a long time. One of those present suggested at least some solution, trying to find a way out of the current situation. Instead of testing the prophet, they decided to provide them with certain advantages and reliefs. One of them added that this should be done with reasonable restrictions, appropriate to the stage of opening of the second gate and the circumstances. Everyone began to agree, and the young man admitted that he felt like he was losing more than he was gaining, but he agreed with this decision. They told Yor that as long as it didn't turn out to be something like how to raise a snake from an egg, it would be better for him to keep quiet and not interfere. He replied that it was a special growth elixir with unique and powerful powers. After the opening of the gates of hell, the situation changed dramatically, forcing everyone to adapt to new realities. Just as people adapted to the changed world and the advent of the prophet, so other creatures began to gradually adapt to new and difficult conditions of existence. Some of them have acquired unique abilities necessary for survival and fighting dangers. For example, some plants learned to hunt animals, which was an unusual and amazing manifestation of nature. The main character thought about what exactly he was looking for in this mysterious and dangerous world. He began to carefully examine some of the algae, trying to find something valuable and useful in them. He understood that these creatures were very useful for the bids living in the underwater depths. In front of him was a sea rock worm, which was almost impossible to obtain anywhere except in the deepest depths of the sea, and although it was well known, its properties remained very valuable and unique. Many different experiments were observed around the psychopath Chui Huisu, who used this creature as an experimental subject. He learned a lot about the unique properties of this creature's mucus, discovering important details. The main character looked up and realized that everything was going well, and according to the plan. He knew very well that this would be quite sufficient for further action and successful completion. He told Asterion that he had complete confidence in him and believed in his strength and determination. After this, he set off forward, confidently and decisively moving towards his long-awaited goal. He immediately began to attack the enemy, but the protagonist quickly realized that damage in water was significantly reduced by almost half, which greatly complicated the battle. The creature looked straight at him, intently and angrily, at that tense and important moment, not looking away for a second. Soon after, it began its attack sharply and swiftly, not giving the enemy the slightest respite. Asterion was very surprised, and did not have time to react in time to do anything or defend himself. After this, even stronger and more furious attacks fell upon him, which complicated his situation. The creature then grabbed him firmly and fiercely into the chest with its sharp and long tentacles, causing sharp and unpleasant pain. After this, the rest of the monsters approached from behind and began to press him, surrounding him from all sides. The protagonist felt guilty, despite the fact that it was he who gave the order to attack, and this thought haunted him. But overall, Asterion coped with the task quite well, demonstrating all his courage and fortitude. The protagonist began to carefully approach him, preparing to provide the necessary support at the most necessary moment. He tried in every way to help him, giving signs and providing support in this difficult and dangerous situation. Asterion watched what was happening and clearly felt this help, which gave him strength and confidence in the fight. He began to grab onto the tentacles, trying to break free from the deadly grip and regain his freedom. After this, Asterion grabbed all the tentacles at once, trying to limit their movements and loosen their grip. He held them with all his might, not allowing the enemy to take complete control. The protagonist sensed something important to him, perhaps reinforcements or a special weapon to help in the fight. He then moved as close as possible to Asterion to provide immediate support and protection. After this, green electricity began to flicker around Asterion, sparkling and glittering with powerful energy. The protagonist had to admit that this action worked perfectly and significantly strengthened his ally. The sea worm's mucus liquefied the monster's protective cover and analyzed their structure for some time, reducing their resistance. It seemed that now was the time to act decisively and without unnecessary hesitation. The main character realized that it was time to complete all these preparations and move on to active actions. At that very moment, people were quickly approaching the monster, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Someone was shouting loudly, calling for the merciless destruction of these disgusting and vile creatures. One of them flew straight into the monster's head, dealing a powerful and painful blow. The guy said that these enemies seemed weak to him and unworthy of serious attention. The second one answered him, suggesting that he just watch, because Sona Wu has truly amazing and incredible abilities. The guy replied with a smile on his face that less talk and more action is the right approach. He added that it was time to stop empty talk and begin to destroy all this filth. His words sent a powerful charge of motivation through everyone present, instilling in them determination and confidence in victory. The girl didn't understand why exactly they were going to climb here, because if they did, it would be almost impossible to avoid serious problems. She thought that they were just some inexperienced brats who would quickly sort out their case. But where had she ever seen an official who could openly kill people without consequences? Despite the fact that she called all government mongrels the same, now it seems that she has completely lost her fear and is no longer afraid of anything around her. The girl asked if she was really going to fight or if it was just words to scare the others. She asked her with concern if she didn't think that something was definitely wrong here and that they should be more careful. There may be many of them, but they are just boys, and it seems too surprising that they are so easily trying to deal with the lizard men, who are usually much more dangerous. She looked straight into their eyes, trying to get a better look, and noticed that they all had a red glow on their shoulders, like some kind of sign or power. One of them stood out in particular. It had the brightest and most powerful glow. Perhaps it was some kind of buff or special ability. In any case, no one was going to arrange any ceremonies with these guys. It was necessary to be extremely careful, especially when the corrupt official spoke at that moment. The guy immediately paid attention to her words and sternly asked everyone around to immediately shut up in order to hear further developments. He asked with a threatening voice who they were and to come out immediately if life was really important to them. Then he fell silent, listening carefully to their reactions, waiting for someone to dare to answer. He thought to himself that there seemed to be too many reptiles around today, and the only thing missing was one more like them. Without thinking, he headed straight towards them, not intending to retreat and showing his intention to sort things out. At that very moment, the monster appeared right in front of him, lowering its head very close, as if preparing to attack. The guy landed hard on the ground and knocked the monster off his motorcycle, knocking him off balance and out of control. He still couldn't figure out who this guy was and where he came from. At that moment, the main character appeared and ordered the guy to stop making noise immediately, otherwise it would be bad. The guy got angry and asked in response why the hell he almost crushed him, showing off in front of everyone. The Chief King calmly replied that if they had nothing to do, they should transfer it to him, because he was having a hard time now, and for them, it would be a great way to pass the time. The other guys immediately began to agree with this proposal, but the main character remained categorically against it. The guys started to insist that the guy really needed help and that this was not up for discussion. The enraged guy began to insult the main character, calling him a fop and a weakling. He said that he didn't care how much the motorcycle cost, and the protagonist responded by noting that he had stolen it anyway and asked if he even had a driver's license. After these words, the guy finally became furious and began to behave even more aggressively. He stated that the main character simply does not understand how he should actually behave and act. The main character grabbed him by the face and said that he looked like a circus monkey, who, at the slightest problem, starts waving his arms and making a scene. He explained once again that if the guy wanted to get punched in the face, that was his choice, and immediately dragged him away so that he wouldn't bother the others. He ordered his boys to immediately give the guy a good lesson so that he would understand who he was dealing with. The guys were happy and were confident that with the support of Sun's power, they now had every chance. And the main character noticed that the guy was clearly improving his physical abilities. It was a kind of ancient and clever rule, divide and conquer, which allowed him to control the situation by containing his enemies and managing them piecemeal, preventing them from uniting against him. He stated that his ability was indeed very useful in battle, adding that the guy had stopped pretending to be tough and was now ready to let go of the situation, so he had to give it his all, use all his strength and resources. Otherwise, he asked. The guy replied that they were ready to beat his face in without mercy. The guy gave a loud and decisive order again. Kill the main character, destroy him without mercy, don't give him the slightest chance of victory. The main character was mentally and physically ready to sacrifice one of his own in order to gain time, save the rest, and achieve victory in this difficult battle. In that tense moment, he said that no matter how much you strengthen their bodies, no matter what armor you hang on them, they will still remain weak, unviable corpses without spirit and strength. They won't become stronger with their pathetic attempts. They only try in vain to appear formidable and dangerous. But this is just an appearance. The protagonist, sarcastically mocking them, said that they were simply rude and nothing more, and that they did not have the slightest chance in a serious fight. None of those present even really understood who he really was. No one asked their leader what they should do next. He, in turn, asked with irritation whether they were stupid to ask such stupid questions, since it was elementary and primitive to overwhelm with numbers. He mockingly asked if they were serious about measuring numbers and thinking that this would bring them victory, since this was too primitive and stupid an approach for a real fight. At that very moment, he called upon one of his subordinates, Period, to help him deal with the situation. He instantly grabbed one of the enemies, not giving him the slightest chance to resist or escape, demonstrating his strength and skill. Then, just as quickly and deftly, he brought the rest of his opponents to the ground, without the slightest hesitation, demonstrating his superiority and control over the fight. He asked curiously and confidently how he felt about his chances in this fight, trying to understand his prospects. Only after this did Song-woo nod in agreement and acknowledge that his assessment of the situation was correct and adequate. He decided that he would personally take on the matter with this guy, not trusting anyone else and not wanting to miss the moment. He confidently and decisively moved straight towards the clone of the protagonist, without showing a drop of doubt or fear, ready for any consequences. The protagonist noted that his opponent's speed and strength were indeed worthy of respect, and not that bad, but that might not be enough. However, he felt that there was still something that could change the course of the battle, some hidden reserve or weak point that should be taken into account. This is perhaps the limit of this guy's capabilities at the moment. He is not capable of offering more in battle. The guy began to feel that the situation was not going according to his plan, that there was something ominous and threatening in the air that made him wary. Suddenly, the main character delivered a powerful and accurate blow, causing the guy to recoil and lose his balance. This guy's potential turned out to be amazing and much higher than one could have expected, opening up new possibilities. Moreover, he even had a combat transformation that enhanced his physical and combat abilities, making him even more dangerous. The protagonist asked if his name was Song-woo and suggested getting straight to the point, but then added that he should become his personal porter. Of course, the guy immediately expressed a categorical protest. When he called the guy a son of a bitch, the protagonist asked again in surprise, but he simply replied, "Let's move on," and calmly asked what exactly was required of him in this situation. The main character asked with interest whether this was the guy's first combat transformation, and the guy asked again with bewilderment what they were talking about. The protagonist pointed out that the boy should look closely at his friends, showing that it is worth considering allies and their strengths. Sun-woo was very surprised when he looked at the dot. Something strange and incomprehensible was happening there, which did not fit into the usual framework. He couldn't understand what was happening to them. They seemed to be alive, but at the same time there was something unnatural and frightening about them. The protagonist explained that his first ability is divide and conquer, as he already knows, enhances the physical capabilities of those around him, and the combat transformation works in reverse, the guy asked. That is, only he receives the buff, and was interested in further details. What he said was absolutely correct. The transformation allows him to take back the power of those he previously gave the buff to, as if manipulating the energy and resources of those around him. The guy asked in surprise if this meant that he killed them, because perhaps they were not created for such an ability, and activated it only from the feeling of the threat of his powerful attack. The guy, of course, didn't know all the details and didn't want to harm them, and the main character calmly said that he didn't blame him for it now, understanding the circumstances. He added that he was saying this so that the guy would at least understand what he was dealing with and could better navigate this difficult situation. In this damned and ruthless world, sometimes you have to go to the end, without hesitation, and without thinking about your own feelings, even if it is disgusting and painful to yourself. Otherwise, it is simply impossible to survive. There will be no chance or hope left. After these words, the guy offered to go with him and support him in the upcoming matter. Sun-woo, taking the egg in his hands, could not understand for a long time what kind of strange object it was, and the main character replied that he would find out the answer to this question only when he took the egg to a suitable place. This is the place where the egg can be safely kept, and where its true meaning and power will be revealed, which will be an important step in their mission. When the protagonist entered, he asked the girl if she was ready for the extraction of the liquid, to which she replied that the process was almost complete, and the extraction had reached more than 95% efficiency. He thought for a moment, and asked her if she thought it would be better to dilute the drug with water, given the time it took to use it. That was really the most practical and effective option. The guy, interested, asked the main character what kind of machine it was, to which he explained that it was a special device that stamps and produces drugs in large quantities. He was very surprised and delighted, calling the main character a damn genius, because in addition to production, he also spins anesthesia. However, he replied that it was not he who was in business, but this girl, who was one of the members of the triad. The girl nodded and said that the guy sat quietly and did not interfere with their work, demonstrating his loyalty and accuracy in this matter. The protagonist explained that the woman was a national intelligence agent, which added seriousness to their conversation and the situation as a whole. The girl asked the guy why he brought the egg here, to which the main character replied that they should be careful with it and protect it from possible threats. Inside the egg was a baby water serpent, a rare and very valuable creature, possessing the power to change the course of events. The protagonist said that he had fished out this egg, and now the summoned lizardmen would certainly come here to take it by force and prevent it from being used against them. The girl anxiously asked Namgung what he was talking about. It was madness, and Sun Wu, in turn, asked how many there would be. The main character replied that there would be as many as there were, even if some died along the way. Hundreds, or even 1,000. Sun Wu immediately began to move away and said that he was glad to listen to the conversation. He was a small man, but he would soon return to his rightful place, not allowing the weaklings to seize power. They were already here, at the scene of events. The guy replied that there were no lizardmen there, but just people. But the protagonist saw that the guys were representatives of the Chonil Corporation, known for its ambitions. They will never miss a chance to grab their piece of the common pie. They are ready to fight to the end and show toughness. Sun Wu asked if they were talking about the same corporation that was making waves all over the internet, to which the main character confirmed, saying that before moving here, the triad killed their leader, Shin Tai Hua. The guy was surprised and asked, so it was they who had caused all this mess. The main character advised him to keep quiet, because if they didn't know the details, then they were simply forced to take extreme measures. The girl asked why these heavy hitters had come here. Had they really decided to avenge their leader? And the main character replied that now they just needed drugs and nothing more. The girl was furious, and said that she would tear them to pieces. But the main character sternly warned her not to even think about doing this. Otherwise the situation would get out of control. As he had already said, any thoughtless action could lead to disaster and endanger them all. Here right now the lizardmen are rushing, inexorably approaching and creating tension and threat. They shouted from outside for those inside to open the doors and hand over the drugs, promising that they would not touch anyone if they got what they wanted. But this was no longer good enough. It couldn't go on like this any longer. So he asked Osun to give him tools for protection and preparation. At this point he asked why he should do this himself, without trusting anyone else in such a dangerous situation. And now he is left alone with all this danger, forced to cope with everything himself without any support or help. Turning sharply back, he saw how behind him the terrible monsters were already lined up, ready to attack, with a thirst for destruction in their eyes. Of course, these creatures were filled with rage and insane anger, which made them even more dangerous and uncontrollable. They immediately began to grab all the people who came their way, indiscriminately, like hungry predators rushing towards their prey. The man, trying to save himself, desperately jumped to the ground, hoping to hide from the terrible threat, but his attempt was futile. Unfortunately, it didn't help at all. The monster quickly grabbed him and mercilessly killed him, leaving no chance for salvation. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to devour people one after another, as if an endless stream of horror and death was engulfing everything around. The girl watched this whole terrible scene with growing horror and could not believe that such a thing was happening in reality. She asked the protagonist in fear if he understood what a disaster he had caused. If these creatures broke through inside, then they would all come to an inevitable end, to which the protagonist replied that she should speak only for herself. She indignantly asked him what he was talking about, not realizing the seriousness of the situation. At that moment, he grabbed her sharply by the throat and asked if she still hadn't realized what was really going on and what the stakes were. He explained that the new drug Jin Wei had invented was being used specifically on these lizardmen, and she began to ask anxiously if he thought he could get away with it. If Sanju found out about it, it would end very badly for him. The protagonist asked her defiantly what she was going to do, and whether she really thought she approved of drug trafficking in South Korea, where everything was under close control. He reminded that there should be at least some sense of proportion, because the situation is getting out of control. The lizardmen are the remnants of the Chonil Corporation's lackeys, and they will certainly come here to take back what is theirs. By then the drug should be fully prepared for dispensation. He ordered Park Hae-ju to take care of the machine so that everything would be prepared and running smoothly. Sun Woo had to take masks and containers for the substance to make sure everything was as safe and effective as possible. Finally, he turned to Regina, telling her that she only had 2 options to choose from. She asked what those options were, and he replied that the first was to live until Jinwei came and die with his patron, as if part of his destiny. She began to beg him to show mercy, but he coldly said that she deserved exactly this fate for her actions. The second option is to take Jinwei's side and fight against the lizardmen together, which will give her a chance to survive, and not just survive, but to earn so much that her previous income will seem ridiculous to her. In this case, she will be able to save her life and get much more than she could ever dream of if she makes the right decision. Then he asked what she was choosing. Her fate depended on this choice right now. The girl started saying something incomprehensible, and then said the password, 3391. He asked if she heard what he was doing, and she confirmed that she had, after which he began entering the password into the system. At this point, preparations began, and all the equipment gradually became ready for use, creating a tense atmosphere. After some time, everything was finally ready, and it was possible to proceed to the next stage of the operation. The protagonist said that he was now opening the door to enter and start acting. A second later, he opened the door to the lab, ready to face whatever was waiting inside and do whatever was necessary. He told Park Hae-ju that she could be relied upon in this situation, and she confidently replied that she would do her best not to let him down and succeed. At this tense moment, all the monsters lined up around the large vessel, as if waiting for a signal or an order, their eyes sparkling with wild aggression and impatience. The girl concentrated and began to use her powers, radiating energy that filled the space around her, as if trying to take control of the situation. Then she suddenly smashed something above their heads, the sound of the impact echoing throughout the room, causing confusion among the monsters. The monsters immediately noticed this action and turned their heads in her direction, their gazes full of malice and mistrust. Flashing instantly, one of the monsters bit the other sharply, which immediately caused chaos and panic among them. The protagonist realized that the drug had begun to work. Its effect had become obvious, and now the situation had begun to change in their favor. And now, it seemed, the monsters were moving on to the next stage of influence, becoming even more uncontrollable and dangerous. The protagonist said firmly that the time for slaughter had come. The moment of the decisive battle had arrived, where one could not spare oneself. He immediately called upon his protege, ready to enter the fight and show his strength. He began to fight the monsters without hesitation. His movements were fast and precise, like a dance of death. The main character, along with the rest of the fighters, began to kill the monsters one after another, not giving the enemies the slightest chance of victory. Song-woo was deeply surprised. He couldn't believe the scale of what was happening and the effectiveness of their actions. He looked at his balance and realized that the number of defeated creatures was rapidly approaching a huge figure, which made his heart beat faster. He said that it seemed they had killed almost 1,000 of the creatures, but the protagonist reassured him, noting that there were fewer lizardmen than he had originally expected. Fortunately, Tanyan's system worked as intended, and not all monsters were able to raise their rank, which made the task much easier. The girl ran back and reported that it seemed that Sol was almost unharmed by the attack, and the protagonist asked if Hojin had tried to do this, since there were fewer of them than expected. She also got the number he asked for, and he thanked her. Thanks to her, the work went like clockwork, without any glitches or delays. The guy said that getting 10,000 heads in such a short time was a real achievement, and he was ready to buy it all. Now he could afford to buy the best, forgetting about his previous problems, and even the hermit's web no longer seemed so scary. The girl couldn't understand what exactly was going wrong again when the main character showed her someone's phone, on the screen of which it was written that Chen Xuan had called. This caused a storm of emotions in her. She became furious and stated that they had become allies, hadn't they? And the protagonist responded with cold confidence that with such a stage of trust, he was still skeptical. If she wants to live, she shouldn't waste her head in vain. Otherwise, everything could end very badly for her. He offered to exchange Chen Xuan for 10,000 heads and a traitor, not understanding how Regan could betray them all like that. The girl asked if he was happy now, and was it really necessary to go that far, to which the protagonist replied that they themselves asked for it. They were told to sit quietly, but they tried to escape. That's why she was tied up. The girl began to ask who in her place would not try to survive, and whether he wanted to throw her to be torn apart by these animals. But he sternly said that it was enough. Here and now she would encounter real animals if she behaved carelessly. She was ready to do a lot to earn money, but before she could even use all her resources, the situation got out of control. The main thing is that she shouldn't get upset. She and Yehansu are just bargaining chips for Jinwei, who can be thrown away without regret, and she asked in horror how he knew her brother's name. In the car, her name seemed suspiciously familiar to him. He asked people, and his guesses were confirmed. It turned out that they were just singing, and everything became obvious. Her pale wall was worth a penny. It was easily sold for a few heads, as if it were nothing compared to its true value. The man suddenly ran inside, and the protagonist loudly announced his arrival, as if he wanted to show that he was now the boss here, and no one could stop him. Chen Shun, overcome with rage and a flash of anger, began to sharply ask Regan how she dared to disrupt Sanju's carefully laid plans, while threatening to tear her into pieces, and this would clearly not be enough to deal with him. The main thing is that he calmly but strictly said that he understood his anger, but strongly forbade him to arrange a showdown in his presence. He replied that the guy was not afraid to meet him face to face, and this would not affect him in any way. Let him behave more quietly, because the deal would only begin after the arrival of Jin Wei, who should appear any minute. However, before everything started, he wanted to deal with this creature personally. The protagonist abruptly interrupted him, reminding him that he had already ordered him to calm down and stop any rash actions. He asked the man if he really thought he didn't understand the whole situation. At the same time, he hinted that he was trying to shift all responsibility for the failure of the mission solely onto Regan. He stressed that he trusts only his people and is ready to wait, adhering to the planned plan. The girl quickly gathered her things and reported that a message had been received from the Incheon airport control room. Jin Wei had arrived in the country with about 40 accompanying people. He had accepted the information, stating that they could then begin their actions. The protagonist told Chen Shun to contact Jin Wei and arrange a meeting at the casino of the R Hotel, which is located near the airport, while noting that he was too self-confident and afraid of losing control of the situation. He promised to try to think of something, but warned that it would be impossible to talk in private, because Sanju's guards would not allow it. It was not a matter of fear, but of not wanting to witness bloodshed. Regan would stay here, and he promised to deal with her only after they finished the matter with Jin Wei. He assured her that he would not touch her until he received a direct order from Sanju. But he continued to interfere, raising doubts about his sanity. He contemptuously called her a worthless thing, and the girl asked what exactly he meant by that word, sure that he would soon regret his words. He responded sharply that if it weren't for Namgung, he would have smeared her all over the wall long ago. The girl asked Ilya to check the veracity of these words. They argued about whose head would fly first. The question was, his or hers. The main thing he realized was that he turned out to be more accommodating than he expected. There was no one else in the casino except them. The main character carefully examined the entire casino premises, not missing a single detail. A few seconds later, he caught a chip flying towards him, and someone asked him if he liked gambling. He calmly replied that he did not have any particular passion for gambling. Then he was asked why he still played if he didn't like risk. After all, his involvement in the conflict with the Triad could be called nothing more than a risky gamble. The protagonist repeated what was said about gambling, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. After that, he also threw the chip straight at the opponent, almost point blank. He told Jin Wei that he would repeat his words again. He doesn't like gambling. He couldn't understand when this bastard managed to sneak up so close, and how he managed to overcome the protective potion. He had no confidence in his abilities, and the main character noted that the world was really about to change dramatically. He needed to avoid meeting the head of the Triad, who was impossible to track down even for incredible amounts of money, remaining an elusive shadow for everyone. Interested in the subject of the conversation, the protagonist assumed that since the head of the Triad was ready for dialogue, then half of the job was already successfully completed. Perhaps the Triad leader was under the influence of substances, causing his senses to be dulled. Jin Wei seemed unaware that his superiority lay in anything but brute strength. The protagonist asked what he was waiting for, urging him to speak to the point, and wondered who claimed that the Triad leader was considering how best to structure the conversation. Then the main character asked if the interlocutor remembered that large-scale conference that Alec Trump organized. The protagonist stated that both he and Alec are the chosen prophets of the phases. The interlocutor replied that this was a very loud statement, but it was not supported by any evidence, and asked to move closer to the essence of their meeting. The protagonist mentioned Ninagawa Erika, and the interlocutor asked if he meant that same Princess Bivol. The protagonist confirmed that it was she who was being talked about, and judging by the manner of speaking, she was also an active prophet. This came as a real surprise, as it meant that not all the secrets had yet been revealed. So far, 4 of the 8 prophets have been revealed, although the gates of hell have only been opened twice. The protagonist expressed confidence that his interlocutor would now give a clear explanation that would help him understand the situation, noting that what he had heard earlier was not an answer to his question. Since the phases had already chosen him, he should have known about the purpose of the prophets. Their main task as prophets was to track down reincarnations that had entered this world. However, the main character did not understand what Ninagawa Erika had to do with it. It would have been more appropriate for him to say that she was the reincarnator, since he had no information about her. The protagonist stated that whether to believe it or not is his personal choice, but he can confidently state that Ninagawa Erika really is able to see the future. She had this gift long before the gate opened, and the protagonist assumed that the interlocutor perhaps considered it just a coincidence. The protagonist asked what if he was blatantly lying, to which the interlocutor replied that the choice was his, and he was not forcing anyone to believe. After these words, the main character plunged into deep thought. The protagonist wanted doubts to continue to torment his interlocutor. No matter what choice he makes, these doubts that are beginning to arise within him, they will eventually entangle him from head to toe. Whatever choice he makes, this is the doubt that arose in his mind. Eventually, it will completely entangle him. After a while, the guy thought about it and admitted that, let's say, it really was true, although it was hard to believe. Even if at first glance it seems that he has nothing to lose, it is still not he who benefits, but the cunning prophet. The guy frowned and asked if they were going to finally get to the point and say exactly what they wanted from him. The protagonist calmly replied that he didn't demand much. It was enough for him to remove his triad from Korea as quickly as possible. He asked if he really didn't understand anything at all. Didn't Chen Shun tell him about the plan? After all, you can earn a head from monsters if it's only about profit. He added that there was no point in these senseless curses. Let him sit down himself if he was unable to control himself. If they don't join forces, it will only get worse. And then the main character couldn't take it anymore, furiously slamming his palm on the table. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked if he had poisoned himself with his own crap, since he had even thought that he intended to cooperate with him. He called him here to resolve the issue with as little bloodshed as possible, and that is why he immediately revealed all his cards. Well, of course, it's no wonder that Chen Shun fell into the trap so easily. While we're at it, let me ask why he even thought anyone was interested in his desires. He did not deny that at first the guy interested him, but after this conversation his opinion changed dramatically. Now he wants to get it at any cost, but the main character replied with a grin that he was clearly not his type. He said that enough of these snide games. In this world, any problems are solved by force and information. Nothing else matters. He reminded that he once led Squad 711, but the main character only chuckled, asking, "So what?" The guy asked how much he valued his comrades, because they would be an excellent lever of pressure. And even if the risk was great, if he killed them, he himself would not survive. The guy said contemptuously that the main character was simply beyond his capabilities. In response, the main character silently walked up and hit him with all his might right in the face. And after that, he stubbornly pressed him into the ground with his boot, not allowing him to rise. He chuckled and said that he seemed to really want to solve the problem with as little bloodshed as possible. But at this point, the negotiations could be considered finally completed. Perhaps he will just kill him right here and now. Such a reaction. Finally, he began to look at least a little bit like a human. By the way, he also hates gambling and prefers to make only those deals where his victory is guaranteed in advance. This was not some kind of study, but a serious matter, and the guy still didn't understand why he didn't bring people with him. Unfortunately, he doesn't care about it at all and has no interest in it. The protagonist revealed that he was the adopted son of the late Sanju Triad, Lin Chang, who had somehow taken the place of its head. The guy laughed and asked if he really had checked his background, since it was common knowledge for everyone in their circle. Then the main character began to say that his real name was Quan Sheng, and he grew up in the largest ghetto in Hong Kong, Kowloon Fortress, where he left behind a younger brother, now studying at Hong Kong University, who, unlike him, is soft and defenseless. The guy couldn't understand how he even knew this. The main character chuckled and said that if he decided to threaten, he should choose an opponent according to his level. At that moment, the guy nervously reached for the flask to drink something. He said that if he knew all this, they could have come to an agreement right away, instead of making a circus. To which the main character replied that when it comes to his daughter, he loses his composure. The guy laughed and admitted that he understood him, and if they were both going crazy like that, the deal would be much more reliable. The protagonist noticed a ring with 5 stones, decorated with colored edges on his hand. It was the Fire Lord's gift to his prophet, a quest item that allowed one to use growth alchemy without tools. But it didn't have the required stone yet. Right now, he himself doesn't really need this thing, but it's worth preparing the ground for the future. He told the guy that he wanted him to do one thing for him to warm up. The guy asked with interest, "What is it about?" The main character explained that this potion gives temporary immunity to attacks and protects against negative effects. The guy was surprised, saying that such a thing does not seem to exist at all, and if it did, then it is now impossible to do. To create it, you need an alchemist's stone, and it costs a whole 20,000 heads from the second opening of the gate, since the price has doubled. That's why he got into drug trafficking. But if the guy helps, he will pay 10,000 in advance, and also give him the captured Chen Shun and Regan. The latter can take the remaining 10,000. The protagonist said that this would be enough for the deal, although the guy doesn't seem to even understand that one stone is not enough. Rare ingredients are also needed, but for now this will do. He added that he would hand over the case to an acquaintance. He said that there is a person who extracts components from monsters, and if it is possible to establish trade with him, it will be an order of magnitude more profitable. The guy threatened that if he lied, his younger brother would suffer, but he swore on his daughter's life that he would take the risk. The guy added that there was another problem. The protagonist replied that he needed a monster specialist named Chang Gil-su from Majan. Let him find him and pass on his name. He will do everything. Looks like this guy really thinks he's the center of the universe. At that moment, someone screamed loudly. The main character praised Menhun, saying that it was an excellent job, but he himself modestly joked, saying that it was all Hojin's merit. The main character asked how the others were doing and received the answer. Everyone was resting. Every single one of them. No one was missing. Well, it's only logical that after several fierce battles they are not yet exhausted. He immediately asked who the guy standing behind was. The protagonist said that he picked him up in Yeonjongdo. He has good potential. The guy introduced himself by name and bowed, asking to take care of him. The protagonist said that everyone had already introduced themselves to Rose, so Sun Woo could go and rest. He turned out to have excellent posture, and he also gave me the photo as agreed, and Chen Shun's number, telling me to keep it and contact him if necessary. The head of the triad asked what would happen next, and the protagonist explained that there was a lot to do. But in short, after the opening of the third gate, everything would change dramatically. The most important thing now was to identify and occupy the place that would need to be taken under control immediately after the opening of the gate. The main character clarified that this place is located in the center of the Arctic Ocean, representing an island that is a real abode of monsters. This zone was marked as red. It should appear at the moment of the third opening of the gates of hell. And unlike the usual situation, when monsters of only one type emerge through the channel, various types of creatures will gather there, forming a full-fledged ecosystem. The guy noted that it was damn dangerous, realizing the scale of the threat. It was really dangerous, especially considering that it was a favorable environment for monsters to live in, and they could start to reproduce actively, which meant that when they got crowded, they would start to take over human territories, or something like that. The protagonist clarified that the problem is not only this, the size of the island exceeds the area of Seoul, and the further they move, the more acutely they feel the hopelessness in the face of this threat. The protagonist added that after the red zone appears, time will not stop, and the gates will continue to open without interruption. Then perhaps it would be worth reporting this to the authorities and having the island blown to hell. But frankly speaking, that was impossible. There were very specific and understandable reasons for this. Firstly, before the appearance of many monsters and active portals, this island was simply absent from all known maps, remaining invisible to the world. Secondly, no state would be interested in its destruction, as this would be contrary to their long-term strategic interests. The appearance of the red zone, which looked as if it had been transported entirely from another dimension, carried a much deeper and more disturbing meaning. It instilled in people not so much panic fear as unfounded self-confidence and an illusory sense of security. However, the protagonist's interlocutor still seemed to understand absolutely nothing about this difficult situation. He considered this approach absolutely pointless. But the protagonist explained that he was thinking too straightforwardly, while those in power had a completely different, more pragmatic view of things. For them, the red zone was not a threat, but a rich source of valuable resources. There were supposed to be numerous dungeons where you could get rare artifacts and powerful magical weapons. Simply put, the vast majority of the world's nations saw this event as fertile ground for enormous opportunities. Even in the face of the impending end of the world, they continued to squabble fiercely for their own gains, which certainly required further discussion. However, their choice was partly understandable. Initially, only weak creatures inhabited the red zone, so no one perceived it as a serious and existential threat. But they needed to get back to the core theoretical part of their plans. There were 3 unique safe places in the red zone, reliably protected by powerful magic stones, and that was why they were the only suitable points where one could safely settle down and create a strategic base. It was vital for them to occupy one of these places, with priority given to the first one in the row. Judging by the story of the main character, they still won't be able to do this yet. But then, after the end of the time of troubles, and immediately before the third opening of the gates, another extremely important event should occur. The interlocutor asked with genuine interest what kind of event it was, and the protagonist replied that it would be a large-scale auction among the powerful lords of the monster clones. However, they didn't even have heads, that is, the necessary currency, and this meant that they wouldn't be able to buy anything. On the contrary, they themselves will become valuable lots at this auction, for which other participants will actively and mercilessly bid. After these words, the main character suddenly descended somewhere into the depths of the subway, disappearing from sight. The protagonist thought that the future might have changed, but in reality, this turned out not to be the case. It seems that people are still completely unaware of the existence of clans operating in the shadows. This also meant that the black market would not open anytime soon, and they would have to wait for the right moment. However, this was quite logical, given the current state of affairs and the level of public awareness. No matter how the future changed, its basic laws remained unchanged. At this stage, it was absolutely impossible to obtain the necessary materials that could be traded as a sample, as it was still too early for this period of time. The protagonist asked the cure if this was not so, since he obviously did not understand what he meant by these words. The priest welcomed him back, to which the protagonist briefly asked him to drop all pleasantries. The protagonist asked how things were going with the infinity box he had ordered, and the cure replied that it was almost ready, but asked if the protagonist knew how much rare material was needed to create it. Then the priest asked directly if the box was definitely affordable for the protagonist, hinting at its high cost. The protagonist, in turn, asked if this really bothered the cure, expressing slight bewilderment. The priest replied that he had no ulterior motives. He simply wanted to ease the tense situation a little. The protagonist ordered the cure to follow him. The priest reminded that orders usually begin to be produced only after the agreed payment has been received, and the protagonist asked what he was hinting at. The priest asked the protagonist to listen to the end, explaining that for his sake he made an exception and immediately began working on the order. The protagonist asked when the box would be ready, noting that it couldn't sit in the warehouse forever, and the priest replied that it would most likely be completely ready by dinner tonight. The priest added that if the main character pays the full cost of the order, he will bring a snake's egg as a bonus. Moreover, the size of the box can be adjusted after the egg is placed in it. The protagonist asked if Cure had actually gotten the water serpent's egg, and if he knew how to raise the creature, to which the protagonist replied that no, he would figure it out later. The Cure noted that if he had known about such a simple method of maturation, he would have approached him earlier. Even with their contract, he himself would not have been able to manufacture it from the start, as the major clans would not have approved of such a move. The protagonist asked whether this meant that the deal was now final and payment could be made. To be honest, in their current situation, finding 1 million heads was no easy task, and the protagonist wondered why the Cure had agreed to make the box back then. The priest replied that he believed not so much in the main character as in Madame Soman. The protagonist instantly became enraged, and the Cure, in turn, began to hastily explain that he had not meant anything like that. The protagonist, having calmed down, said that when it comes to his daughter, he becomes not himself, and this scares him, so he should learn to restrain himself. Anyway, Soman is a natural-born magician with a legendary level of potential, and also possesses the rarest mind magic. The Cure stated that if he could, he would have made a contract with her himself, but the protagonist asked him to stop pouring, because the Cure probably did not just observe, but directly tested her abilities. Of course, the Cure checked her out, since he had an excellent sense of smell. The protagonist asked about the reaction of the clan leaders in the end. They were all ready to pay any amount, wanting to conclude a contract with her. The queen especially wanted her, ready to spare even 1 million heads. But the main character categorically stated that he was not going to sell his daughter for some heads and enter into contracts with clans. The protagonist explained that they only participated in the auction to enhance Soman's abilities. In that case, with which clan does he plan to sign a contract? The main character answered that it was the fairies. The interlocutor, with obvious curiosity, asked whether it would not be much more logical and reasonable to choose the Naga clan, since it is the fairies who are considered the weakest and most vulnerable of all existing clans. When it came to the magic that fairies possessed, it was certainly a real and valuable treasure. But the fairy queen was a completely different phenomenon, possessing a power beyond ordinary understanding. The man expressed surprise and asked if this was really so important and significant, to which the hero confirmed with complete confidence that this was exactly the case, without a moment's doubt. The interlocutor showed genuine interest and asked whether this mysterious object was the very staff of the World Tree, about which legends and tales circulate. The news reports were of mass panic among the population. The focus was still on the terrible events, and no one could say how long the monsters would pose a real threat to humanity. As for the regression and general decline, people, despite everything that was happening, remained just as helpless and vulnerable, continuing to gather for useless and ineffective emergency meetings in an attempt to change something. Although perhaps it was precisely this lethargy and apathy that served as a kind of indicator that the position of the heavens, despite everything, remains a stable and reliable stronghold. Despite the sluggish and almost indifferent reaction of the top brass, the second gates of hell were closed fairly quickly, which became a noticeable success in the fight against the impending threat. The question arises whether this means that the world order remains unshakable and strong, and that humanity still has a chance to break through to a bright and prosperous future. During this calm and quiet period of time, the protagonist's daughter smiled, radiating a soft and sincere joy that filled the atmosphere with lightness. With this favorable arrangement, he no longer had to worry and fret about the global problems of humanity that could interfere with his plans. Now it was possible to concentrate all efforts exclusively on clearing out the remaining monsters and closely monitoring the actions of the prophets, who played an important role in the events taking place. And now the saint has finally begun to show her strength and influence to the fullest extent, demonstrating the power that everyone had long expected. Ira Michelle, known as the Mother of the Winds, chose her as her prophet to carry out a responsible and fateful mission, entrusting the girl with the most important task. The girl had an incredible and rare ability to heal, even being able to restore lost body parts, which caused admiration and respect from those around her. At the time, this event caused much more resonance and noise than the actions of the crazy fanatics created by Jin Wei with the help of illegal drugs. The protagonist thoughtfully reflected on the motives and actions of these people, trying to understand the true goals and intentions of their actions. Apparently, in the near future, This trio will be busy with internal squabbles and conflicts, which will distract them from external tasks. The hero understood well that now was the most suitable and favorable period for the implementation of his carefully thought-out plans. The opponents, in turn, will begin to gather supporters and followers in order to strengthen their forces and expand their influence in the region. But before taking decisive action, he had to carry out a number of necessary preparations and preparatory measures. This mysterious object had to be dealt with as thoroughly as possible, because the name of the chain of non-existence concealed a force of a special and unusual nature. The hero checked the data in the system several times, but the number and the necessary information were not displayed, causing confusion and irritation. However, the presence of a detailed description and a column for numbering indicated that the item was not prohibited or blocked by phases. This object did not react at all to ordinary force and influence, remaining completely immune to simple influences. Therefore, magic was required to activate or use it, and if this was indeed the case, then for the hero this item would turn into completely useless and unnecessary junk. What kind of object is this, if there was not a single clue, or even a hint, that would allow one to understand its true purpose and capabilities? The protagonist immediately recognized the familiar voice that sounded nearby, making him alert and focused. He quickly realized that it was Yor, who informed him that in front of him were the Chains of Nothingness, a mysterious and powerful artifact. First of all, he wanted his interlocutor to understand one very important thing. Too many people were watching him, so direct conversation was impossible, and this method of communication remained the only one. He asked him to keep the very elixir they had spoken of earlier with him, keeping it safe. At first there was an agreement on one subject, but later the conversation moved on to special conditions and other nonsense, and the information had to be squeezed out with great difficulty. The serpent's egg could even be obtained as the main reward, which seemed surprising considering that the hero was unaware of this fact. The hero did not understand why constant omissions and obstacles prevented him from getting this thing. But the main thing was not to panic, because Yor knew a person who could help with this matter. Yor asked who exactly this person was, and the hero replied that he was a druid, a powerful and mysterious character. He asked that Yor not reveal that this was the prophet the Thorn Widow had chosen, trying to keep this information a secret. Yor had to be honest with him, because he himself understood that starting from the third gate, the 10th phases one after another would bestow blessings on those who survived the carnival. The first of these blessings will be the Night of the Summoned, granted by the Widow of Thorns, and its prophet is this very druid, a key figure in the coming events. Yor objected more and more when the hero demanded the growth elixir, realizing the importance and seriousness of this request. If he had known everything in advance, he would have been able to bargain for rare or unique artifacts. But the main thing is that the hero calmed down and was not going to suck up to the prophet. In addition, he could apply the elixir to the snake's egg to promote its development and speed up the process. There was no indication that this elixir could only be used on summoned creatures, which opened up additional possibilities. Everything was correct, although Yor was annoying at times, but he always had a clear plan, and now he was more interested in the serpent's egg than in the mysterious chains. The main character admitted that he does not know what this mysterious object is and what powers it contains. Yor replied that it was literally a chain used by the Unbreakable, and although it sounded strange and funny, he really liked the item. The hero asked if anyone had said anything about this subject before, trying to find out more. He only said that the chain had neither beginning nor end, which made it especially mysterious. Overall, this description was as truthful and accurate as possible, corresponding to reality. Yor was a non-existence that arose between creation and destruction, not a miracle, a natural phenomenon, or born from the source. It was fundamentally different from the phases and their essence, being a unique and separate phenomenon in the universe. Simply put, the phases are those who strictly observe and steadily support the natural order of things, and he is the one who actively distorts, refracts and changes this order at his own discretion, creating new unpredictable situations. The protagonist thought about the complex breakdown of order, although he did not try to delve deeply into this intricate topic, because he understood that this would only bring him a headache and unnecessary worries at such a difficult moment. In any case, even the phases for a long time could not understand what this mysterious chain was that no one could break. The only thing that Yor knew for sure was that even the most powerful phases were powerless against it. It was like a living and uncontrollable force. The protagonist wondered what the meaning and purpose of this chain was. Maybe it was a hidden new force that he knew nothing about. And even if it contradicted the usual way of things, then non-existence would be able to find a use for it, no matter how strange it might seem. Well, let him be careful with this mysterious object, because thoughtless actions can lead to unpredictable and dangerous consequences, even if at first glance everything seems harmless. Yor was not at all pleased that non-existence showed interest in the hero, and the main character, noticing his anxiety, asked if Yor was afraid that non-existence would notice him, and if he was afraid, then let him be a little more kind and attentive to him. Yor, after thinking for a moment, asked the hero if he thought that among the phases there would be someone equally attentive and caring to their prophet. to which the protagonist replied that when he met Rinta, he gave him only one teleport scroll, making it clear that help comes in different forms. Yor asked if he was hinting at wanting more rewards or something like that, and the protagonist calmly replied that what Yor received was what he rightfully deserved for his actions and decisions. Yor was a bit mean in his comments, but he was right, which meant that the other phases really couldn't find fault with his decisions and actions, since they were fair and reasonable. The protagonist said with relief that it was nice to hear such support and recognition, which strengthened his confidence in the correctness of the path he had chosen. The hour of dawn has arrived, the time of long-awaited rest and recovery after the noisy celebration, and the clan lords have prepared a small but very valuable gift for those participants who managed to survive the trials of the second carnival. Yor didn't even have time to finish speaking before the rulers intervened in the conversation, saying that the hero's daughter was going to participate in the upcoming auction, and the main character ironically asked why Yor was asking the question if he knew the answer perfectly well. Yor remained silent, but then said that the main character was already beginning to discover new opportunities and paths of development, which was undoubtedly an important stage. Yor asked the hero if he liked what was happening around him, because events were developing rapidly and sometimes unpredictably. The hero said that he had finally begun to truly carry out his task, to act decisively and according to plan, which filled him with a sense of pride and satisfaction. In a week, an auction will begin, where the leaders of warlike clans will descend to the level of mere mortals, so that, having received the support of their clans, participants can gain great honor, as well as obtain rare and powerful artifacts. In order to secure a lucrative contract with a clan, a participant must prove their worth and strength, and it is no surprise that the number of applicants for participation in the auction turned out to be impressive and competitive. The essence of what is happening is that through a brutal war, the Great Eight will choose the king of the others, and for the leaders of the clans, this event has enormous strategic and political significance. The protagonist noticed that history was repeating itself, and jokingly asked why Yor was so gloomy then, if everything was known and predictable in advance. Yor only quietly remembered what he would prefer to forget, because unlike the phases, which cannot influence directly, the clan leaders have real power and are able to actively influence the participants of the carnival. It is the clan leaders who can directly influence and control the course of events at the carnival, creating additional tension and danger for everyone. Yor began to speak of his hopes and desires, expressing an inner desire for peace and order. He hopes that the next meeting will take place in the same peaceful and calm atmosphere, without bloodshed and new conflicts. Let the hero not miss his chance to win and the upcoming holiday, which he will be able to truly enjoy. But let him always remember, no one will give any guarantee of safety to the auction participants, and Yor has a headache at the thought that he will have to witness these dangerous events again. Maybe everything will turn out differently for Sumin. The girl began to ask him if he had already seen the notice about the auction that was starting in a week, and if they would also participate, to which the main character replied that if they did, it would be just the two of them. Soman asked why exactly this was the case, and what about Uncle Myunghun and the others, since they were supposed to participate too. But her father explained that it was too dangerous and risky for them. The girl asked if she would have to fight at the auction, expecting an honest answer. Namgung admitted that he did, but he changed his mind and now doesn't want her to participate because he fears for her safety and life. There is hardly a father in the world who would willingly agree to let his daughter witness others die right before her eyes in brutal battles. The protagonist said that this was not a decision to be made rashly, but at the same time he reminded that this was not the first time he had to make a difficult choice. For the first time, Soman saw how he, who always rushed towards danger without hesitation, suddenly experienced deep doubts and worries about the correctness of his decisions. The girl said that everything will definitely be fine. It's better for her to be close, because he will be able to protect her. And she sees how it worries him, probably. At this level, there is something that only she can do. The protagonist confirmed that everything was true. In fact, there was one task that only she could handle, and this mission was very important for all of them. Then the girl firmly promised to do this, because she wants to become strong in order to protect him and everyone around her, whom she loves and values. No one ever understood why Iceland was chosen to host the auction. It remained a mystery that could have a hidden meaning. Before the auction begins, Soman must meet with one person on whom much depends, and this meeting will be key to further events. The man raised his hand and asked permission to ask if there were any other reasons why he was not taking the others with him, to which he was told that there were no such reasons except for Soman, because the trip would not benefit anyone else. According to the plan, only the protagonist and Soman will participate in the auction, excluding everyone else to avoid unnecessary risks. He promised to explain the reason for his decision after returning from Iceland, realizing that his comrades would certainly try to convince them with numerous messages and requests, even if they initially refused. It is especially important that Xian Wu try not to give in to the temptation to participate, because for him, participating in the auction could be fatal. The rest of them remembered very well that their main goal was the unauthorized clearing of the red zone that would appear after the auction was completed and the third gate opened, and that was what they should focus on. Therefore, Hojun and Myung-hoon continue to train hard while they are away from the team, preparing for future challenges and fights. The boy noted that after the second battle, the contents of Yaksha's bag had changed, and he raised the issue, suggesting that everyone check their bags to confirm this. Apparently, the bags contain various rare textbooks, and they are very expensive. Their appearance inspires respect and admiration. The main character said that at first glance you can see the high quality of the manuals, but if you do not master each section correctly and do not adapt the knowledge to your style, there will be a loss of control and a decrease in efficiency. That's right. So it's best to focus on acquiring skills that improve physical performance, strengthen the body and spirit. This manual simply increases the characteristics without restrictions in movements, which sounds very convincing and attractive to fighters. News reports have indicated that borders are being closed to those planning to travel to Iceland, causing additional stress and complications in preparing for the trip. The protagonist assured his comrades that he had all the necessary connections and opportunities to organize their trip without problems and delays. One call, and everything will be ready for the trip. All issues will be resolved, and the team will be able to calmly set off to meet new challenges. The plane with the boys, tired but full of determination, landed softly on the cold, snowy runway of the northern country, where a piercing wind whistled through the icy pines and reminded of the harsh climate of these places. Soman stepped carefully down the gangway, and immediately the icy, sharp cold of the northern air hit her face, causing her to shudder and squeeze her gloved fingers tighter, trying to retain heat. The girl standing next to him took a deep breath and agreed with Somin that this cold was truly terrible. It seemed to penetrate into the very bones and not let go, making everything around even more gloomy and lifeless. In such chilly and unfriendly weather, the only desire is to hide under a warm, soft blanket, inhaling the aroma of juicy, sweet tangerines, Soman's favorite delicacy, which instantly brings a feeling of comfort and joy. It would seem unclear why the girl decided to go to such a distant and cold country. But how could she refuse when Namgung was provided with a private jet in exchange for a full and unconditional report that required immediate execution? The girl asked the main character where they were heading in these unfamiliar lands, to which he calmly replied, Svina Felsjökull, a place with a mysterious name, covered in glaciers and surrounded by majestic mountains. The girl suggested renting a car so that they could travel comfortably and not freeze in the wind. And next to the car stood a large man with an impressive figure, whose seriousness and strong build inspired respect. The man noted with surprise in his voice that Namgung was still alive and well, although, given his stubborn and strong character, he had no doubt about it. And the girl was amazed that this man was twice as tall as the main character, and seemed almost invincible. How many years had passed since their last meeting? 10 years for sure. Namgung had not seen this large man, who was called Elk, for a long time. And now, finally, fate brought them together again in this distant cold land. The man immediately looked at the girl with red hair, studying her face intently, as if trying to find out who she was and what her connection was to these events. Moose lifted her up in his arms, thinking it was Soman. She was so tall and strong for her age, and it seemed as if he had only recently learned of her birth. But the girl abruptly ordered her to be lowered to the floor, bringing herself back to reality. The protagonist reminded Loss that this girl was not his daughter at all, because his real daughter was standing next to him, and Soman waved her hand in greeting, smiling and not hiding her slight embarrassment. Moose apologized to Soman, explaining that druids always had a bad perception of time, as if centuries had passed for them, but only minutes for everyone else, and the girl calmly replied that everything was fine, and there was no need to worry. When he was called uncle, Moose was touched to the depths of his soul, and this sincere feeling filled his heart with warmth and slight sadness, because much had changed over the years of separation. Without thinking, the uncle decided to give Somin a ride on his wide, strong neck, laughing and pretending that this was a normal thing, although the girl herself was surprised at first, and then laughed cheerfully. The girl asked with interest who this large man was, and learned that during one of the dangerous operations of the 711th Detachment he helped them, a former British Special Forces soldier, and now an honorary Vickerman among the Druids. The girl could not resist asking Namgung what exactly the title of Vickerman meant in their traditions and understanding, wanting to know more about the mysterious role of this man. Namgung explained that the Vickerman is a special structure that the ancient Druids used to make sacrifices to the gods, a symbol of strength and spiritual power that has been preserved in the memory of generations. Nowadays, this title is just an honorary title meaning a priest, and it is awarded to only one person among all the Druids, endowing them with special responsibility and a sacred mission. The man, having heard the conversation, sternly told her to stop scaring the girl with such scary stories. It was better to get into the car quickly, because his hearing was still sharp and he could hear every word. As for the Druids, only he and Kuhuran remained alive now, the last two guardians of ancient knowledge and powers, whose age seems eternal and unshakable. Kuhuran had not seen the protagonist in person for a long time, but his presence was felt everywhere. like a shadow watching the course of events from afar. It seems that Kuhuran does not age at all. In 10 years, his face has hardly changed, and this is amazing, because in comparison with the centuries he has lived, 10 years is just a moment. Indeed, Kuhuran's face would remain the same even after 10 years, and the old man was genuinely interested in how Namgung knew exactly what this immortal druid would look like in the future. The protagonist said that he had lived 25 years longer than usual, and added that the druid's installations would one day be destroyed. Then the old man would become a victim of the Vickerman and would be burned alive, without the slightest chance of salvation. The girl found it unacceptable to hear such terrible words directly to the old man's face, but the old man himself dreams of dying with dignity, according to the ancient commandments of the druids, accepting death as part of fate. Good heavens, the old man didn't treat the kids to his signature tea, and this was a small disappointment for them, because this tea was unusual and warming. This tea is prepared from the leaves of a special rare plant that grows only in the most secret corners of the northern forests and has unique properties. The old man explained that if you drink this tea, you can instantly warm up from the inside, feel a surge of strength and warmth, as if a small fire were lit in your body. Well, now the old man decided to talk seriously about the matter that brought them to this region, and on which the fate of many depends. The old man added a little sleeping pill to the tea, but okay. Sumin fell asleep peacefully, plunging into a deep and peaceful sleep that she needed so much. But shouldn't the intelligence agent have been wary when he noticed a strange smell coming from the teacup? The old man asked not to judge him harshly, explaining that sometimes such measures had to be taken. In the presence of a druid who seemed to be a being not of this world, vigilance involuntarily dulled, and the mind became less sharp, giving way to calm and trust. By the way, Namgung's daughter is a real beauty. It's immediately obvious that she took after her mother, and the main character took this as a sincere compliment, winking in agreement. Now let Namgung explain who exactly burned him and took the tears of the druid. The only person with Celtic blood besides the old man connected to their destinies. Roxana, it turns out, is the granddaughter of this old man, and also became a prophet, and this relationship gives the story a special depth and significance. The old man asked if Namgung himself had become a prophet, and he replied that he had not been able to in his past life, but in this life, fate had allowed him to break through and find his way. So this is why the wisps became agitated at the sight of Namgung, the tyrant violator, and even though he is blind, the old man sees the true nature of these events. Kuhuran still sees everything that is happening, despite his age and outward composure, and now everyone is wondering what brought Namgun to this old druid. Finally, the time came when the old man trusted and told everything from the very beginning, starting with distant years and the first meetings with powerful enemies. He told how one cold winter evening, darkness fell over their lands, and with it came changes that would change the course of history. The friends gathered around the fireplace, listening to the old man's stories with interest and concern, realizing that behind every word there was a truth that could not be ignored. At that moment in time, the space around seemed compressed, and every breath echoed in the souls of those gathered. The old man finished his story, and silence fell over the room, filled with thoughts, doubts, and anticipation of the next step. The decision had already been made. They had to act immediately, not allowing the enemy to gain a foothold and seize power. The morning came slowly, and the first rays of the sun broke through the thick clouds, promising a new day and new challenges. Having packed their things, the team set out on their journey, ready to face any danger with courage and determination in their hearts. The road was long and difficult, but the spirit of the friends could not be broken, and hope burned in their eyes like a bright fire. Every step brought them closer to their goal, and new adventures full of secrets and mysteries loomed ahead. This is how the story began that would change their lives forever, and leave a deep mark on their destinies and memories. The old man suggested moving on to the second option for solving the problem, considering the possible consequences. Maelstrom is a technique that, when the ability is activated, spins a spiral to achieve the fusion of souls, which can compensate for unstable control over magic. This technique will help resolve the situation that Namgung is so afraid of. But the question remains, is it really possible for the girl to master it? Obviously, it would take about 3 years of intense training. But the old man believed in this child's talent, and it would also be a great way to repay Namgung. Namgung will be extremely grateful for such help, feeling deep gratitude. This girl can be considered a government spy who carries out a secret mission while remaining in the shadows. However, the old man sees that she has strong spiritual abilities. It is quite possible that she has telekinesis, which amazes him. Telekinesis combined with such a spiritual background, while she uses only cheap techniques, is surprisingly harmonious. Her spiritual vessel is incredibly vast. Judging by her magical talent, Soman may be superior to her. But in terms of spiritual giftedness, this girl definitely wins, because Park Hyo-ju is a spirit caster. Judging by the way the wisps are swirling around her, if she can make contact, she will be able to form a contract with the spirit, which is a truly unexpected find. In this case, Namgung entrusts the old man with training both girls, while also asking him to look into something important. In front of them lay the egg of the water serpent, the second boss of the carnival, and they wondered if it could be raised. The old man admitted that he was just a humble druid of this world, and the method of bringing out monsters from other worlds was unknown to him. Apparently, Namgung will still have to ask Roxanne for help to solve this problem, relying on her strength. The Beastmaster, although she cannot control spirits, remains the strongest beast tamer in the world, inspiring respect. The old man was impressed that his granddaughter was not a coward. He suddenly remembered that she was capable of killing him. But this is only the previous future. The present can become completely different, giving hope. Even if events again come to the same conclusion, for the old man it will not be death at the hands of his granddaughter, but a return to his roots. The old man called Vickerman to him for an important conversation, in a serious mood. The old man asked to take Namgung to where Roxanne was at the present time, hoping for accuracy. In her past life, Roxanne was supposed to be training in Egypt at this very time, immersing herself in study. From the moment Namgung chose the path of a tyrant, fate would change like the inevitable tide of the ocean, inexorably. After some time, they came to some kind of glacial abyss of enormous size, causing trepidation. As Kuharan warned, Namgung should not judge Roxanne too harshly for her actions, but rather show leniency. Anyway, Roxana came here after the second Hellgate closed to check if everything was okay with Kuharan, but she really didn't go into the hut. Perhaps she came simply to test whether he was alive and fit to be used as a sacrifice, keeping everything under control. Before Namgung goes to Sin, Vickerman will say something else important. The Queen of Great Britain recently turned to Kuhuran for help. Being supporters of balance, they politely refused her request. But people are also part of nature. They cannot watch as humanity calmly goes down the path of self-destruction. So Kuhuran introduced Roxana to the British prophet for possible cooperation, opening up new possibilities. Alec, so they met after the events with the second gate of hell, which adds intrigue. Vickerman suddenly pushed the protagonist into a glacial abyss without warning, leaving him in shock. Let him go where his soul and destiny call him, he said calmly. Namgung felt like he was falling straight into hell, overcome with terror. The hero took out his sword to grab onto something as he fell, showing determination. Namgung stuck his sword into the glacier to avoid dying from the rapid fall, clinging to life. His weapon began to cut through the glacier, but he could not stop feeling fear. When he realized he couldn't stop, he jumped away from the rock to the side, showing an instant reaction. The hero landed on some ledge and miraculously survived the fall, feeling relieved. Then he wanted to call upon his fish again to show him the right way, hoping for help. The main character summoned several fish that were supposed to help him navigate, gaining support. Each fish flew into its own hole to show Namgung which one would be the correct exit, showing intuition. Captain Namgung felt that he was not alone here, sensing a presence. This is a sacred place, where not everyone can enter without special abilities, and it keeps secrets. Without mastering the art of summoning fish, he would definitely not have entered a place like a labyrinth. There was definitely nothing for ordinary people to do here. If you think about it, there is only one type of person who could come here, besides Namgung and the druid. A person with the solar eye and the ability to contact souls. Alec Trauman turned out to be just such a person, surprising everyone. After the story, the Moose Namgun had a bad feeling that if Alec dared to break into the druid shrine, it meant he was in a hurry with some plans. Roxanne should think about the proposal. It would be better for them to join forces. How many times will she repeat the same thing? Let her get lost with her proposals. Why did Alec Trauman assume that the old man would leave his place to Roxana, since Kuharan was already too old for such decisions, doubting his intentions? If they join forces and get rid of the old man, space will immediately be freed up for new plans, changing the course of events. A small, cold, shiny piece of ice, broken off from a massive glacier, suddenly fell on Alec Trauman, a reminder of the unpredictable power of nature. Roxanne genuinely didn't like the ridiculous and senseless nonsense that Alec Trauman was spouting in conversation, and it made her irritated and distrustful. Their relationship with their grandfather may not be the best, but Alec, without holding back, crosses all reasonable boundaries, which is why the situation quickly takes a serious and tense turn. Namgung clearly remembers that Alec did not immediately succeed in persuading Roxanne to cooperate in her past life, and that he had to put in a lot of effort and cunning to do so. But could it be that Kuharan was right, and the future really is capable of changing radically, so much so that no one will even have time to prepare for the consequences of such changes? It's a pity, of course, but if Roxanne categorically does not want to be allies and rejects any help, then she actually leaves Alec Trauman no choice, forcing him to make tough decisions. Alec made a hard and ruthless decision to finish off this woman here and now as an enemy, because in his head there was no other way out, and now it was necessary to stop him urgently, because Roxanne cannot die. Alec Trauman, his eyes blazing, red and full of rage like a wild beast, rushed to kill Roxana, thinking of nothing but revenge and his own anger. Namgung instantly stopped Alec's sword with his heavy chain, and Alec Trauman was completely confused as to how Namgung had even gotten there, appearing out of nowhere. The strong chains placed on Namgung's arm kept Alec Traman from committing the fatal sin of murder, holding back his ardor and madness at this critical moment. The protagonist watched Alec and his complete helplessness in this situation with a caustic grin, enjoying the feeling of his own victory and superiority. The galactic sword was bound tightly and motionless, unable to move even a millimeter. It had grown together with the wall of the cave, refusing to obey. Namgung abruptly pulled the sword out of Alec Traman's hands and angrily nailed it to the cave wall, demonstrating his strength and determination in this clash. In public, Alec portrays himself as a hero and a fighter for justice. But behind his back he persuades his granddaughter to kill her own grandfather, which puts him in an extremely insidious light. Once again, Namgung appeared in his path at the most inopportune moment, when the fight was at its limit, and Alec could not understand how he ended up here again, by the will of fate. Roxanne also wanted to understand this, and Namgung explained that he had received permission from Kuhuran, and he had also saved Roxanne's life, so she should not ask unnecessary questions, but simply trust. Wasn't it Alec who recently spoke of his desire to create a powerful alliance that would stand above the world government, promising a new era of power and influence? But his methods of recruiting allies were so crude and aggressive that they repelled potential allies rather than attracted them to his cause. Alec Traman suddenly felt scared, feeling a huge and obvious difference between himself and Namgung in battle, which was stronger than he could have imagined. However, Alec laughed nervously and refused to acknowledge the existence of a difference in strength, calling such thoughts nonsense and unwilling to accept reality. Alec Traman, with irritation and harshness, ordered the protagonist to shut up and not interfere with their conversation, trying to maintain control of the situation. Even though Namgung teases Alec constantly, it is worth admitting that in direct combat, Alec is still stronger, and this difference in strength is noticeable to everyone. This difference is due not only to the blessing of the witness, which greatly strengthens Alec's body and his abilities, but also to other hidden factors that enhance his power. However, what turns out to be much more frightening is the enormous initial potential for further growth that was embedded in Alec Traman from the very beginning. Alec Traman delivered a powerful and fast blow, but the protagonist successfully blocked the attack, demonstrating excellent skill and reaction. The enemy launched several more furious and swift blows, but Namgung easily deflected all the attacks. It was just a game. Alec Traman stubbornly tries to get his sword out of the glacier where it is deeply stuck, not wanting to give up and continuing to fight no matter what. Namgung, a frightened rat, runs around the cave, constantly changing positions and avoiding direct confrontation, showing cunning and caution. It is time for Alec Traman to end this tiresome and exhausting confrontation once and for all, decisively and without hesitation. But let him wait a little, because Alec is gathering all his energy and strength for the final crushing blow, preparing for the decisive moment. If they continued to fight at such a frantic and high pace, this fragile cave would simply collapse on them, posing a mortal threat. Why did Namgung even think that Roxanne would die so easily at the hands of this worthless person? Because she is far from who she seems at first glance. If Alec was so adamant about using force to resolve the issue, Roxanne soared into the air, preparing for battle, showing confidence and determination. The girl already has a second-level transformation and is able to partially transform into a powerful creature, proving that her words are not just a bluff, but reality. Alec has had enough of this grueling confrontation for today and decides to retreat, realizing that it will be too difficult for him to fight both Namgung and Roxanne at the same time. But let them forever remember his warning words, which sound threatening and leave no doubt about the seriousness of his intentions. In the end, no matter what, victory will be his, and Roxanne will still end up joining Alec, voluntarily or by force, no matter which way she has to go. So said the one who runs away in fear, with his tail between his legs. He is definitely a miserable coward, and does not deserve any respect. Roxanne abruptly turned back into her body and began to shout something loudly at Namgung with obvious indignation and irritation in her voice. There's no point in him pretending to be friendly here. Let him get out of here immediately. And now Namgung will really get to know this shrew, because judging by Alec's behavior, the future is changing faster than he thought. The protagonist stood silently, not saying a word in response to Roxanne, because the current Roxanne is not the beast mistress he once knew well. She is the granddaughter of Kuhuran, and a descendant of the Druids with a kind and open heart. And perhaps Namgung should also change his actions and approach towards her. Namgung should sincerely apologize for that incident a long time ago, because Roxanne didn't understand why he suddenly started talking about it, and it confused her. On July 24th, 2010, during an operation in Morocco, a child named V died while trying to help Namgung's fighters, although Roxanne did not know about it. But now V's younger brothers and sisters live in an orphanage, safe. Namgung not only remembers all this well, but also continues to help them financially, investing his strength and resources without any benefit for himself. It would be strange if he forgot such important details, because the hero keeps everything in his memory down to the smallest details and events. Namgung does not intend to pose as the savior of humanity, as Alec Traman does, preferring to act modestly and without pathos, but he persistently seeks the strength to protect his family and comrades from the impending and future threats, not wanting to suffer anymore. It was a water serpent's egg, and Roxanne knew it at first sight, confirming that she was indeed a true druid with deep knowledge of nature. Kuharan said that only Roxana could help grow this egg, and the girl became extremely curious about where he got this mysterious and enigmatic object from. Well, Namgung managed to get it that way. She didn't expect him to answer in detail. Roxanne needs to study the issue to say for sure whether she can raise him, whether Namgung can trust her, because now all the prophets are competing with each other. But they are not openly feuding. Alec himself initially wanted to recruit Roxanne. Namgung is still the same cunning one. Roxanne decided to ask directly, if she could grow this egg, what would she get in return? What she lacks most, he will introduce her to a man who can fill her gap. There is one person with a first-class talent as a spirit caster who can teach a lot. She is Namgung's comrade and is currently training with Kuharan under his personal guidance. How could this old man agree to personally train someone? If she doesn't believe it, she can go and see for herself. Namgung gathers people with abilities that will make Roxanne's eyes pop out of her head in surprise. Why doesn't she see it herself and spend a couple of days, at least not as an ally, but simply as a partner? A few days later, Namgung asked Roxanne what she thought about their lineup. To be honest, she found it incredible and almost unreal. Even though the girl was being taught by Kuharan, Roxanne had never seen anyone master Maelstrom so quickly. Well, it's not surprising. She is Namgung's daughter and inherited his talents. And this Park Hyoju, Roxanne was amazed by her abilities in the field of spiritual magic. Her skills as a spirit summoner are so amazing that they even make you shudder from their power. Namgung decides to repeat the question about the partnership he spoke about earlier. Roxana doesn't know if it's okay to say something like that in such difficult times, but after meeting the people of Namgung, she had the feeling for the first time that the world was not doomed. During the handshake, Namgung clearly felt changes in the universe. The future began to change rapidly. It was no longer what was previously destined. The hands on the clock began to spin in different directions due to the abrupt change in the future.